Live streaming now, and we are going to just check into the let me see here, check into this for a second. That was from Sunday. Okay, go back onto the ongoing call. There we are. I'm almost amazed I can find my way back. All right. Oop, shit, what did I just do? That was delightful. That oh shit moment always starts the show. Okay, so we are streaming, and then I go to... By the way, this is the moment, Mr. Burns, when Derek Talley and Selena Khan and yourself speak trivia. You participate in simply talking about the weather or the most innocuous crap to just burn bandwidth till we get to the top of the hour and officially start the program. So that's deeply appreciated if you start by speaking of the most inane bullshit you can imagine, and just help us in that regard.
Well,
that's all.
I just say Chuck is my go-to person for everything Chicago. Since I left Chicago, we used to live in the same neighborhood. I used to stay on 63rd and Carpenter, and he stays around 63rd and Ashland, around that area. So we're neighbors, and we're both. You could tell both of us have been around the globe, so to speak, because Chuck went to school in Oregon, and I'm an Air Force brat, having lived all over the place. So when it comes to all things Chicago, I think both of us are pretty much well-rounded.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Appreciate it, Big D.
Okay.
I don't pat myself on the back. Let's go.
Now, am I hearing anything? This is the problem. Oh, here we are. It's fucking mute. Okay, here we are. Say something, please, gentlemen. Let's see if I hear anything.
Yeah, well, I was looking at some of the stuff on the WGN, and I seen that ComEd paid over $200 million fine for alleged bribery scheme. And
I think the dude, the crony, you talking about the crony, what's his name? That's some trivia for you. The crony, what's his name? The one that's going to go to jail over all of it. And he's running the Democrat Party in Illinois for 30 years.
Okay.
I don't know. Blagojevich is out now, right? Isn't Blagojevich now got his own show?
He's the most powerful dude in the state of Illinois. He not the governor. He ain't the mayor of Chicago.
I don't know.
Michael Madigan. That's his name.
Madigan, the alderman.
The mayor of Chicago. No, he's like a state senator.
He's Madigan's
Michael
father.
Madigan. His daughter was the attorney general. I think her name was...
Lisa Madigan was the
attorney general. His daughter was attorney general for the Cook County and the state.
Oh, so he's getting ready to go to jail, huh?
Yeah, he is.
I thought that's long overdue because
what they call him, subject A, or what they call him, something like that.
They caught him in a scandal 5 years ago before I left.
He never go to jail. They investigate. They take files, but he'll never go to jail. But this time, since Comcast gonna trick on him, it's a wrap. No, not Comcast. ComEd.
Oh.
So when you're doing bribery, you feel me? That's regular politics in Chicago, but it's a new day, I guess. Let's see.
Well,
right. You got to grease all the right pockets. I guess he forgot to grease somebody's pocket.
Hey, his pocket was the pocket to grease. What you mean? Shit, if you don't grease his pocket, there ain't nothing politically happening for you in Illinois.
Well, some bigger bank came. They said big bank takes a little bank. A bigger bank came in and took his bank. So
when you sloppy with it and you think this is part for the course and this is what you can do, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be careful who you playing with sometimes. You dig? You know what I'm saying? When you messing with the utility company.
Right. One of the first scandals I heard about with him was when they were building a jail. They ordered more bricks than what they needed, and he took the bricks for himself to build a house or something. Yeah, well, he's one of them guys that never go to jail for anything.
They say Louisiana is corrupt, but they ain't been to Illinois. It's pure cronyism. See, that's why you can't really distinguish between a Democrat and a Republican, especially in Illinois, because the Democrats treat you like Republicans because they just as dirty. And you don't really know the difference because ain't nothing moving. You know what I'm saying? You got Democrats running everything, but everything getting worse. So you be like looking around like, damn, what the fuck? But anyway.
Yes.
right?
Sad.
But then the Republicans blame everything on the blacks. So remember that one Republican that was running, and he said he was going to make Chicago white again.
Did he
Uh,
really?
Yeah, he said he's going to make Chicago all white.
What?
See that?
What?
That's damn near impossible because my people own property around this bitch.
Yes.
Right.
How? Wait, what year was this?
It's since I've been here. It was within this last 5 years. So it's since I've been here in Tennessee. So this was recent.
Oh, that had to be.
That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, he had to have felt empowered by the Trump administration.
That sounds stupid because it's like 30-some% black, 30-some% Hispanic, 30-some% white. 10%, about a little less than a few percent Asian, and well, you got to get a Middle Eastern or some credit. There's a lot of them here,
Yes.
but it's a lot of East Africans here. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at the population, it's still the same as it was 30 years ago, segregated. But you know, you got more international flavor in the city, but not on the south side, on the west side. That ain't changed.
Right. Yes.
Besides a few Mexicans moving deeper to the black areas. That's about it.
Right. Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the analysis of demographics is important. Okay. Do go on, gentlemen. You were doing fine.
Arthur Jones.
Jared, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh,
He was the only
Derek, can you hear
Republican
Selena?
running
Derek, can you hear Selena?
Huh?
Do you want to ask?
hey, what's up, Selena?
No, it's okay. I just wanted to point out something. Then, who was this? The other politician. I don't remember his name. Remember years and years ago, he said, the immigrants are, browning America, or something like that. So,
Can I respond to that?
Please.
yes, please, absolutely.
I don't want to hurt any feelings, but this is just the honest truth from a sociological perspective and my personal perspective. I hope this don't sound racist or nothing like that, because I don't want to take credit from anybody from coming in here and working hard. It's just a different point of view. This is just how I view it. When new immigrants come here, for the most part, they looking at the American dream. And I can't put that down. I can't deny that. I can't say that that's wrong or anything like that. But they come in here for the streets of gold and that pie in the sky thing. Unfortunately, the difference between African Americans and most other Americans is we come up from birth looking from the bottom up and not really being able to grasp even the concept of the gold brick road or the American dream, if I can say it like that. I'm trying to be nice. You know what I'm saying? It's sort of hard to even grasp that notion when you're growing up around violence and terror and fear and drugs and prostitution and, you know what I'm saying? Just
absolutely.
Every day it's something different.
Yeah.
So when you grow up and you're conditioned in that way, and on TV you see that pie in the sky, it's a gap.
Is he still with us? Okay,
I'm here.
Yeah, there we are. Okay, good. Keep going.
I'm here.
Yeah, good.
But I think it's a huge gap between where I grew up at and how I was living and that pie in the sky I saw on TV. And the difference between myself or African Americans and the average immigrant, Asian, African, white, or whoever that comes here, and maybe, is not ingrained in them the suffering that other people went through. They just see the pie in the sky. You get my point? So yeah, it's a tough topic. You know what I'm saying? I can't down nobody for looking at that pie in the sky and wanting the American dream. But at the same time, if you don't recognize history and that struggle, and then you get caught up in it, not recognizing that white supremacy is real, then it hurts your feelings. And now you need me to explain it to you. So it's important that, you learn a little bit of both sides.
Yes, of course.
Exactly. And you know what? Can I ask you, Chuck? How did you end up picking University of South Oregon?
Well, I didn't start there. I started at Carroll College, which is now Carroll University, And
Wait a second, gentlemen. Shouldn't this wait until we're officially transmitting? We got 10 minutes before we need to give Mr.
you
Burns.
can hold on to that one, Big D. Write that
Yeah,
one down.
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a long
All right.
answer.
That's right.
But I looked up that politician that I was talking about, and this was from back in 2018, as a matter of fact. But his name is Arthur Jones, and it says Arthur Jones, who was a racist, anti-Semitic, anti-LGBT, and Holocaust denier, has no opponent in the Republican Party. So
Right.
it pretty much guaranteed him to win if he was the run, if he was the run in the Republican Party.
All right, but he was running for mayor. Now you know for a fact that ain't no Republican gonna win the mayor in Chicago.
Well, he was running for Congress in
Okay,
2018.
Congress. Well, it depended on what district, he probably could have won. But when you come out as a pure D racist in Illinois, it just don't go. Even for Republicans, it don't go. You feel what I'm saying?
Unless you're in Warrenville. If you're in Warrenville, it's like all the races live in Warrenville. Like the problem I had when I was working at the Chicago Tribune, and then the people who I had the problem with at the Chicago Tribune was from Warrenville, and when all the black people from the water department had to sue because of racism in the water department, the people who were given the problems all lived in Warrenville.
That makes sense. I get that. He probably could have won there, but it ain't too many places in Illinois unless you go way far south, and places I ain't never been past Springfield, close to Missouri and Tennessee, places like that.
Right. I was surprised that some of the sundown towns are in Illinois, like down there by Cary.
Just to give you some points on Oregon, right?
Yeah.
Oregon is the place where all the Confederate soldiers went to establish a new land when they lost. A lot of Confederate soldiers went there. That's how Oregon was established. Okay, and that's why I went to college. Even to this day, it's only like 1% black.
Wow.
I know, because when I went there, let me tell you something straight. Because my job sent me to Vancouver, Washington, about 3 times in 2018. Matter of fact, I went to the food trucks. Have you ever been to the downtown Portland where they have all the food trucks?
I've been there. They got a whole downtown full of food trucks. I've been there.
Yeah, I went there, and so when I went there, I was getting 2 reactions, being like the only black person, and it seemed like I wasn't the only black person, but any other black person you saw was either a black woman with a white man or a black man with a white woman. The one thing you didn't see was a black man with a black woman in Oregon or Vancouver, Washington, or any other.
You gotta go and you gotta know where the hood at in Portland. It is a hood in Portland. I think it's on the north side, but there's a little hood in Portland. And actually, in Southern Oregon, where I went to school, now it's actually a lot of, what we would call regular black people from inner cities, shit like that. And it's not just a bunch of mulattoes like it was when I was in college.
Man, I had one of the best Afro cuts in Oregon. So I went to I looked up Afro. I went to my Google Maps and I put in Afro barber in the search engine, right? And I was in Vancouver, Washington when I did it, and a whole bunch of places popped up in Portland, Oregon. So I found one, and so I called him. I said, well, you know what? I'm growing out my Afro. I'm looking for a good Afro barber. They said, well, come on down and talk to Malachi. And so I get down there, Malachi, he was like a Arab dude.
Oh,
and I'm like, this guy gonna cut my afro? Man,
afro.
This man made my afro look tight.
Well, good for you, because I wasn't going.
I was surprised. He did better than some.
I working with an afro in '94. I think my guy from New Orleans did it or something. You know what I'm saying? It was like this. No matter where you was from when I was out there in the early '90s, if you was African American, if you was in school, if you wasn't in school, if you just ended up out there, we had a very small, tight knit community to where all the black people just had to know each other and had to stick together because it was just that thick and that deep. A lot of crazy stuff happened, but yeah, it was the best time of my life at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I'll never get those 4 or 5 years up that I spent in Oregon back then. And
like I was saying, I had 2 reactions being up there, like in Vancouver, Washington. People were either extremely hateful towards me, like the rental car company. Like when I went to go turn in the rental car, this lady,
Oh, they showed you
you know,
love
she
like
had
the movie stuff.
yeah, I went in to turn in the rental car that my company had rented for me. This lady, she had a big smile on her face, and as soon as I walked in, that fire, I never seen the smile turn into a frown so quick, you know. And she was all, you know, kind of
Listen,
squinching her eyes and everything, and
Caesar,
she
let me give you
found a
the
little
other side.
pinhole,
Let me
huh?
let me give you the other side of Oregon. In Southern Oregon, well, it's definitely worse than Portland is in the north. So you're gonna
Yeah.
find more black people or minorities, period, up north. Even in Eugene and Salem, where the college is at, or Corvallis, you're gonna find more black people up there when you get past Salem, the capital. Now I was in the southern part, closer to California. My dude, let me tell you something. It was so ridiculous. They was so not used to seeing black people that say me and a couple of my guys who not from there, African American, black, whatever you want to call us, we walking downtown Main Street, and just a carload of girls will just start screaming, ah, like it was Puff Daddy and Snoop Dogg walking down the street. For real. It was just
Wow.
that much fun to where you didn't have to try to talk to women or anything like that. People would approach you just out of pure interest. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you experience
Right. And that's the other reaction I got. So I would be going into a store. I'd like going to Trader Joe's or Whole Foods and everything because, you know, they got us a hotel and they were paying us per diem. So I said, you know what, I'm going to stock up some stuff and put stuff in the fridge and kind of save some money. You know what I'm saying? Some healthy stuff. So I'd be walking into a store and I would be like 300 feet away from the door and someone would like hold the door open for me like, come on, buddy, I got you. You know, like, come on in.
Tell me anywhere else you can go in this country to where you in a little shopping district and you try to cross, not at the light, but in the middle of the street and all the traffic stops. That shit would happen in my college town like every day. If you just walked out in the street, walked off the sidewalk, everybody would stop. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life. But that's Oregon. No sales tax. Vote from home. Weed legal. Let me think. There's a lot of other shit I can think of. Oh, the little
They
bar.
pump your gas?
Oh yeah.
See, I didn't know that because I got my gas in Vancouver,
You
Washington.
cannot pump your own gas. No self-service in Oregon. You cannot pump your own gas. And all the little cans of pop you drink and then every little bottle of beer and everything you have is worth a nickel once you empty it.
Wow.
Just those 4 or 5 things alone is just, you know, it's easy to be fucking homeless and live out there.
Oh, that's another phenomenon. The homeless people living on the side of the highways in tents.
Yeah, that's a big dilemma out there because there's a lot of young people on drugs and young white people. They on drugs, meth, heroin, whatever they on, and then, you know, they end up homeless and they end up sleeping in the parks.
Right. So, gentlemen, you're both doing wonderful. Do me a favor. We're going to reach the top of the hour in 2 minutes. We'll start at that point or about a minute or two after. What I'm going to do is take care of something. I'll be right back in about 2 to 4 minutes. I'm going to go mute, and when I return, we'll officially start the program. So just keep doing what you're doing. And Selena, of course, you're more than welcome to join in, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, now some other places my job sent me was Cartersville, Georgia. I like that. Matter of fact, you know, this place that I stay in, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Cartersville, Georgia kind of reminds me of the Georgia version of that, but it's closer to Atlanta. I think I like Cartersville. If I had known about Cartersville, I probably would have wanted to move there before I moved to Murfreesboro, where I stay at now. And I've been to Aiken, South Carolina. And where else? And you know, before I got my cancer, we had a place. We just built a place in Adel, Georgia, but they built it to service Florida because it's right on the Florida line, just like our Vancouver plant is right on the Oregon line. It's there to service Oregon, but it's in Vancouver, Washington. Well, they built one for Florida, and it's in Adel, Georgia, and they wanted to send me there. And I said, you know, that's when I had got sick. And I had to take off of work. And by the way, I go back to work October 1st. So my long-term disability was approved but it was only approved through October. Yeah, it was only approved through
Back driving?
September.
You gonna start back driving?
Yep.
All right, man. I'm glad to hear that you sound like you 100% compared to what you was talking about 6 months ago.
Oh man, I was awful 6 months ago. I was awful 3 months ago. I mean, I'm slowly growing back. I'm able to eat some solids. The good thing about it is I lost a lot of weight, but now
that was my next question. Why you have to say that? I was finna ask you.
well, I'm starting to gain it back, so it's about time for me to get back to work.
Man, walk.
Yeah, okay, I will. As a matter of fact, I got some homies to send me some edibles. I got a homie out there in Chicago. I just sent him some cash app.
Edibles right now. I got cookies. I got butter.
Yeah, well, he's gonna send me some pixie sticks, some chewing gums.
I make butter, Big Diesel. I make it.
Okay, well, how is it, like strong?
Hell yeah.
Okay, well,
you just gotta come
hit me privately. I'll have to hit you in the Cash App too. So you send me some of that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what's up.
Yeah, but then when I've been off for so long, they're gonna give me a test when I go back. So I haul them hazardous materials
since March, man. Since like the end of March, I just roll out of bed, man, and pass out money. You know what I do?
Yeah.
And it's a blessing because I do it in my own zip code.
That's right. And I tell people all the time about our adventures of selling music. You know what I'm saying? Especially our little adventures going up to George's music room and learning that what did we learn? We learned 4 things from going up to George's music room. For one, we had to have a barcode. For 2, we had to have a professional picture. For 3, we had to have the CDs wrapped in plastic. And something else.
But put in the right footwork, man, and that's what these young people don't want to do. They want to just go straight to YouTube. It's a maze, and it's a footwork you got to put in order to really get on. You feel what I'm saying? And yeah, you can get lucky, but for the most part, if you don't put the footwork in and the proper promotion and everything like that, and really be 100% into it, you ain't got nothing covered.
Yes, indeed. So thank you, gentlemen. That was wonderful. What we're going to do now is officially start transmission. Going to check in with the live dashboard, and I want to thank everyone who is joining us tonight. We are joined, of course, by the executive producer, Derek Talley. We have with us, as often as we can be gifted by her presence, the lovely Selena Khan. And we are joined tonight as well by our special expert guest, Mr. Charles Burns. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Mr. Charles Burns, he is someone who has been involved with Chicago and the Chi-Town scene for longer than can be remembered. He is known as the Mr. DJ of the Hip Hop Treasury, and that you can visit at facebook.com/Hip Hop Treasury. And it is there that he is the A&R, or Artists and Repertoire representative. And he's been known by his middle name, Charles Chuck B. Chillin Burns. You can pay respects at his personal timeline at facebook.com/Chuck Burns, which would be spelled with a Z at the end in place of an S. And his actual surname is spelled in a fairly more nuanced manner. It's Burnes. And as such, he serves as the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, and founder, music producer, and recording engineer at Chuck Burns' Burnzone Productions, which you can also visit at facebook.com/Chuck Burns Burnzone Productions, which would be spelled with no less than 3 Z's. Chuck Burns as Burns, and Burnzone, and then Productions with the Z in place of the S at the end. He's here tonight to report on what's been going on in Chicago, and this is what I presume will be mostly to provide us perspective on everything that's been happening since around the death of George Floyd, but beyond that. Now, I guess I should have asked this before we went on transmission tonight, but I think it's something that is important to emphasize because it's something that really states the problem, and that's the fact that Mr. Burns's son has been recently shot, I believe, and I'm praying survived, and that is just one symptom of the many challenges we're facing in the Black African American community and throughout American culture as a whole. Am I wrong in that, sir? Or did I miscommunicate in that regard?
No, not at all. My son was shot about a month and a half, 2 months ago. I can get into detail about that situation, just based on what he told me. But fortunately, he survived the situation. It was a flesh wound, and I'm happy that he survived the situation.
Thank God.
I don't believe it was any fault of his own. It was the wrong place at the wrong time. We're in Chicago, and I can get deeper into that, but
yes, as far as I'm concerned, Chicago is the wrong place to be at any time, but, but go on.
It can be. It can be.
So,
but it's not as bad as people think. I'm going to stress that, too, as we go along.
All right. And please do. So with that introduction, I do want people to understand that I have welcomed the lovely lady Selena Khan to interject whenever she feels it would be constructive to do so. So, honey, thank you for gracing us with your presence tonight. Derek Talley, of course, will be helping to handle the interview. Of course, people know myself, and they know that I'm barely alive by the time that I start this program, and that this program is hardly conventional, and it's most certainly not professional by any conventional standards. So just to let everyone know, I have not had a chance to eat yet today. Of course, I spent most of the day sleeping. So what I'll be doing is basically every once in a while I'll be entering into the text box in Skype whenever I'm gnawing on something to get some calories into myself. I'll let it be known in the text box on Skype to Mr. Burns and the Team Drak, Dietrich, our dragon, that be with us tonight. That way they all know that they need to burn bandwidth and that there's no need to throw any questions or anything that needs a response my way. I will be, of course, providing shout-outs to Stephen Myers, our Black African-American brother from another mother in New York City, who donated $250 United States dollars tonight, and I will be providing a shout-out and reading out his note to the general public later on. But we're going to dominate the opening hours with Mr. Burns, and I'm so glad that Derek Talley scheduled him. And of course, we will see if we can get a correspondent from Portland in the near future, Mr. Zachary Garrett. And if not tonight, later on in the transmission, then more realistically on Sunday night, because I wouldn't be bringing him on until until like 2 hours from now. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Maria Michaela Grigorich, God love her. Hey, honey. She says, I sound awful. She says, I sound great. Technically, the audio quality is great, but I'm exhausted. Hugs. Oh, honey, you wouldn't believe what I deal with. Anyhow, I love you dearly. Of course, there's been other things ongoing besides sleep. And caught a nap today, of course. I don't normally sleep during the daytime on transmission days. But just so Mr. Burns understands, normally my biorhythm is nocturnal. I'm normally awake throughout the night and I sleep throughout the day. And on transmission days, I cycle back in twice a week towards being up during the majority of the day. And I do quite well with the schedule. It's not as stressful on myself because I have this more or less as being my focus in life in many ways.
That's what's up. Hey, you sound alive to me.
Thank you. And so I'll let you take over at this point so I can proceed to, somewhat reanimate. And I will start off with something that you feel would be most relevant. And when it comes to Chi-Town and what's been going on, of course, obviously all of America's major cities have been hit with many protests, and many of the right-wing propaganda machinery media outlets have been trying to reclassify them or reinvent them as riots. And there are many things behind that I have emphasized in the past, but without trying to, shall I say, steer the conversation. I'm going to open with that and turn it over to Mr. Burns, and he'll tell us whatever he wants about his background. As a matter of fact, I think it would be an excellent point, an excellent time for Derek Talley to ask the question he had asked earlier, which would start Mr. Burns a little bit upon his background and then bring us back into the present. Does that make sense, Derek? You can ask him.
Go right ahead.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
What were you about to say, Chuck?
I said go right ahead. There was a question
okay.
about how I ended up where I ended up. Something like
Right. So Chuck Burns is my go-to guy for all things Chicago. For those that are just tuning in, when I lived in Chicago, Chuck Burns was my neighbor. I stayed on 63rd and Carpenter, and he's also in the Inglewood area along 63rd Street. And so when I started making music, this is where I went, and we actually put out an album together. And so when it comes to taking care of business and everything in Chicago, I seen that Chuck Burns was a little bit more professional than most, because dealing with a lot of people in Chicago, I noticed that nothing ever gets finished. But whenever I dealt with Chuck, he was always professional and always was an overachiever on everything he finished. And then I noticed one thing that me and Chuck have in common was that we've been outside of Chicago. We've been to more places. Like me, I was born in Germany. I'm an Air Force grad. I lived all over the United States. Well, Chuck has his BS in sociology from Southern Oregon University. And so he's been all over. And it's something about having been all over and then coming back to Chicago that makes you a little bit more of an overachiever, I guess I could say. So what I was asking you, Chuck, earlier is how did you end up in Oregon?
Well, I'm trying my best to make a long story short. I went to my first year in college. Well, actually, I left the day after I graduated high school at Lindblom Tech in Chicago on the south side. At the time, it was one of the best black high schools in the country. And I left there the day after graduation. I left Chicago and went straight to Kenosha. And I played a whole summer of basketball in Kenosha because I knew I was going to college in Waukesha, Wisconsin, at Carroll University. That's what it's called now. It was Carroll College at the time. I knew I was playing basketball there. And just as a sidebar, I played for the whole summer against Nick Van Exel. I didn't even know who he was. I didn't find out till he went pro. Damn, I played against him for a whole summer in Kenosha. That's where he's from. But anyway, I almost started off at Carroll College in Wisconsin. And I went there for a year, played basketball, did fairly well. My grades were okay, not well. And came back to Chicago, broke, on another $5,000. It was a private school. Ivy League is what they call it, almost Ivy League type of school. So I ended up going back to Chicago looking for a job. And on my 19th birthday, I landed a job with a door-to-door sales crew. And they put me on a Greyhound bus all the way out to California on my 19th birthday before my mother or my brothers and sisters came home from work or school, whatever they was doing. I just left and went all the way to California. And I ended up taking a whole year off of school eventually. But I worked for that sales crew for about 3 months. We traveled from the southern tip of California to the southern tip of Oregon. And I decided that I liked the area and I just stayed there. And there was a college that was nearby, Southern Oregon University, or Southern Oregon State College at the time. And I just transferred my credits and decided I was going to stay out there and get my degree because I just liked the weather, the women were good, and the weed was good, so I was good.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes.
And after about, I took a year off of school and worked, and then got back into school, and then took me another 3 years to graduate. And in between that time, just to make the story short, I graduated in '94 with a Bachelor of Science in Sociology. Probably one of 3 African Americans in my class. It was probably 35 African Americans out of 4,000 students on the whole campus. And I was a student leader in student government, gave speeches on Martin Luther King Day, did Black History Month TV shows, all that good stuff. Was very active politically in college, and ended up graduating, like I said, in 1994. And then came back home. But in between that time, just to tell you how, what Derek was talking about as far as like when you leave Chicago, it gives you a different type of energy when you do come back. For example, my little brother, I was 22 and I brought him out to Southern Oregon just for the summer. This was the year before his senior year in high school. He went to Robeson High School in Inglewood. And after spending the summer there with me and my roommate, who was from Elgin, Illinois, suburb, he came back and with 13 players went to the city championship in football. He was so inspired just by leaving Chicago and coming back after a couple months. He wasn't the quarterback. Coach made him the quarterback. He wasn't the captain. The coach made him the captain. And he went all the way to the championship with 13 players playing on both sides of the ball. So that's the kind of inspiration you can get if you leave Chicago. That's why I encourage a lot of kids to give themselves a chance. But it's a hard thing to do when you got all this stuff pulling at you in Chicago. Anyway.
Right. But my son, on the other hand, when we brought him out here to go to school, the first thing he wanted to do was get back to Chicago, and he still wants to do that now. When he was in Chicago, seemed like he was an overachiever. Now that he's out here, it seems like his main goal is to get back to Chicago, and he's not taking advantage of a lot of the stuff that he could be taking advantage of if he wanted to go back to Chicago and make it. I told him, if you want to go back to Chicago, go back.
It's not impossible, but you got to have something to stand on. See, I always knew this. I wasn't coming back to Chicago without my degree. Period. Point blank. I wasn't coming back to Chicago without my degree, and I was so proud to come back with it. But then it didn't end up like I wanted it to. But at the same time, I wasn't coming back to Chicago without my degree. I know I didn't have a chance without it. Period.
Right, and I would like to know more about the degree. The choice in sociology is fascinating to me.
That was sort of ironic because it started when I was in my freshman year at Carroll College. And I actually got a D in my first sociology class, but I was so mesmerized by these videos they were showing about the Middle East and the different political wars and all that type of stuff, and how you was learning about different cultures and how I was able to tie different cultures in. He was talking about African culture and sociology. They was talking about Middle East. They was talking about Asian culture. They was talking about all type of culture. And it just piqued my interest. So when I got to Southern Oregon, I started taking African American history courses. And when I started taking African American history, I was just like, okay, now I see what my degree should be in. I'm gonna study African American history. I'm gonna study Native American history. I'm gonna study women's history. I'm gonna study everything culturally. You know what I'm saying? As far as international history, learn history of art, all different types of things, and it just gave me a worldview. You know what I mean? Gave me a way to look at the world that was a little bit different than the way I was looking at the world. Gave me a way to see myself in the world. That's why I chose sociology.
That's
trying
wonderful.
to find my place in the world.
Yes, and that's deeply appreciated. And also, sociology, of course, has its dry aspects, and that would be the math that's involved with statistics.
Exactly.
Yes,
I take
tell
a
us
lot
about
of
that.
statistics. And, for example, you see it every day. The main thing in the sociology statistics that we use was the bell curve. And even in this pandemic, they're using the bell curve. It starts on the low end, it goes up into a curve, and then it comes back down. That bell curve can be used to estimate, to guesstimate, to predict a lot of different factors. It's a very powerful tool when you're talking about the mode, the median, and the mean when you're dealing with that bell curve. And if you know how to read the bell curve, you can predict instances, you can stop pandemics, you just got to know the science of that bell curve. And that's the gist of sociology statistics, is learning that bell curve and the factors around that bell curve. Like I said, the mean, the mode, the median, things of that nature. And I had to pay for it, so I ain't gonna give you all the details.
Right, and without overdwelling on it, we don't need to go down this rabbit hole. Could you disambiguate that from what many people will think of in popular culture the moment they hear that term? They're going to think of the low IQ of different races as promoted by racists who are using the bell curve.
No. See, that's old school sociology. That's sociology, prehistoric sociology. I'm talking about,
Yes.
I took social psychology, I took psychosociology. So I don't negate the inner struggle. I don't negate the micro as opposed to the macro. Sociology is scientific. It's way deeper. And a lot of times people could minimize sociology just because of something simple as polling. Because a lot of polling as far as voting ain't accurate. but that don't mean that it was sociologically scientific, their polls. You know what I mean? You have to have a certain amount of group members. You have a certain amount of respondents. You have a certain amount of, you know what I'm saying? It's certain factors that make your scientific studies legitimate. And that's what I learned in sociology. There's rules to it. You know what I'm saying? You just don't dive in and just say anything goes. And they make it sound like psychology, which a lot of people would call quackery, because it's all pie in the sky. It's all in your mind. You get my point? But I can respect it because they have some criteria that they go by. Sociology isn't as respected simply because we can't always point directly to a point or a fact. We make correlations. If you have high poverty, okay, half the people in Chicago live under the poverty line. Okay? You got guns are illegal, handguns are illegal, but you got more guns on these streets than anywhere in any city like this.
Right.
Big guns. Big guns. Yes. Army type guns.
Yeah.
And these people on drugs at a level that you won't even understand. Synthetics, new stuff that in my generation you wouldn't even thought about popping no pill. You wouldn't thought about smoking no sherm. No, they ain't smoking no crack. You know what I'm saying? Heroin might be around for the pain and all that kind of stuff, but it's all kinds of drugs out here. So those three things alone just calls for a bad environment.
Yes,
you know,
and the environment.
That's a correlation.
Right.
Okay, so you can revert back from that and say, okay, how can you reverse that? It's quite simple. As hard as you invest in incarcerating people, invest in employing and making people economically empowered. And gradually over time, you'll see people drift away from that type of lifestyle. But it's been so ingrained to this point that it's so hard to reverse. It's really difficult to reverse at this time, because I'm saying it's people my age who are grandmothers and grandfathers of teenagers, people my age who were teenagers in the 80s. So imagine if you had that mindset in the 80s, and your children had that mindset. Now their children got that mindset.
Yes.
There's a culture.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I definitely appreciate your emphasizing that. So the environment is extraordinarily important. So when you went to, when you attended the upper levels of university, the graduate and postgraduate levels to get your degree, I'm assuming that you also were exposed to some of the sociological experiments that had been conducted, and were there any that particularly stood out to you that you felt might be relevant to what we're dealing with today, some of these sociological experiments that were conducted, if that makes any sense? Do you understand what I'm...
I sort of get where you're coming from, but I can't really think of anything specific as far as a sociological experiment.
Okay.
Because most sociology isn't about experimentation, it's about study.
Right.
It's about studying phenomena that already happened.
Thank you.
And then predicting that phenomenon on future events. So psychology is about experiments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And so with that, I'm going to let Derek and Selena step back in, and both of you, please feel free to draw more out of Mr. Burns. Actually, you can tell us a little bit about the music industry and exactly what it is that you would want people in particular to appreciate about what you do with that, and as well then get into what happened with your son, and because I think that that's so important to bring us back into many of these.
Well, as far as the music, I've been hip hop ever since 1981, 82. When I first heard the message, or old school rap, stuff like that. And I was breakdancing more than I was even listening to the music. I just liked the beat, and I used to breakdance. I went through all 5 elements of hip hop. I'm a DJ. I've been a graffiti artist. I've been a breakdancer, MC. And I'm gonna add a 5th element. I'm a music producer. Okay, a lot of people discount that element of hip hop, but I've experienced all levels of hip hop, and I've been involved with the Chirac Nation, which is a big graffiti group, hip hop group in Chicago that represents all over the world. I've met a few of the renowned artists in Chicago, from Do or Die, Stax Malone from Snipers. I've met a couple of people, white folks on the north side, but I haven't really really put both foot in the game. I've always been on the perimeter, and I'd be on the scene, and I would try to help people out, and I always had a studio, and I would put a record out every now and then for myself, but that's always been my hobby. It's not been the central point of my life. I've always had a great job where I was able to help people and support myself at the same time. So that was my release, to sort of pull people off the street, let them do their thing, and do my thing when I had time. I'm a tech geek, so
I think that album me and you put out is still the bomb to this day.
Man, I listen to it all the time.
Even Stax Malone like it. Stax Malone's from the Snipers. You just brought him up. Even he liked it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, and it was more of a free form type of thing. I didn't try to direct the energy. I would just try to make sure we created a project. You know what I'm saying? And after we created that project, that we had a way to get the project out to people. And we did that successfully to a certain degree. We didn't have all the tools that they got today. We was just starting off with mp3.com, and, you know, we had CDs. We go to the gas stations and sell our CDs, and, you know, we get a little popular in the neighborhood and stuff like that. But it was just fun for me to complete projects and to make songs and know I can do this thing on my own. And it wasn't really for me about being popular or rich or nothing like that. It was just something I like to do because I'm hip hop. And if somebody else showed interest in doing it and they show some promise and they have some drive, I might charge you $25 an hour the first time you see me, but if I see you got some drive, then you in. Then I record you and I make an album for you, and then I'll put it out for you. Get you 100 CDs, a couple hundred CDs. See what you do with it. You know, just trying to create opportunities with my off time.
Right, and so thank you for that. What about what happened with your son, as you understand it? And I'm so glad that he's still with us. But this is, of course, indicative of a series of larger social problems that converged into.
Yeah. This is my oldest boy. I got 3 sons, all teenagers, living in the city of Chicago on the South Side. You know, 2 in high school. The one that got shot, he's actually in the junior college right now, studying to be an auto mechanic. So, studying to be an auto mechanic, works at one of these dollar stores, you know, in his off time from school, and, you know, I had no time to do anything else but study. His car broke down in the wrong neighborhood. He's pushing his car through an intersection. They let off 14 shots. He jumped in the car. One hit him in the buttocks, and it landed in his leg, but he survived. That's basically the story. That he was on the South Side in the neighborhood that he's not from. I don't know what he was doing over there, but I know my son. He wasn't gang banging or nothing like that. He was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, looking probably too fresh.
Right.
Young, black and fresh, and pushing his car across the way, and somebody just let off some shots.
Oh my God.
That happened.
Yeah, that's so terrifying. And again, we're so glad that he's still with us. And but of course, that brings us to the subject of firearms. So tell us a bit more about, as you said, the sheer firepower that is loose on the streets in Chicago and in so many other major American cities. Please go on.
I was watching the news, and I was watching a documentary on Netflix today called Dope, and they had a series on Chicago about the gun violence. And they already seized 5,000 guns. The police already took 5,000 guns off the streets this year in Chicago.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean,
5,000, and the guns are illegal here.
Yeah.
And in this documentary, they were saying how most of the guns are coming from Indiana, states that have more liberal gun rights.
Yes, and
so that's where the guns are coming from predominantly.
Yeah, and that's what happens. Yeah, in places like California, it's exactly the same way, where we have the guns are coming from all these states around us. We have some of the tightest gun control laws in the nation, and yet the guns come in from outside. So this is the horror of. This is why there needs to be a national effort at this. So not that I necessarily feel we need to concentrate on that right now. But do tell me where that brings you to in terms of your thoughts.
That's the problem with America. They rarely make anything national. I'm surprised that they made gay rights national.
Right.
Nothing is made in that. You got 50 different states with 50 different sets of rules and laws in different areas. So that's the big problem, is that, see, that's why you can't solve this pandemic quickly, like China or Italy can.
Right.
Because they can make a government mandate like that and don't have to go through Congress and the Senate and all that.
Right.
They can just make it happen federally. in America, the states have so much power that you can't just step on the state. You see how long it took them? They had to get coronavirus for them to figure out that they need a mask on.
Yes.
All these southern states that's suffering now resisted wearing masks. If the federal government could have came in and said everybody wear masks, if they had a strong leader who would have just said that,
Yes.
instead of someone that's going to kowtow to their political whims,
Yes. Yes.
then it would have happened. But see, that's the problem with America. That's why civil rights ain't gonna work, because it's different in every state. Everything, marijuana is different in every state. That's why I'm shocked that something like gay rights, women's rights, abortion, or anything can get solved on a national level, because it's the most difficult thing to do in this country is to make one law for the whole country.
So true, and that's one of the great tragedies of our nation. People would argue that it's some kind of a strength, but we're seeing otherwise in times like this. So
It's a huge weakness.
yes, it is. Thank you. It's incredibly stupid and self-destructive, and we're all going to pay the price for it. So aside from that, Derek, Selena, I do turn towards the both of you to help inspire Mr. Burns, while I turn back towards trying to get some calories in myself and go mute.
Well, we talk a lot about what's going on in Chicago, and a lot of people who aren't from Chicago are listening to it as, of everything that's going on, from, Mayor Lightfoot saying she's not going to bring in any federal troops, to Trump calling her on the phone and her having a change of heart after Trump said something to her.
Let me break that down.
Okay.
I was watching the news earlier today, and it's called Operation Legend. That's what it's called, Operation Legend. Now, they're proposing, this is what they say, and then I'm giving you my opinion. They're proposing that they're bringing in 150 to 200 extra federal FBI, DEA, ATF, and Homeland Security agents to help with the gang violence. They saying they're not going to do what they doing in Portland to fight protesters, because the protest ain't that deep like that in Chicago. Ain't nothing like what's going on in Chicago ain't nothing compared to what's going on in Oregon. In Oregon, they are occupying downtown Portland. Okay? They are occupying downtown Portland. I was downtown for my birthday a few days ago. Ain't nobody occupying downtown Chicago. Okay? They make a protest at a statue or something like that. They march a little bit. They go home. So that's what they're doing with this new federal task force, is they're supposedly coming in to try to squash some of this gang violence. What does that mean? That means they're going to have some different type of investigation. Oh, they're going to have some, see, this is the problem in Chicago. See, a lot of the crimes, the individual crimes, don't get solved because they're more focused on getting groups at one time. See, they don't want to just pick one guy off the street at a time unless they catch you with a gun, catch you with drugs. But the shootings and all that, nah, they'll put something together later. For example, today or yesterday, they did a sweep of the Black Disciples, the BDs, and they so-called, or the alleged leader, I think they say his name was Murder. Him and about 23 other people were arrested on gun sales, heroin, cocaine, and all these different things. Okay? They made a big hoopla about it on the news today. They did it yesterday. Made a big sweep. That's what they into. They did that in the late 90s with the Gangster Disciples. They did it with the Vice Lords. They did it with the Latin Kings. That's the new thing. They got to get you under RICO so they can get a whole group and try to cut off the neck so the snake will die type of situation in every situation with the so-called gangs. Okay, so that just happened yesterday. So that's what's going on in Chicago. It's like the police don't really, 85% of the murders go unsolved. That tell you a lot.
Yes, and aside from that, Derek Talley told me that there was a police chief for the longest time, or some official in law enforcement, who was named John Birch.
Yes, sir.
Yes, different spelling, but it reminded me so much.
I think it's BIRG.
Yeah, as opposed to the John Birch Society of right-wingers. This individual himself, however, did manifest that political bent, and he made people disappear. Could you tell us a bit about this? It kind of anticipated what's going on now with these federal
Yeah,
agents.
I don't have a news story in front of me, but that's sort of what people are revolting against as far as the police. It's a well-known fact that you could disappear in the city of Chicago and be in a precinct that is not marked, that is unknown. And John Burge will have you there torturing you until you confess to killing your mama. Okay? John Burge, I used to be a director of a halfway house. And I had a guy who was in there who had got tortured by John Burge and confessed to a murder he did not commit. That's how cold John Burge was.
Yes, and you know what? He has a philosophy, and I've heard people, even coworkers, bring up this philosophy when you bring up, hey, they're putting away people for crimes that they didn't commit. Yeah, but these are bad people, and if they didn't do that crime, they did something.
They did something else. That was their logic.
Yeah. So as far as they're concerned,
so we gonna get them for this.
Exactly. And being somebody who was pulled over on the average of 6 times a year, after I got out the Marines and moved to Chicago, when I was 17, they gave me an M16A2 service rifle. And then when I got out, they were pulling me over 6 times a year, turning my car inside out and upside down for guns. So
that's the name of the game in Chicago is guns. If you get them a gun, they'll let you go with the drugs. Drugs don't matter. If they can catch you with a gun, or you give them a gun, they can take off the streets. That's the name of the game, because there's so many guns and they so cheap. I don't want no illegal gun, but I just know if I wanted a gun in Chicago illegally, it ain't that hard. Everybody packing, and it's not like you see it on the street all day every day. Things just happen. Ain't nobody walking around the streets with their guns on their hips showing like the Wild Wild West. No, it's not like that. It's not like every time you go outside, you hear gunshots. My windows are open right now. You haven't heard any gunshots. You heard a couple motorcycles go past. So it's not like that 2 hours. There's gunfire all day. But comparable to other places and other cities, that's why they're being so dramatic about Chicago. Violence has been reduced in New York. Violence has been reduced in LA. For some reason, violence is at a steady pace in Chicago since the late 90s. And I can tell you why. If you ask the right question, I can tell you why. I know why. Violence, it ain't even at the same level it was when me and Big D or Derek was in our early 20s. In the early 90s, it was 2,500 or more murders a year. Right now, it's close to 600 or 700. The difference is it was more organized back then. So if you got touched back then, wasn't too many kids getting hit or nothing like that. You got touched because somebody was pointing it at you. Now, it's the Wild Wild West, and I can break that down for you.
Oh, please.
Yeah, break that down for us.
There's 3 things that happened in the late 90s that made the situation what it is today, in addition to the generational thing I said when you're raising people in poverty. Number 1, Bill Clinton cut out the welfare. So you couldn't depend on getting cash consistently unless you dealt with these programs. Okay. Number 2, they tore down all the projects. Robert Taylor Homes was the biggest project in the country. 22nd Street all the way to 55th Street, 3 buildings, 12 stories on each block. They tore that down, so everybody moved to different neighborhoods and to the suburbs. So now you got all these gang members from different sets moving all around to these different places in the city. Third thing, like I told you yesterday, they took the BDs down again. In the late 90s, they got the GDs, they got the vice lord heads, they got every leader of any gang or so-called nation in the city of Chicago on some RICO charges in groups. So those
like they were doing in the Bronx, because they did that in the Bronx a while back, and there was a whole thing about freeing the Bronx 120 because
those three things. Let me finish this point, Big D. I'm sorry. Those 3 things created a wild kingdom, a chaos, to where everybody's scrambling for money. Everybody's scrambling to know how they gonna, survive in this new neighborhood. Everybody ain't got no leadership. So now Chicago is more like New York used to be, a bunch of posses. California is more like Chicago used to be, more organized. New York is like California used to be, just gangbanging. It's all screwed up.
Wow.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that analysis. And,
Can a young lady ask a question? Let her ask a question.
but of course, honey. Oh, Selena, darling, if we could get you to unmute and do participate. Okay, she might be away for the moment. Did you think you heard her? Did you feel you heard her?
No. I just didn't hear. I didn't hear her ask a question. I just wanted her to. I didn't want her to feel left out.
Oh, she may be away from the mic. That's I stepped away for a bit, but I'll certainly encourage her to via the private messages on Facebook to join us more assertively when I feel she's returned. In terms of the situation with what you're explaining in Chicago, of course, I would hope that Derek Talley can bring up some more questions, which I'm sure he knows far more about the environment than I do. But other than that, Derek, when you had your own experiences with violence in Chicago, and as you say, there's so long as you assume the right attitude, you can normally avoid some kind of trouble, but of course trouble can come in many forms that you can never prepare for and just come out of nowhere, as Mr. Burns is well aware of. With all of this in mind, of course, when Mr. Burns is speaking of the crushing of the spirit, just the overwhelming nature of how all of this wears an individual's psyche down, this is where I think it's most pertinent to say everything far more in depth that you were expressing before we officially started transmission tonight about immigration. So if you would like to bring up the immigration perspective, their vision being so different from the reality. I myself, of course, grew up in extreme poverty, and the poverty I grew up in was extreme enough where there's really no escaping that scarification. There is it damages you forever, and so when you grow up in that level of poverty, the first thing that I myself wonder is why anyone would ever want to fucking come here. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to come here to. It's a place to run away from. And this is, of course, why many people in the inner cities join the military, and why the military is comprised overwhelmingly of people from the inner cities. And certainly,
But you need a job.
yes. Well, you need something. You need to escape, and this is really your only option aside from prison. It's just another form of prison, really.
Voluntary prison.
Yes. So tell us a bit about why the immigrant's delusion is such that it jars people like yourself and I. So take it from there. Thank you.
Was that for me or Big Diesel?
For you,
Was
of
that for
course. For you, Mr. Burns, you were the person originally speaking to the subject. Yes.
Like I was trying to say before, it's like I don't want to discount anyone's experience, and I know there's different levels of poverty all over the planet, and I can't discount anyone's existence. But I'm saying that to say that, from my perspective, immigrants who come here are looking to experience the American dream, from the pie in the sky aspect that they may have seen on television or heard in some form of media. America promotes itself well. The best propaganda machine this planet has ever seen. The greatest country ever. All that stuff. Make America great again. Woo, woo, woo. That's the immigrant perspective. Unfortunately, when you grow up here and you happen to be Black or African American, at a very young age, you realize that you're being treated differently. You realize that you don't have access. You realize at a young age that you're really not part of this plan. You realize that, and it's hard to dream after you realize that. That's hard to prosper in a positive way, because it's so easy to give up and say, let me get this money. It's so easy because everything that the country has to offer is right in front of you every day. It's just right in your grasp if you just reach out and touch it. But you can't reach out the right way and go to school and depend on having a job, like Mr. Burns, because that's the hard road. And the easy road is just too easy to get entrapped in the delusion of success, which is having money any way you get it. And on the other end, the new immigrant, whether he's from Africa, she's from Africa, Asia, wherever they come from, if they wasn't born here, this is just my perspective, it seems like they seem to be more hungry for the assimilationist dream, for fitting in, for going along to get along, because they see that they can make it in America. And if you got backing from where you're from, you can get that loan. If you got backing from where you're from, you can get that store. But if you're from America and you happen to be African American, it seems like a hole you can't climb out of, because I got my degree, but I was never able to establish my credit to the point to where I can have a gas station like a person from the Middle East around here. There's not one black gas station in this whole neighborhood, the whole South Side. Everyone who owns a gas station around here has some foundation in the Middle East. That's nothing against them. That's a fact. So there's something going on there. They have to be looking at the world differently. They coming to America to make $1. I have an Arab friend across the street from me who owns a small convenience store. He open it when he want, he close it when he want. I don't know his backing. I don't know who gave him that opportunity, but he got it. I can't. Something wrong with that. So that's what I'm talking about, is that we don't get the opportunity to always experience that American dream when you left out in the darkness of poverty and violence and drugs. It's just something you can't see unless you got a very strong family unit who ingrains something in you that helps you see it. And if you ain't got that, which very few people have in the African American community, a lot of single parent homes, a lot of homes where, hey, people just focused on the next day, getting money, eating. It's hard to see tomorrow.
I think it's so important to emphasize those facts. I was spending a great deal of tonight in Arc Narrative explaining.
Your volume is real low, Douglas.
You're kidding. Really? You've got to be kidding me. Can you hear me at all?
I can hear you a little bit now.
It's kind of faint.
Really? How about you?
That's better.
Mr.
That's
Brown?
better.
Yeah, this is better.
Really? Okay. Well,
Yes.
how about now? You can hear me. Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Selena Khan is trying to figure out what I would recommend, Selena, is that you hang up and I will call you back. Selena is on permanent mute right now. She cannot unmute. So I'm going to ask her to hang up and then I will call her back to bring her back on. And in the interim, I want to emphasize how important it is that Mr. Burns emphasizes what he has within Arc of Narrative tonight. After Mr. Burns takes his leave, I will validate and verify everything he says in what will probably be considered very painful detail. And that is, of course, necessary. And obviously what I won't be doing is dumping on immigrants. Not that he is doing that. That's not the case at all. What he's
that's
emphasizing,
not my point. Purpose
yeah,
at all.
understood. Believe me, we understand. What he is emphatic about is the fact that he is actually presenting it as something fairly nuanced, and by that he's being gracious, he's being generous. He's basically saying that these immigrants are free of this kind of oppression of the mind, this mindset of defeatism, of futility, of fatalism that so many black African Americans develop in the day-to-day grind of mere existence, where survival itself is a daily challenge to acquire some level of monetary where you just have at least a momentary uplift from the horror of everyday existence. Then you have no ability to think big, to think larger, and even when you obey the rules of society and go through the process of graduation of academics, it doesn't reward you. It's a false hope. In other words, it's a lie. The American dream is a lie for anyone who is impoverished in America, and I would argue of any color. Unfortunately, of course, the majority of people where that really stands out are in the inner cities what we would call Black America or deem Black America, because they're the ones that get the most attention in terms of violence, violent response by police forces, and they are made to look as if they cannot succeed. And so you have that added horror. If you have, in terms of demographics, the statistical reality that there are actually more poor whites than there are poor blacks, they simply don't emphasize it. The whites are, of course, killing themselves on various opiates. They're mostly, however, out of sight as far as the media focus. The media focus is not on them. It's instead on the black community, which adds to the horror. It is a constant exposure and a constant propagandization where you're vilified in the media.
Can I say something real quick,
Please.
Mr. Douglas Dietrich?
Oh, take as long as you need. I'm going to go back to chewing. I'll be mute until you finish. Take your time.
I just wanted to say that you just made a great point about, you know, the violence that's going on between African Americans. And the young lady on The View, I watch her all the time. Yeah, white on white murders are 84%. Black on black is 90%. It's not that much different. So there's no such thing as black on black crime. Let's get that out the way. And your point was exact about how, you know, when you're in the dark, it's hard to see the light. Okay, it's just very difficult to see the light. And I put it like this: I wish it was, out of 10, I wish it was 9 guys like me, but it's only 1 out of 10 guys like me who don't have a felony, who graduated college, has a productive career. Be real honest with you, brutally honest with you. The worst, this is the question I was asked when I first came back from college. After, 4 or 5 years, I come back from college, and the first question somebody would ask me when I came back to the project where I lived at, the Low Terrace, 65th and Low, they would say, "Charles, when did you get out?" Out of what? Everybody thought I was in prison. I just graduated college, man.
That's awful. Oh, shit. That is
When
so
you
tragically funny. Go on. I'm sorry. By the way, Selena's back with us. I believe she's able to talk, so she's welcome to speak whenever she wishes.
So
But please go
I
on.
say that to say that even to this day, and I just turned 49 to be clear, it seems, and I'm just being real, it's such a culture and it's so ingrained that you almost get more respect for how much prison time you did. Fuck your degree.
Thank you. And that is the horror of where we're at. And with that, of course, I do want to also emphasize Selena Khan's welcome to interject anytime she wishes, and hopefully things are technically more stabilized now that we did what we did, which was kind of, she couldn't even hang up. This is what happens sometimes, the Skype freezes. So I had to hang her up, remove her from the call and bring her back on, which is actually the first time I've ever done that. So it was a new experience for me. But with Mr. Burns, one of the things that I feel needs emphasis is that we talk a bit about the idea of the degree and its failure to deliver. And this is based on the fact that it's far beyond education, and it's far beyond, of course, as you said, most of these people who come to the United States are from extended families. And their extended families are stretching all the way back home to wherever they came from. And their extended families offer them a buffer, and they in turn offer their families a tether. And whereas in the black community, the families are atomized. And they're atomized by the system which separates the families and essentially renders...
Can I say it in smaller words?
Oh, please.
In smaller words, we don't have that foundation. We've never established that economic foundation. We never established that political foundation. We've never established a solid spiritual foundation to where we were one, where we try to act like we one thing. African America, Black America is not some monolithic thing. It is not that. That's what's wrong with how the world, not just America, looks at Black Americans, African Americans. It is not some monolithic thing. This is so many different groups. Just like you got the Sunnis and the other different Muslim groups, you got different African American groups, and you got a lot of individuals who gives no fuck about your group. Period. Some people see money, you feel me? And that's all they see. Some people see church, spirituality, and that's all they see. Some people see politics, that's all they see. Some people see the women's movement, that's all they see. I'm saying within the black community. Some people see this gay movement, that's all they see. People pick their angle and they stick to it. It's hardly any cross-referencing or crossover in any of those groups. So that's a huge mistake when you think the African American community is some monolithic community. It's just as diverse as any other community.
And of course, if you could, Selena, if you're able to talk, I'd appreciate your participating, as would Mr. Burns, as would all of us, of course. And if she's, there we are.
No, I'm here. I'm listening to Charles. He made some interesting points. Just listening, you know.
Now, you yourself, no, please forgive us. Are you an immigrant? I mean, I am in a sense. I mean, I was born in Taiwan, of course, in the capital of thereof, the Nationalist Republic of China in Taipei. And that, of course, goes into a different subject. But with Selena, what about yourself, honey? So tell us a little bit about your experience and how you feel that resonates or differs maybe from what Mr. Burns has just explained to us in detail. Thank you.
Well, oh my God, such a deep subject, you know. You can go two ways. You share your opinion and not confront each other, whoever is here. And the other way is just you debate and argue. Because that's Charles' opinion, his experience. I have my opinion, my experience. So when you bring up, like, what are we talking about here? What's right? What's wrong? What's America is all about? This is an immigrant country. You know, Hispanics are the number one, you know, minority group here, race and all these things. I'm not very interested in this type of debate because whoever come here, it's just this part of the world, whoever, you know, is able to come here and live here, try to make a living, work, whatever. So what Charles is bringing up and like to talk about is just that, you know, his opinion. You heard what he said, so I'm not gonna go argue on that or say he's wrong, he's right. It just I'll take it as, you know, what he mentioned. I'll just listen to him rather than participating on this subject, because this is very deep. It can go many direction and then turn into so yeah, that's my, you know, opinion. I just like to share and
that point of view, because I didn't mean it to be hurtful or to be a debate.
No. I am not talking about that. It's like, you know, this is just, I enjoy sharing rather than like, okay, this is how it is and you have to take it that way. So what you mentioned about immigrants coming here, you know, I'm not, it just, you know, I that's not, I don't pay attention to those things. I have my, I live here, I was born here in New York, Queens and all this. So what I know is this is my country. So yeah, who comes here, if they can come here, anybody can come here. However way they come here, they have the right to live here. That's all.
Okay.
Well, thank you, honey. And do feel free to participate later anytime you feel that it would, and anytime you feel your perspective would help.
Sure.
And
but I definitely like to hear more from Charles, and he's you know, he sounds very interesting. I like to know more what he has to say about any subject.
Can you ask
I
me
do.
something specific about any subject? Just ask me anything out of the blue about any subject.
Oh,
What?
I like music. Talk about
Oh,
music more.
hey,
Like,
Okay,
you
let's
know,
talk about music.
Oh, well, actually,
like,
the music is nice, and he spoke of that before. But I'm myself, I'm not really into music. I know that Derek Talley and Chuck
all right. So
Burns.
bring a topic, and Charles is the
Well,
speaker tonight, so he
well,
will talk about it. So let him
right.
hear
Oh, yes,
tonight.
yes. So I thought of something, and how about what has always been curious to me? As I said, I'll be bringing up other stuff during the night, but one of the things that fascinates myself is that there was a series of science fiction novels that were writ maybe in the 70s, and they were too late in the day. They were something that was almost retrospectively retrofuturistic, even at that time. But I would have to look up the author, and it would be hard to even locate. And certainly, finding them used would not be necessarily that difficult. But if I find out more, if you're interested at all, Charles or Derek or anybody, I'll certainly send the titles around, or maybe even have Lena Shea publish it on the website in terms of any links that can be found. But what they were emphasizing at that time was nation building of a kind of black African establishment of a new homeland. And this is the problem that we've had historically, is that when the British ended, or rather divested, of human chattel slavery, they just simply took their blacks and they dumped them. Most of them were already in the Caribbean anyway, but those that were not in the Caribbean and were actually at work in England or other parts of the empire, they basically took to the coast of Africa and left them stranded. And thus was born the English-speaking African nation of Sierra Leone, which speaks the King's English. When Abraham Lincoln decided that he was going to, well, basically when he felt the war had been drawn to a conclusion that was successful for the Union, he felt that the best thing to do was to, and I will address this in Arc of Narrative tonight, was to take all of the black African Americans and do the same. And he began that process, and then he was killed. And so the irony of history is that a Confederate States soldier who put a bullet in the brain of Abraham Lincoln ended the most massive deportation campaign in recorded history from realization. But enough had already.
Liberia was established in that moment.
Yes, it was that was the English-speaking nation of Africa that actually speaks the president's English, and so you have a situation of that just goes further and further into a rabbit hole. It was actually fairly successful for a time. The Americans decided they were going to destroy it. And this was not until the 80s, and it was around the 1980s that the Americans sent in a black African-American army sergeant who basically took over Liberia and began a campaign of killing everyone he could, and took Liberia down to the level of cannibalism. Literally, where people were literally eating each other, and therefore the Americans could point and say, look, this is all the niggers are good for. So the idea in the 70s was that somebody might at that time, because the concept of civil rights was still extraordinarily tenuous. It's still tenuous today. The idea was that it might be best for the black Africans en masse to relocate, and that was, of course, the idea of Marcus Garvey. And the Marcus Garvey movement was centered on a back to Africa ideology. And so, of course, the difference is that you have such a tremendous cultural difference between the people of Africa and, of course, blacks who have been raised and acculturated in the United States, that such a movement would essentially be an invasion. And so the what was portrayed in this series of science fiction novels was that the black African Americans quite logically took what they could, which was the Sahara. And they took as much of the Sahara as they could, which was where the amount of resistance was simply the least, because there was the least amount of population. And nevertheless, this was an invasion, and it resulted, of course, in conflict as the various Arab nations fought back. And but a new nation is in the process of being born at the end of the trilogy. but it's nowhere near a complete experience, and essentially it's a non-conclusion at the end, which is very realistic, because
Can I
such.
give you another example?
Oh, but of course, and please take it from there.
There's a book by an author who's a Ivy League professor. His name is Derek Bell. The book is called Faces at the Bottom of the Well. It's a series of stories. I think it's about 9 essays. And in one of those that I remember distinctly, he told about 9 different stories. Nothing had to do anything with the other. It was all about the African American experience. And in this particular story, I'm gonna tell the story, but find the book, Faces at the Bottom of the Well by Derek Bell, very famous author. The book starts off like this, where African Americans want to depart. We want to leave America. And it just so happens that NASA, these astronauts, they go out to this island that's never been found before. But every white person that goes to this island dies. So every astronaut that they send dies. But when they send black astronauts, they lived. So they figured that African Americans could live on this island and no one else could, because everyone else that went there would die. And I'm telling a long story real short. So it was political rallies and all these events, and African Americans decided that we're gonna go out to this island and we're gonna establish our own nation. And the moral of the story was this: as the African Americans got on ships to go out to this island, they could see it from the shore of New York, going out through the Atlantic. But the closer they got to this island, the less they could see it. It started to disappear the closer they got to it. And by the time they got to where they was going, it was gone.
What happened to it?
I was about to say, and the moral, the moral of the story.
That was it. When they got there, it was gone. It was an island in the middle of the sea. It was supposed to be just for African Americans.
So,
Nobody else could exist there.
So the moral.
When it decided to go,
Yes.
it sunk back into the ocean.
Okay, so the moral of the story is essentially that there is kind of a delusion in going anywhere else, that you're stuck where you're
Thank
at.
you.
Yes.
I'm an American. I'm an American. I got Native
Douglas,
American
I
in
wanted
me.
to mention something.
Please.
Sorry.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead. Finish.
No, honey. I mean, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, both of you are welcome to. Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Selena,
So-
go ahead. Yeah.
So what I wanted to say that I just wanted to ask you, Charles, do you I don't know how relevant this is, but in India, some part in India, remote city, it's very segregated from rest of the states in India, and so these are the people live there. They're brought to India from Africa. These are African people, and still to these days that they live here in that part of India, that they're separated from everything. They're kind of like outcast,
Yes.
and they live there. Do you happen to know that there's large group of people?
I don't know the name of the people, but I've heard the story. I can't think of the name right now.
No, not the name. It's just from any of the country
Yes.
in Africa. Just I meant
Yeah,
like
I wanted
black
to,
people, black.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's
So they're
interesting.
being treated outcast, and I watched this video like 20 minutes. This black man was talking about that they adopted so many things. They also speak the language that the city that they live in, but so he said that one of the once in a while he goes to city. They grow their food wherever they live. It's kind of like what is it called, homestead. So that's how they live. So
Right.
now so they go to city once in a while. They just go in disguise, kind of like people don't even pay attention. So he said, this is what we, generation after generation, many generations, that they have been living like that in that part of India. So when they go to city, they overhear conversation that Indian people that are saying, oh, they're outcast. Don't touch them. Don't talk to them. Don't go near them. If you see them, just walk away. Go the other way. I mean, I was so brokenhearted. So why black people are taken all over the world,
Yeah.
and they settle down. There also, I do have this friend. She's so it's amazing. Lucy is from Lucy. This one of those island, Haiti, or so. I mean, I hear her story, what she faced, she and her husband and her child, of what she faces, living in this country because she was not born here.
Right.
So, and it's just so sad. You just get tears in your
It's,
eyes.
it all boils. Can I? I'm sorry. I heard
I
a
don't know
quote again
why.
somewhere, but it all boils down. I'm sorry to say it like this, to racism, white supremacy, and colonialism. We're all affected
Oh
by one.
yes,
You know what I'm saying? We're
definitely.
all affected by one: racism,
Racism.
white supremacy, or colonialism. So, regardless of where you are in the world, if you're black, I'm sorry, but I guess there's so much power in that. There's a certain level of fear. It just comes with seeing a black person to some people. I don't understand it. I don't know what that's about, because I don't think there's no power in my black skin. It's power in my spirit. It's power in how God.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? It's power in my character. I don't look at the world like that. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's amazing to me that you would bring that up. And if you want to be specific about India, it's more than racism. It's not just
Oh
racism.
my goodness.
It's
This is a
it's the
country,
caste. It's the caste system.
all
So
the
it's the caste system.
bad
If you're not rich,
inhumanity all
yeah,
sprout from this
that's
country. They just they
they treat each
design
other
all these
horribly. They
things.
treat each other horribly if you're not in the right caste. So
Oh God.
I can't imagine if you're not in any caste and you just so happen to be black in India, you might have a problem.
That's probably where the word
Yes.
outcast comes from.
Thank you, because you ain't even in a caste.
Right.
You're not poor, you're not middle class, you're not rich, you are outcast. They have a
Really
caste
sad.
system. We have a
Yes.
racist system in America. See, the caste system is more about money and economics. If you own something, you're rich. If you manage something, you're middle class. If you work, you're poor. That's the
So
caste.
Douglas, do you think that caste system I read in a book brought to America from India, the idea? Is that true?
It's the same thing, but America expresses it in race. See, that's the delusion, is race. It's a caste system here. If you're not part of the 1%, and this is what most white folks don't believe, you ain't even white. I'm quoting Dick Gregory. You ain't even really white. You don't even count as white if you ain't in that 1%. You ain't pure. You broke. See, it's a caste system here also, but they disguise it in race and keep us confused by fighting over race. When you got rich Hispanics, rich blacks, rich whites, poor Hispanics, poor blacks, poor whites, poor and middle class blacks, whites, and Hispanics, working class, everybody. So don't nobody know what caste they in, because they got us all talking about, oh, you Mexican, you Puerto Rican, you black, you Haitian, you this, you that. That's
Bill
crazy.
Cosby knows what caste he's in, because when everybody else was getting out of prison because of COVID-19, they told him, fuck you.
Let me put it to you like this.
He's one of the richest black men in America.
Let me put it to you like this. That's where race comes in. Where your caste don't count in America if your race happens to be the wrong way. But your caste can be overlooked if your race do count. You can be a white dude and get away with some shit and be broke than the motherfucker.
Exactly. And that's what we was talking about last week, about how the civil rights movement sold us out for integration, to where we were, instead of fighting for black empowerment.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up, Big D, because my people didn't die for no right to vote. They died for human rights and dignity and against injustice. Voting is just a part of that. Having a good job is a part of that. Having a place to live or ability to buy a house is a part of that. My people didn't. You see, every 4 years they tell you that people died for the right to vote. Civil rights was all about the right to vote. No, it was about human rights. And framing the civil rights and the non-violence, they put you in a situation of weakness. So, yeah, they're going to celebrate John Lewis.
Actually,
they're going to celebrate Fred Hampton. They're never going to celebrate Fred Hampton.
Yes, and one of the things that I also brought up some episodes ago was that at the end of the Civil War, as we understand it militarily, the understanding amongst freed black Americans was that they would finally become propertied, that they would finally become landed gentry.
40 acres and a mule.
Yes, and it was immediately propagandized that, oh, no, it's so much better to get the right
Let's
to
get
vote.
these white folks back their land and pay them for the slaves we stole instead of giving the slaves anything.
Right, and so what could have been the foundations of what would have essentially been a black nation in North America became essentially a bunch of disenfranchised blacks who
Broken promises.
who could theoretically vote, but of course were gerrymandered and intimidated into not voting, as well as simply prevented by several requirements, such as
Mr. Talley, or Mr. Douglas, or Miss Lady, please explain to me how in 1893 African Americans had more representatives and senators than we have today.
Yes.
Please explain that to me. How in 1893 it was more during the Reconstruction. Then came Jim Crow.
Yes.
Reconstruction was right after slavery. Then came Jim Crow.
Yes.
During Reconstruction was the freest period of African American existence in America.
Yes, that's right. It was at that time that we had a democracy working to the point where, of course, by sheer numbers and the count of the vote, that blacks were able to vote other blacks in power. And as soon as the land was taken away, then there is no districting for the voting. And that, of course, was the reason for taking away the land. And theoretically...
So you can't control your school, you can't control your bank, you can't control nothing if you don't have no land.
Yes. So please take it from there. And what I can also bring up later on would be what your island story reminded me of, which... ironically enough, was just an example for another. Well, hell, I'll bring it up now. It's one of the most frustrating kinds of stories, and I'll just go with it for a little bit. But obviously, feel free to interject because I can go on for hours. And basically, what happened was in 1509, while he was stranded in Jamaica, Christopher Columbus actually dispatched some crewmen by canoe to Hispaniola, which is today's Haiti and Dominican Republic, where he originally landed for help. And en route, they encountered this then uncharted island, which comprised about over 2 square miles, probably about 5 square kilometers altogether in land area, which harbored its own ecosystem of fig trees and enough grassland to support goat herds. But something horrible happened on that island. Whatever took place when they landed caused them to vacate the premises without even stocking water, let alone attempting the formalities of claiming it for their Spanish sponsors, which means whatever happened was something horrible. And so they hastily noted it as Navassa, which is the Latin term nava, meaning plain or field, and recommended its avoidance at all costs. And mariners avoided it. They shunned it for approaching, nigh the next 300 years, until the transitional encampments of black Haitian fishermen who claimed that their faith in Vajahuduns, or voodoo as it's Anglo-corrupted, granted them immunity from whatever it was that had so fearfully repelled the white men. And it encouraged the young African-American Republic of Haiti, the first black republic in the world, and of course, the Second Republic, period, in the American hemisphere after the United States, to claim sovereignty over the island of La Navachans, which is the Haitian Creole for Navassa. And it's even in their constitution of 1801 as belonging to them. So it remained under Haitian jurisdiction for over half a century, about a little over 50 years, before its strategic location and resources provoked its invasion and occupation by the United States. And so Navassa Island is about 9 times the size of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and it lies about 90 nautical miles south of the United States, naval base at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, about 40 nautical miles west of Cape Tiburon on the southwesternmost peninsula of Haiti itself, and approximately, I would say, about a quarter of the way along, quarter of the way east along the Jamaican Channel from Haiti en route to Kingston, Jamaica, the capital thereof. So it's got this geostrategic dominance right there in the center of the Caribbean. If you dominate that island, you can attack anyone in the Caribbean. So whoever holds that island holds the Caribbean. And what happened was the United States, of course, conducted a diplomatic act of international aggression through the Department of the Interior, which is in charge of insular areas of the United States, meaning any island that is, of course, along the coastline of the United States. Obviously, that island is nowhere near the American coastline, but they claimed it was, and invaded and occupied it, and they occupy it to this day. Now, the U.S. Marines that led that invasion annexed it to the United States, made it a part of the United States, and basically many of the slaves that were still under Union Army use, because, of course, the Union outlawed slavery only in the Confederate States, but slavery was still legal in the Union because they needed black slaves to maintain the logistics of the U.S. Army. Therefore, when the U.S. Army took over New Orleans, the key to the Caribbean, then they maintained many black slaves in their service. A number of them were brought to the island for experimentation, and it's totally unknown whatever happened to them. But whatever did happen to them, they're considered still a threat to this day because the island is off coast to anyone. The United States Coast Guard patrols it to this day, and anyone who goes near the island is killed. That is a reality. You can vet this and verify it yourself. It's something people can actually look up.
Can I give you something to chew on? If you have time, you can go on YouTube, or even I found this on Hulu. If you haven't seen this, I want you to go back and watch this. It's actually a mockumentary. It's called Goodbye Uncle Tom. Watch that documentary or mockumentary, and it gives you all the ins and outs on slavery. And it was made by an Italian producer, Italian film crew. It wasn't made by Americans. And I'll just throw that out there because it'll give you a good estimation. If you watch that and you don't understand the horrors and the demonic nature of the slavery that we experienced and the effects even to this day, stuff I'm trying to still shake off, and I didn't experience it, man, it's such a dreadful, heavy load to carry. Yes. When you know it. See, ignorance is bliss. With knowledge comes suffering. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm gonna say it like that. Ignorance is bliss, and we got a lot of ignorant people out here who living in bliss because they can buy a Gucci belt.
Yes. The truth is that truth does not set you free. The truth is bondage, and so what was really frustrating about that island, just a second phase of that, was there was this idiot who published a series of magazines that he was very good at conveying essentially hard to get information. And the magazine, during its runtime, was called Covert Action Quarterly. And so it was a magazine that you would purchase if you were trying to keep up on covert operations worldwide. The guy who was following this was somebody who used to work for the Peace Corps named Louis Wolfe. And the reason I call him an idiot is because this idiot basically wound up being handled. And the term is handled when you have a handler assigned to you and you wind up under the spell. And they basically manipulate you. And in this case, the guy was apparently a closeted homosexual or something like that, because he had this young idiot named Jeffrey Long, a name like a porn star, who was supposedly out of the military. He behaved like he was in the military, like one of these martinets, standing at attention all the time. And he was obviously a man, but he had the biggest fucking tits I've ever seen. Like he had a boob job, like he had silicone tits, like he had tits bigger than Mamie Van Doren. And so this guy was running the life of Louis Wolfe. And essentially, so I had Louis Wolfe on my show back when I was with Revolution Radio, and we only had 2 hours. And this man was just fucking oblivious to reality. And I'm telling him we only have 2 hours, and we have a very limited amount of time. And it's only at the end of the interview he starts talking about Navassa Island. And he says, oh yeah, that's where the United States was establishing. And I knew this to be a fact, but he starts talking about the subject like in the last 5 minutes of the program. It says, "Oh yeah, the United States started this Scalar weapons experimentation facility there, and that's how they triggered the earthquake in Haiti." And when he's going into that, and I'm like telling him, "Look, we can't talk about this because I have a time limit." That was the frustration of working for Revolution Radio or any venue or platform where you have a time limit. And but it was so far beyond that. This idiot, when his magazine stopped running, he would like go to these conferences where I was at and like give away all these copies of every single issue in raffles. And I said, well, I would like to have one of those sets of every single copy. What a resource. And of course, it thanks to his handler, the Marine Corps poster child who looked like a combination of Arnold Schwarzenegger and oh God, what's her name?
Dolly Parton.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yeah, no, I didn't get it, and it's just, and there's more stories behind that was so irritating. Just that little bit of gaming that went on there between myself and the idiot with the silicone tits, just to get a set of magazines that I never got from the guy who had published them, and before he totally went senile. This is the kind of world that we live in, where information, of course, is controlled by the most bizarre means imaginable, but there we have that. Of course, I could go on for hours about Navas Island and the Scalar weapons deployed against Haiti to prevent it from joining what at that time was ALBA, which was, of course, the Bolivarian alliance that was started by Hugo Chavez as an extension of Cuban communism. And the Haiti was seriously considering joining, and that's when the earthquake happened. And that prevented them from joining that alliance, which would have added sway to its geostrategic capabilities and considerably. And then, of course, the alliance began to be picked apart quite easily after they got rid of Hugo Chavez. But there you have that. And with that, I'm going to, in my frustration, turn it over again to the ladies and gentlemen who are with us. I'm going to go mute again for several minutes and let them handle the program. And they're doing so well. And how do you feel about, let me see, 6:30, 7:30, about 8:30. It's only about 8:30 p.m. where you're at. I'm sure you can still keep going strong, Mr. Burns. Now you can, if you wish, as far as I'm concerned, talk a little bit about music. And Selena Khan can ask her question again in that direction. And Derek Talley can kind of take it back in that direction for a while if you so wish. Or you can go anywhere you want.
Well, I just want to express that I put out a little music, and I'm kind of sensitive about my stuff, so I don't be giving my websites and stuff out all the time because I don't promote it, but I have a certain point of view. I don't make music to impress. I make music to inform. So if you want to listen to that type of music, you can go to www.soundclick.com/DJ Chuck B Chillin', no G at the end, and you can find my music. You go to www.soundclick.com/BurnZone, BURNZONE instrumentals. You'll find some beats. I mean, it's just a creative endeavor that I dive into when I have time. I take it seriously. It's a part of me, but that's not the only thing I do. So, I'm also A&R with the A&R registry, hip hop, registry, and I'm also treasury, and I'm also CEO of my own company. I record people, take people to studios, and I still dive into it if I see somebody hungry. But as far as the music, I have fun with it. It's therapy for me. It's a way for me to get things off my chest. It's a way for me to express myself, and that's how I used it for other people. Music today, I'm really disappointed in hip hop. I can say that up front, not because it don't swing my way on the pendulum side, but because it's all one way, and that's not hip hop.
Right. Yeah, you still got some good artists out there. K Reno, I'm still listening to him. I was listening to him when I was making my album, and what I was doing, your beats inspired me to be a true lyricist, because I was truck driving at that time. And the truck is like the perfect prayer closet to where, you give me an instrumental, I could just put that sucker on repeat and drive for the next 400 something miles and just freestyle to myself. And see, back in the day, I was able to have a little tape recorder with me. Whenever I freestyled something that was cold, something that I liked, I was able to record it. Well, nowadays we have drive cam, and you're not allowed to have any type of device in your hand. So, it's still the same deal. It's still fun to freestyle while you're in the truck. But you can't get caught with anything in your hand, like me having the tape recorder, saying, "Oh man, that was a cold line, man. I need to record that." Then grabbing the tape recorder and then repeating the freestyle that I just said, because if I step on the brake or go over a bump or something, the drive cam goes off. And the way the drive cam works is when you see it go off, what it does is it actually goes back and grabs 9 seconds before that incident. So, yeah, so if you're talking on your phone and all of a sudden you have to slam on your brake and your drive cam goes off, so you drop your phone on the floor and try to pay it off, it's too late, because it's on a constant 9-second loop, and as soon as something happens, it'll go back and grab what happened 9 seconds before that incident. So speaking of that, how that works, that's how a couple of cops in Maryland got caught, because they turned their body cam off, or they turned their body cam on at a certain point when they were searching someone's car, and it went back and got 30 seconds before the point that they turned the body cam on, and it showed them planting the drugs.
Mm-hmm. It is what it do. And back to the top of Chicago, it's more than gang violence, and it's more than drugs. It's a culture, and what I mean by that is a lot of angry people. I work in a very public place. People will snap on me for next to nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to help people, but you have a lot of angry people who feel disenfranchised, who feel like they know they're in poverty, they know they're poor. They don't want to show it. They don't get their nails done. They're going to have some fresh gym shoes on. You feel me? But they still know. So there's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of violence that goes on over next to nothing. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff that I see, some of the stuff I hear about on a daily basis, and it's not gang related. Is you disrespected my sister. You took this, or you did that. It's just simple disrespect. That's the biggest thing that's going on in Chicago. If someone feels like they've been disrespected, they're gonna do something about it physically, and that's a huge problem when it comes down to conflict resolution to a certain degree. It's not even about the gangs. It's not about the guns. It's about economic stability and conflict resolution. People are not economically stable, and they don't know how to resolve conflicts without getting into violence. That's the key.
Yes. And speaking of that, there was a shooting at a funeral home in a neighborhood that was close to ours, and they said they caught the people who did it. But
actually, Big D, let me give you this. I live less than a half a mile away from that funeral home right now. I'm speaking to you less than a mile away. I go past that funeral home all the time. Let me tell you something about that funeral home. It's so small that it's a bar next to it, and it's a laundromat next to it. Both of those establishments are 3 times the size of this funeral home. I've never even seen a funeral going on at this funeral home, and I go past this funeral home all the time. You see the sign, and it's one door, but it's so small that you won't even know it's a funeral home right there.
Oh my God, is it a front?
I'm just telling you. I'm just saying.
It sounds like a front.
I'm just saying, it's a big ass bar on the right. If you're looking at it from the front, there's a big ass bar on the right. It's a huge laundromat to the left, going east. Big ass bar going to the west. It's one door. That's the smallest funeral home I've seen in the city of Chicago. Now, I said that to say this. I ride past there all the time. I live less than a mile away. I've never noticed anyone having a funeral there until I heard of this shooting. But let's take it to the deeper issue. How deep is that to shoot up a funeral of women and elderly people?
See, I don't know. For one, I know that used to happen in L.A. a lot of times where the gangs would retaliate by knowing that if a gang member was having a funeral, that the fellow gang members would be there representing, and they would, go through and sue up the funeral homes. But in this case, I didn't get that kind of feel that it was the funeral of a gang. They didn't say who the funeral
All
was.
right, you brought me to a great point. Big D. They tell us on the news every day, and I want y'all to hear this if you're listening nationwide, worldwide, whatever. All the information we get. We never get any details. This is Chicago. Niggas got shot. This is where niggas got shot. And they don't even tell you who. I don't even know the motherfucking name of the motherfucking person whose funeral it was. They wouldn't even say that person's name. And he got killed in a so-called gang-related shooting. They didn't say his name. They didn't say what gang. They didn't say who fighting who. And the news know. The police know. But all they say is...
Didn't WGN and all them say they're not going to mention gangs whenever there's a gang war?
But are you hearing my point, Big Diesel?
Yes.
All they saying is they ain't giving us no details. They ain't saying if it was the GDs, the BDs, the Vice Lords, the Bowls. They ain't saying who the fuck it was. All we know, we don't even know the name of the person whose funeral it was that they shot up.
And we haven't even seen the people who they say they have as suspects that shot up the funeral.
And we ain't seen nobody on the news who got shot.
Right.
People supposed to got shot. Why ain't nan one of them got on the news and said nothing? Nan one of them. 15 people got shot. Mass shooting. 4 blocks from my house. I don't know who funeral it was. I don't know what gangs was related. All I know is niggas was shooting, niggas got shot, and this is where niggas got shot at.
Right. So if 15 people got shot at Walmart, you know every single one of their names. They would be on TV and
I don't know. Not in Chicago.
Go find me and everything.
I don't care where it happened at. West side, south side, north side. Niggas was shooting. Niggas got shot. This is what niggas was shooting at. That's all the news gonna tell you. They ain't gonna tell you who, what, why, when, or where. They'll tell you where. But they ain't gonna tell you who.
That's incredible.
Or why.
Yes, that altogether that's incredible. Sorry I wasn't able to respond during any of it. Of course, I was just finishing that sandwich, but definitely appreciate all the time that all of you have bought me in that regard. In the meantime, this is really a mystery situation, and I hope someone pursues it to the point where we find out more in the future, but I doubt anyone will ever be able to. And it's one of those things that obviously if we receive an update on it from Mr. Burns or anyone, we're going to share it with our listeners. But please, both of you gentlemen, go on. I am going to...
Now, the funeral home was on 79th and Carpenter, right? Am I correct?
You're correct. And I live on...
So isn't that across the street from Farrakhan's restaurant?
No, that's Farrakhan's restaurant, which has been closed for over a decade, is just sitting there. It's called Salam Restaurant. That's on Emerald. On Emerald, 79th and Emerald. Maybe a half a mile from there.
Okay.
Going east.
Right.
And that's where the Final Call newspaper is produced, right there past Halsted, close to Emerald.
Still.
Right, at the Respect for Life store.
Okay.
Across the street.
Okay. So that's still active. That is still active. The press. For the Final Call.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Final Call is printing every week or once a month, something like that.
Right. He has a store on 79th and Halsted called Respect for Life. I used to go there to buy, they have natural soap and
natural remember the rap group called SAW, SAW, SAW?
Yeah, Soldiers at War.
They own that store. It's right across the street from the Final Call. They own a store and they sell, a variety of novelties and things of that nature, but SAW own that store.
Okay. Right. No, I think this is fascinating and important. Both of you gentlemen and Selena Khan continue. I'm going to go mute again. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I think you're all doing wonderfully, and you're addressing very relevant topics. So please continue in that regard. I'm so glad that we've covered what we have, and we've still so much more to cover. So yeah, please, Derek, continue to draw more out of Mr. Burns for us. And Selena, of course, do join in. And I'm sure we'll be able to draw yet more. When I come back, we might get a little bit more on the immigration issue, just with some other perspectives on it in terms of thoughts or reflections. But we might be on another subject at that point, too. So I'll check in when I get back, which will be about 10 or so minutes. So I trust all of you will be burning bandwidth till then. Thank you.
Yep, I remember going to a block party on the 79th and Carpenter, up there on Carpenter Street, because it's a dead end when you go when you're headed south. If you're on 79th and you turn onto Carpenter, turn south onto Carpenter, you go, and then it's a dead end street up there. When my cousin Dave was alive, he DJ'd at a block party.
I went to Leo High School right down the street on Sangamon. For my first 3 years of high school, I went to Leo. So I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. It's, Murder Town, Terror Town, that's what they call it. I still live in the area. And there's been quite a few shootings in the area, but it's nothing you can predict. It's mostly related to the hood soap opera that's going on. And if you're not involved in that soap opera of drugs, guns, and gangs, then you don't really know what's going on. Shit just happened. You feel me? So if you're not involved in that life, you may never see it. I don't see anyone who walk around with guns. I don't see gunshots every time I walk out the house. You feel me? I mean, it's not like when we was growing up with these guys over here wearing red, these guys wearing blue. Everybody dressed the same. Everybody low key. You don't know who is who. Then shit just start happening. So it's different. It's not like you can see who is who, like you probably could. This hat banging that way, that hat banging that way. Now you know who is who. No, it ain't like that no more. So you don't know who is who. It's Wild Wild West. So it's you can't explain it because you have to experience it. If you don't experience it by living here and really digging deep and seeing the segregation, seeing the gang factions. Let me put it to you like this. The police chief, he's new from Dallas. This is what he said, Mr. Talley. He said there's 117,000 gang members in Chicago. There's 55 different gangs. Of those 55 different gangs, there's 1,000 subsets, 1,000 sets and 2,500 subsets. So that's every man for itself.
Yeah.
But you got a disproportionate amount of people in this mentality of thug life and gangbanging and poverty stricken, no economic ability to uplift themselves, and it's hard to explain to someone without the community. Because outside of our community, you got family support, you got your schools are good, you know what I mean? You can go to the bank and get a loan because your parents got credentials. Your first car, your parents gonna hook you up. You feel what I'm saying? Your first apartment or house, your parents gonna hook you up. It's different dynamics. I'm gonna take it to this extreme. Even the smartest kid that leaves Chicago and go to another state and go to college, find out that they don't know shit. You realize you dumb as fuck, even if you're one of the smartest kids to come out of Chicago, because that's how poor the educational system is. So think about how poor it is for the person that don't value education. The people that do value education still struggle in college when they leave Chicago because it's such a poor environment. And it's so easy if you're intelligent to get out of this environment. If you know how to, get through the web of the gang violence and all that and get through school. It ain't that hard. But when you get to college, you realize you can't even read. Happened to me. I didn't learn how to read until I got deep into African American history. Till I had to read, till I got hungry. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody ain't got that hunger. Everybody ain't got that desire. You got to be hungry. You got to want something. And that was the difference I was making between some of these international students and people that grew up here. It's hard to be hungry when you're starving.
Yeah. So what are your views when someone like myself suspect that not all the shootings are gang related, or but some of them may in fact be white supremacists who are trying to
Let
stir
me
up
give it to
trouble
you
in the
like
neighborhood.
let me give it to you like this. The culture of violence is so thick that even if that happened, and I know it's possible, it could be a rare coincidence. And the only way I can see that happening is some rogue police officers. It's a few neighborhoods that still got some racist white people in Chicago that will get down like that, and they gangster too. But for the most part, white people do not come to these neighborhoods or these communities unless they working. Period. Unless they working, unless they got a job somewhere around here to do, or they just don't fucking come around here. It's just the only place I see white people in my neighborhood, literally today. There's a drug rehab or a methadone clinic like a block and a half, 2 blocks away from my house. It's the only place I see white people. Or at the fucking Planned Parenthood, which is by my other house. I don't see white people in my neighborhood or non-African Americans in my neighborhood, period, if they ain't going to Planned Parenthood or a drug rehab for some methadone, a methadone clinic. Or they working. A fireman, policeman. Other than that, you do not see white people here, period. Huge area, millions of people on the southwest side of Chicago, mostly African American and Hispanic. You will rarely see white people. You ain't gonna just see, if you see a white person walking around my neighborhood, you know they're looking for some dope. That's how deep the segregation is. It's that simple. You can ask me anything, man, but it's just, I'm gonna give you real talk. It's like that funeral thing is just one incident. There's been so many shootings since then at gas stations, outside, on the streets, just everywhere in this vicinity. I don't see it. I don't hear all the gunshots, but you hear it on the news. But they always keep it very vague and not very detailed. It's almost like what Ice Cube talked about in Boys in the Hood. They just don't care about what's going on in the hood. They just want to glorify it and make you know, don't go there. So that keep economic opportunity out. Before the riots, we lost our CVS. Before the riots, we lost a Walgreens or 2. Okay? Yeah, when the riots and the looting started, yeah, they tore up the Family Dollar. They tore up a pawn shop. They tore up the ATM at the bank around my house. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of other stores got tore up. Things are coming back now. The Walmart that they tore up on 76 in Ashland is back open today. So things is coming back eventually, but that come from poverty.
The Walmart in 76 in Ashland?
It was shut down because people looted it. It's a small Walmart on 76 in Ashland. Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's called a neighborhood Walmart, but it got looted. And it just
like the little grocery store one.
Yeah, it's right from a brand new Burger King and a little Maxwell shop. Yeah.
Okay.
Which ain't too far from that funeral home. So back to that funeral home incident, 15 people got shot, and we ain't heard nothing else about it. We heard that one person got arrested, and that's it. And there was 2 police officers on the scene as the funeral was going on.
Right, that's another thing. They said that they had received some intelligence that there was going to be a shooting before there was a shooting, and then there was a shooting, and all that sounded strange to me. So if you
police was there, and as soon as the shooting started, they pulled off. When they said this on the news, that when the shooting started, the police pulled off. What the fuck you doing there? Yeah, today. I mean, no, not today. Yesterday, it's a funeral home less than a block from my house. I ain't gonna name it. I seen funerals there before, but I ain't never seen a police at the north and the south end of that motherfucker before. They had the police at both ends of that bitch in the middle of the street. I couldn't believe it. I ain't seen that before. That was in response to that shooting of 15 people. But what was they gonna do? Shit.
When the shooting started, the only thing they can do is duck. Because, I think the police is just there for to do the paperwork, or that. Well, I think that they think that their presence is going to prevent the shooting.
That don't happen no more. I mean, these people have no respect for the law because the law has no respect for the people. So let's say that. After the people been getting disrespected for so long, I don't blame the police officers for being afraid, because y'all let a culture of violence fester, and this is what we're dealing with now. So what they don't even care about shooting at no police officers. You feel me? They don't care about making a crime happen where the police is there. They're so brazen with it that they're not afraid. And I'm talking 18 to 25-year-olds. I'm not talking about no people with a lot of experience. I mean, this is the culture. Can it be changed? Yeah, but it's going to take so much drastic measures to change it that America ain't willing to go there. See, like America with this pandemic is willing to go all the way to America ain't never gave me $1,200 for nothing. America ain't never gave me $1,200 for nothing. So America in trouble. You feel
right,
me?
but everything we do is supposed to be to make the next generation better. This generation is worse than ours.
Man, listen, man, I'm 49 years old. Man, I ain't getting none of them Bush checks. I ain't getting none of them checks. But they made sure I got this $1,200, and they're gonna make sure you get the next $1,200 so you can spend it to keep this economy going. I said that to say this. That's how much they care about themselves and this economy, and to keep it rolling. This capitalism game, this colonialism game. You feel me? They want you occupied, and if they can pay you off to shut the fuck up, they'll do it. This ain't nothing but a drop in the bucket to them. That's why they can do it again. But in the background, they're gonna supplement these corporations first. See, that's what y'all not getting. The 1% gonna get theirs. They're just giving you something to feed the 1%, because you can't save a dime. You're gonna spend that $1,200 every time you get it. You ain't gonna save nothing. You feel me? So don't think they're doing you a favor. You're a consumer to them. You feel me? So I'm saying all that to say that if they can do that, why they couldn't do reparations? Why they couldn't, just like they do the Native Americans? Y'all get y'all casino cash every month, like they did the Japanese. We interned y'all in World War II. Y'all get paid. You feel me? Like they did the slave owners. They got reparations. So if you gave me $1,000 a month, okay, so I couldn't fall below a certain level, then maybe I can focus on raising my kids and getting them educated right. Maybe I can focus on keeping them in school and maybe church or something spiritual and keeping their mind on the right thing. See, those are the things that help me out in life. Is my mother was very disciplined. So let's go there. My mother's birthday on the 31st, so I want to talk about my mama. She finna turn 70. She raised 5. We was on welfare. Food stamps, I spent them at the store, all that. I was the oldest. 4 years oldest to the next sibling out of 5. 3 girls, 1 boy. 2 boys. Me and my brother. We all still tight. And I'm saying that to say 3 out of 5 got at least a bachelor's, off of welfare, projects, all that shit. No support. Hungry. 3 out of 5 got at least a bachelor's and 2 got masters. The other 2 got their high school diploma and own businesses. So I'm proud that my mother didn't have the money, but she gave us the discipline and the ethics and the morals to be independent thinkers and make it in life on our own accord. All 3 of us been teachers. We done all went off into other things, and social work and physical training and special education and all type of things. But I'm saying all that to say that it don't matter where you start at. So I don't never want to give nobody no excuses or to think that I'm making excuses for nobody, because that ain't the point. The point is, no matter where you started, with the proper discipline and determination, you can make somebody in life. You can do that. The problem is the probability and the chances for someone that grows up in our conditions in the African American community is lower, because your prospects are so dim and slim.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing. This is DJ Chuck B chilling. How you doing?
What's going on, Chuck?
Okay, so came back to some chuckling. I'm not quite sure what led to that, but I'm sure whatever it was appropriately humorous. And oh yes, got some notes here from Selena Khan, who's writing to Lena, and it'll be interesting to see if Lena responds to that. Other than that, I want everyone to know that I'm still brewing a fresh pot of tea, and I will be back soon enough. It'll take another 3 to 4 minutes for that to steep. So by the time I get back, it'll be at the top of the hour, and then it should be at that point about 11 p.m. In Central Daylight Time, right, gentlemen?
It'll be 9.
About 9 p.m. Shit. Man, my
That's
clock
a good time. 2.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want more, I got it for you. But
oh, good.
y'all
Yeah.
gotta be specific.
Charles.
Yes, ma'am.
Charles, I like that DJ announcement. It was nice. I thought that was this, song coming or something, but it's okay. Another time.
I had to break the monotony. I don't like dead air. I'm a real DJ. So if I hit dead air, I got to got to spice that up. I ain't got no music in the background or nothing, you know what I mean? Eric.
Yeah, but you can definitely take sound bites from this interview and put them on your next project.
Hey, that gives me encouragement, man. I might go in the studio and do something. And I'm like they say Jay-Z is. Now I don't even write shit down no more. I just get on the mic. I don't even care. I was like, my spirit is so free, and it's a shame that it took me to get this old for it to happen. That, man, young guys can't even fuck with me. I just spit, but I enjoy it. You know, because
once you're a lyricist, you're always a lyricist, no matter what age you are. Twister gonna be like BB King. You know what I'm saying? BB King toting that at 89 years old, toting that big old guitar around.
Ain't that a shame that in hip hop we don't get that level of respect? Like, they think that's because you get to a certain age that you ain't got it no more. No, it's a spirit. That spirit don't die until you die, and it don't die then, because if you left something alone, it's gonna live. You get me? Motherfuckers might not know what the fuck I was saying for 300 years. I won't give a fuck, because I said what the fuck I said.
Right, but the important thing is that you left an impact with everything that you said.
Thank you. You feel me? It wasn't no fluff. It wasn't something to just entertain you. I try to give you some real life in my lyrics. You feel what I'm saying? And you might have to listen to get it. But that's why I always try to go with my music. I wanted it to be meaningful. I ain't want to just make music. I could just make some goofy shit just to make you dance. That's easy as fuck. I never went the easy route. So I always took the hard road. And I'm happy to see other artists pushing through today, and their message is coming through more clear, or they see the times and they coming through more clear. Lil Baby with his new song about the Black Lives Matter movement, I like that. You know what I'm saying? I like me some, you know what I'm saying? What's his name? The boy that graduated from St. John's. Shit. You know, I like me some Kendrick Lamar. I like me some, J. Cole. You feel what I'm saying? I like that boy, This Is America. That was my favorite song a couple years ago. You feel what I'm saying? But
that Gambino.
But shit, they coming out.
Charles, do you also write songs?
Yeah, I can write any kind of song.
No,
I love music. I DJ any kind of music. I've DJed whole parties of country music before. I've been a wedding DJ before. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Miss Selena. Say something else.
No. I heard you. So I was just asking because I like, lyrics are very important. I listen music that has meaning, messages, about anything that I would say. There is this song. It's a video, Rihanna and T.I. So it's so full of messages in that song.
Are you talking about Live Your Life?
Live Your Life, yes. I love that song, and it's so much to say. Say something about it. You put some context to it.
I like that song. It was a positive song. They were saying Don't worry about getting the paper. Just live your life. It sort of goes back to what I'm saying. It's like the paper gonna come. You feel what I'm saying? If you just live your life, you know what I'm saying? And living your life entails more than just doing what you want to do. Live your life mean live the purpose in your life is what I got from that song. And don't worry about the jealousy. Don't worry about the haters. Don't worry about the people talking about you. Don't worry about what people think about you. Don't worry about the little money you're getting right now. Just focus on what you got to do for the moment, and you're going to get to where you want to go. But this is a life, and you got to sustain this life in order to get to where you want to go. See, I can tell you how much money I make right now. I didn't make that amount of money coming out of college. I had to build my experience in my life up to this point to where I make the amount of money I make right now at my particular job. I looked at my paycheck for the first time today in a long time and realized I got a raise. I didn't even fucking know. Because I don't worry.
But there's another aspect to that song also, as in the video.
Well,
That would be, I don't know, I would say that it's more about, you do make money, you go after money, you get fame, but who give you all this thing? It's the industry, it's the, people that are in the power. So what he mentioned, what he did in the video, the created, as in like, you're in, but he can never get out. He died on a gunshot. Rihanna finished the song, and then she walks away from the stage, and he dies from a gunshot. So you can get. So that is something that these celebrities, that these are all music industry, movie, anything that that are that they give people fame, and
I agree.
They do have talent for singing, acting, but these are all people, they work for them. So whenever anybody try to wake up, there's some bizarre situation they will create. So I would say this is my observation. So like Britney Spears, she was so badly sexually abused and all this thing. What she did, people don't understand. They will just say, "Oh, she's crazy. She shaved her head," because everybody touches her head.
Even Kanye West, they doing the same.
Oh my God, it's just so painful. And these people are
doing the same thing with Kanye West. And I'm not a Kanye West fan, but they doing the same thing with Kanye West.
Yeah.
Okay?
Everybody.
They doing the same thing with him. Playing his emotions. What I'm saying to you is, that's what the song was pretty much about, and I'm agreeing with you. I agree.
Yeah.
That they were expressing that frustration and saying, so live your life, relieve yourself, know what's going on, and relieve yourself of thinking about that, and stop catering to that. You feel what I'm saying? So even they wake up to a certain degree, but they can't all the way wake up, or they dead. You feel what I'm saying? And they know that, because when you buy into it to that degree, see people selling out or selling your soul is a private thing you do in a dark room with motherfuckers smoking cigars or something. No, that's something you do within yourself. See, I could have sold out and sold my soul a long time ago and just made booty music. Check that booty, do that coochie, ooh, baby, ooh. I could do that all day. I could do that. That's easy. But that's feeding the beast. So I'm not going to contribute to that. So they're not going to sign nobody like me not to even make a beat. Because I'm not going to contribute to the madness. See, that's where we at right now in hip hop. If you're not going to contribute to the madness, you can't have no parts of that game. And they'll let you act like you positive for a minute. But at the end of the day, even Kendrick Lamar and J. Cole got to make some dumbass music too. Or make some smart shit sound dumb. They can't just come correct.
Or they'll take a goofy like Nick Cannon, who's all of a sudden starting to wake up, and punch him over the head and say, "Take your ass back to sleep."
Make him an example. And he didn't say nothing wrong. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. He didn't say nothing wrong. That would be beneficial to me for Jewish people to admit that you are a fucking replica. You are not those people. You can read the Bible and figure that out for your damn self. It's fucking simple facts. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, what the fuck, y'all quasars from fucking Eastern Europeans who claim something that ain't yours and created a new world for yourself. You're powerful. I give you that. But
Actually,
stop lying.
Douglas knows the history of
Stop
those
lying. Didn't
of
say
them. They're
nothing
from
wrong.
Turkey.
That was the perfect example of telling the truth and getting in super trouble. He told the fucking truth and got it. He didn't say, I hate Jews or they deserve to burn in hell. He didn't say no shit like that. He didn't say he hate nobody, no shit like that. He told a piece of history and got ate up for it. Something that's common knowledge in most Afrocentric circles.
Talk about, speaking of Jews, let me share something. Some incident happened today. It happened before, and then this is the so basically what I did was a few weeks ago. I put a symbol on my Instagram page. 2 days later, this agent from my office, she was Jewish, and she told me to take it down. She said it's hateful and all these things. So time went by. Today, I got a call from I would say the owner. This is from the company. So these are like, billionaires. She owned the company, Douglas Elliman Real Estate. So she called, and then my manager called. So basically what they were asking me, Selena, with all due respect, did you put swastika on Instagram page? I said, no, I didn't. What I did is that I sent them the snapshot that I took from Instagram, and I sent it to him. And we have a very good relationship with the manager in our office. He's amazing. We are like buddies. We drink. They drink. I don't drink, but we hang out together, parties and all this thing. So he knows what I meant. He said, Selena, I know that, and don't even sweat it. You don't need to explain. I just asked him. He said, no, that's good enough. So what I did I haven't done anything here that it had to reach to a level. This agent that complained about me, I put swastika on. It's a lie. So I didn't. So everybody knows. So that's how Jewish people are. I do know. I have a few clients. They're Jewish. There's this a columnist for this renowned newspaper in Long Island. He wrote a column on about World War II, how America won the war and all these things. So they sell all lies to American people that we don't know. We are not old enough to know. But still, where do you learn all this truth from? Because you don't learn anything in school. You learn lies.
Can I give it?
How to lie?
I give it to you for myself, Selena.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it to you for myself. I can only explain for myself.
Yeah.
Dumb as fuck when I left Chicago. You feel me? I was dumb as fuck. I was just fortunate to go to 2 good colleges who didn't try to ingrain knowledge or to teach me something, but taught me how to learn, taught me how to question, taught me to be analytical, taught me to research, taught me to form my own opinion. Carroll College is a great college. Southern Oregon University, great college. Okay? I learned more African American history from white gay people than I learned from black people. I learned history of Africa from the lead spy on Idi Amin, who was in the CIA. That's who was my professor. He was a lead spy on Idi Amin. Okay? So, those are the type of schools I went to. So, and it didn't teach me just to put no knowledge in my head. You know how many different books on Idi Amin? He put us in 6 different groups and made each group write their opinion on that particular book about Idi Amin, and then all 6 different groups had to debate each other on whatever opinion was in that particular book about Idi Amin. If you didn't pass the map test, you failed the class, all 3 terms. And he had 3 different maps. You could take that bitch the first day or the last day. you're gonna pass that map test on all the fucking countries in Africa, all the lakes one term, and then all the motherfucking mountains the next term. And ethnic groups. You're gonna learn all 2,000. So that's where my level of knowledge, that's why I learned how to learn. And that transferred over into the Bible, that transferred over into all different types of knowledge. It just taught me to be analytical. It's not just about having a Bachelor of Science in Sociology. I'm very analytical, very skeptical. The proof is in the pudding. And most of that I learned in college, and that's the value I put in college. Not regurgitating what somebody told you, but learning how to go to the library, learning how to study, learning how to do comparative knowledge, and learning how to compare different levels of knowledge, learning how to tell truth from what's wrong. And it becomes simple to you when you see dumb shit. You just be like, I'm good. So that's the value of that 4-year degree for me. It wasn't about no money, wasn't about no job. Learning about who I am and what my people was and where we came from and what we fit in this world. And once I figured that shit out, it'll drive you crazy, but you still got to go out and get a job. You still got to eat. No matter what you know, you can't change it by yourself. And I'm proud of the young people today for organizing it to a certain degree, making some noise, but being on Front Street ain't where it's at, and we can talk about that. But I want y'all to ask some questions. I'm rambling.
Oh, shit.
You know, a lot of people down the Black Lives Matter movement just simply because of who funds it. And see, I look at two separate things. I look at the drive of the young black people that want to do stuff, and the people that fund it and their agenda. I'm aware of that. But I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say any young black person who I see.
I'm proud of the anarchists. I'm proud of the anarchists. I'm proud of Black Lives Matter. I'm proud of the what's that not fucking around crew, not fucking around coalition. You need to find not fucking around. I like them. You feel what I'm saying? I fuck with them. You feel me? I'm proud of the Uhuru movement. You feel what I'm saying? It's a lot of different movements. What I'm saying, it's not monolithic, like I was saying. Even within that thing, they think it's all Black Lives Matter. No, that's the not fucking around crew in St. Louis or wherever they go. You feel what I'm saying? It's Black Lives Matter. You feel what I'm saying? It's certain anarchists. You feel what I'm saying? White movements and white liberals and socialists that they don't even know about. You feel what I'm saying? Because they don't follow that shit. It's just, they never saw this shit coming because they didn't understand the full frustration of the left. See, you need to go back and check the 60s out. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes, the decade in which I was born.
You need to go check it out, man. You know what I mean? It was white people bombing shit around this motherfucker. Domestic terrorism from the left. I mean, what was they called?
The Weathermen?
Yes,
the weather underground.
Yes. By the way, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
you. I hear you, Douglas.
You gotta find that documentary on the underground.
Oh, good. Thank you so much.
And they was able to come back years later and get into politics, and one of them supported Obama.
Right. And yes, so I definitely appreciate that all of you have been so patient with me. So I did finish brewing that tea, and I was having a discussion online with Lena Shea, who was unable to join us tonight, unfortunately. And in terms of her being that busy, I did let her know, Selena, that you left a message for her in my message box. And so hopefully she'll be checking into that. And aside from that, I would like to kind of summarize and wrap up Mr. Burns's narrative for tonight. And I'll have an appointment with my psychologist tomorrow at 3 p.m., which is in the middle of my night. So I'm going to have to start monologuing as soon as possible. And so in terms of that, Mr. Burns has been fantastic, and he's brought up several points that need to be gone into in depth, and he'll be joining us in the future to do just that as well, and to keep us up on what's going on in Chi-Town. But what I'd like for Mr. Burns to do, is to bring us to the bottom of the hour. And Mr. Burns, if you could kind of tell us what you feel is the most relevant thing we need to know right now that can help with the situation as it stands, both in Chi-Town itself and in the rest of the world.
Real talk, it's just about people realizing where we all at. This pandemic is not fake. People are getting sick and dying. It can go faster, it can slow down. The economy is dead. This is the best time than ever for people to just look to their left and look to their right and say, we brothers and we sisters, and let's try to live together and make this work. And we can all prosper. That's the best case scenario. But the truth is, we ain't there. So, for right now, work on yourself. Do what you can to work on yourself. I'm work on me. You work on you. And hopefully that can make things better for Chicago and for the nation. And that's the best thing I can say for anybody, is just work on yourself. You know, do better than tomorrow than you was doing today. You know, in the right direction, in the positive direction. If you got a chance to go back and get that GED, go get that GED. You got a chance to go back to college, go back to college. Learn something that you don't know. That's life. If you learn something you don't know, you're going to grow, you're going to prosper more, and be able to help somebody better than you can help yourself. In Chicago specifically, I don't think the Operation Legend is going to help. That's just more police. We don't need more police. We need more economic opportunity. We need a factory on the south side that makes socks. We need a factory on the south side that make tires and distribute tires. We need a factory on the west side, you know what I'm saying, that manufacture candy. Everything is in the far suburbs. It's going to pay you half of what you can make in the city. So ain't nobody can afford to go out there and do it. Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Y'all can end it if y'all want to. I got somebody at my door.
What did he say?
Oh, he had to take a call. It sounded like,
Oh,
but
okay. Did
yeah,
you say-
a lot of the good factories moved out of Chicago. I remember one of the big ones was the J.C. Whitney catalog that warehoused auto parts. Every auto shop in the city had it made because you could go there and get their auto parts.
Yeah.
But they moved it way out past Joliet.
Right. Before we take a trip down memory lane to Vanished Franchises, who's got all the background noise?
Hey, my nephew and my niece just came in.
Oh, wonderful! That's delightful. So let's let you handle them, and you have a blessed night. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Mr. Burns. You were wonderful.
Hey, anytime. I hope I didn't offend anybody. I was just trying to, spit what I know and let it go.
Well, you certainly did not
Good
offend
night,
myself.
Charles. It was nice
Y'all
meeting
Y'all have a
you.
good night.
Will.
Love, peace, and hair.
Take care. Good night. And with that,
Good night.
yes, with that,
Yeah.
both of you, it did well by him as well. I guess the only puzzling thing I could think of was when we did wrap up with Mr. Burns, and I'll ask him about this next time he's on, is that he kind of basically came down to a point that would seem logical enough. It's basically educate yourself. And by the way, is he still on? We're hearing a lot of background noise. This is Mr. Burns is still on with us, right? He doesn't hang up. Mr. Burns, you can hang up now. Right? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll remove him from the
I don't
call.
know if he can hear you.
Yes, that's right. I'll see if I can remove him from the call. Let me do that. There we are. Okay, and so what he said was, go out there and get an education, when he was sharing with us earlier just how that really didn't do him shit. So it's that was bizarre to me. I mean, where does that come from? Is that kind of like when you're left with nothing to say?
Educate yourself. Just like I think he was
No,
saying,
no,
like
no,
one of
no!
his sons
Don't
went
tell
to
them to
vocational
educate
school.
themselves, Derek. They can't educate themselves. They don't know how to educate themselves. They have no intellectual discernment. They have no critical thinking training. They have no training in critical thinking. Therefore, they don't know how to consume information. So if you tell them to go educate themselves, they go out online and they dig up anything, and they come back, and this is why you had Mr. Burns saying, that COVID-19 is real. I mean, the very fact that he felt obligated to say that shows you how dire the situation is. It's that bad. People out there don't believe COVID-19 is real. That's why he had to say that. So, and this is because you have a bunch of idiots trying to educate themselves, quote unquote. No, don't tell them to educate themselves. They can't do it. So, education is, of course, the key, but only if everybody goes. That's the problem. And what he brought up was the fact that, from what he can see, there's a difference in the ability of immigrants who come over here who have not that kind of burden of a bad education system. Even if they go to the same public schools, they're not burdened with the same kind of intergenerational trauma that leads them to that leads them down and just keeps them down, the burden of that. So what I'll do is do what I can to clarify all of the details of all of those subjects. And our wonderful Selena Khan really added a lovely bit of color tonight, as did Derek Talley. And so what I'll ask both of you to do is hang on for as long as you wish. And of course, Derek, I'm going to beseech that if he finds himself having to take a nap or something, to set an alarm for himself so he can consistently check on the phone, because everything is riding on call to Derek Talley's phone, which of course he keeps on the charger at all times, but still sometimes gets knocked offline. And Selena Khan, by the way, honey, before I start sucking all the oxygen out of the room, is there anything else you want to share with us tonight that you feel is really relevant today and what's going on in the world today? Please do so.
Actually, probably another time.
Okay.
Let's just save it for another day or next time.
But I'm so glad you're here tonight.
A little bit like I need to do some paperwork for tomorrow.
Yes, honey.
So, but I'll be awake till like your midnight or a little bit after. So reach out to me if you need to take a break or anything.
Oh, bless
I
you.
will fill it up, okay?
Thank you so much, honey. Mwah. And Derek Talley.
I love you.
Yes, and I may need to rely on you if Derek Talley happens to fade out or something.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
And
No
so,
worries. Yeah.
love you dearly, honey. Love you.
Love you too.
Yes, and okay then. And Derek, is there anything else that you wanted to say in particular about tonight? Like, did you find out anything else about the funeral home that I missed while I was gone?
No, I was just saying we had a real good conversation with Chuck, and we look forward to having him back.
Yes, wonderful, and you helped make that happen. So thank you so much. And all of this is, of course, a struggle every night, one way or the other, with someone or another. And Mein Kampf, My Struggle Be Thine Own, contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube channel at the Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He, of course, be the property manager thereof, as well as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, he electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggot-millions. That's tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. And of course, if he gets enough in there, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. Here, the obligatory roll of the eyes, which you cannot see. And, of course, just bear in mind, he is the man who, of his own initiative, downloaded most of my productions online into his hard drives, which was how we were able to reconstruct my legacy online after it was scrubbed no less than 3 separate times in an attempt to wipe out my online presence completely. And in that sense, as a bridge between the Akashic Records and the Malkuthian plane of cyberspace, that data matrix which exists in our material reality. He, in essence, acted as my creator. or at least the creator of the electronic persona online, which interacts with you now. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. While you're there, confer a footnote on my biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com. Let it be known that Douglas Dietrich, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to help fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives. Through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzujin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the Interglobal Crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, to find the exact, shall we say, navigational points by which to narrow down your search. Long ago established as high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days. For full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which is managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, of Damage, D-A-M-H-E, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. And, of course, Eric Lastic donated about $250 United States dollars the other day. Shout out unto he. We'll be getting back to Stephen Myers momentarily. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress, Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. The bartender, who is now acting as a house husband, while his lovely wife works as a nurse on the front lines to save us all. And you can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. Friend and follow him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being my known personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, along with, of course, a third video he just recently produced, very short and succinct, Douglas Dietrich and George Knight, the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. He is someone who has brought to our attention much that has been verified by mine own expositions. So do avail yourself thereof. And indeed, the last Dietrich son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's. Expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. So, the Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto myself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, and most tragically of all, my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, above and beyond all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, a shout out to Stephen Myers, who just sent myself about three-quarters of a hundred United States dollars, $75. And he has a note to share with us, and I will read that note now, as shared by Stephen Myers of New York City, our brother from another mother, black African-American brother from another mother, who, of course, living in New York as he does, is in one of the most vulnerable demographic groups or categories, and one of the most vulnerable that there is. And we're all praying that he survives the next wave. Of course, New York is no longer the epicenter it was for now, and hopefully will not become such again. But either way, our prayers are with Mr. Stephen Myers. And so, Mr. Myers has this to say about the transmission preceding tonight's. He says, interesting transmission on Sunday on Jim Jones. He had two sons, and one was black. When I did research on YouTube, Jim even took a picture with a pet chimpanzee. White supremacists seem to be obsessed with chimps, like Ronald Reagan. Chimp Island in Liberia. Racist website called Chimp Out. When I heard your guest, who was a member of a church cult, it reminded me of the movie In the Mouth of Madness, a true classic to me, which had a bit of H.P. Lovecraft and Peter Levinda, who casts spells by a book where society went insane. A real classic movie that mimics reality today. Thanks for another mind-stimulating program. Keeps the brain cells alive in this brain-dead world. And so, here be what you need to know to start off the night in this brain-dead world, the world of the walking brain-dead. We have record COVID-19 deaths, which is, of course, makes it even more of a travesty that Mr. Burns had to emphasize the fact that CV-19 is real. Half a dozen states and union saw record numbers of deaths related to COVID-19. Arkansas, mine own Golden, California, Florida, Montana, Oregon, and Texas have all reported spikes, with Latinos the worst affected group. President Trump continued to attack Anthony Fauci and again pushed a drug that doesn't even fucking work, but what he obviously has some kind of investment in, a conflict of interest, if ever there was, as is the totality of his presidency. And we have new federal interest rates. The Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, was scheduled to hold a press conference today, during which new interest rates would be announced. I did not follow up on that, and not having a moment's chance to do so, but it certainly must have been interesting, as the Fed has previously kept the rates at zero, despite clamoring from economists to take them into the negatives. And shout out to Salman Sheikh. Salman Sheikh is our Muslim brother from Pakistan, because Eid al-Adha begins. One of the most important Islamic holidays. Eid al-Adha begins tomorrow evening, commemorating Ibrahim's loyalty and obedience to Allah, the God, when he commended him to sacrifice his son. With the pandemic, though, the holiday may look different this year than in previous ones, typically marked with family gatherings. And so, an exceptionally small Hajj begins, or pilgrimage. Usually about 2 million Muslim pilgrims visit the cities of Al-Makkah and Al-Madinah, but this year, Saudi Arabia barred all foreign arrivals and is allowing just 1,000 people between the ages of 20 and 50 years of age to worship at Islam's holiest sites. Of course, tomorrow is also a day, whether you're Muslim or not, to celebrate your friends. Thursday marks the International Day of Friendship, first proclaimed by the United Nations. Though it's a strange time to celebrate, since the gathering of friends is largely discouraged at the moment, it's still a great time to show your friends you love them, even in a pandemic. And that's why it's so gruesomely ironic that the CARES Act is set to expire now. CARES is an acronym, C-A-R-E-S, and of course that's something I don't consciously remember as to what it stands for, but I believe it's Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. The CARES Act is a $2.2 trillion United States dollar economic stimulus bill passed by the 116th Congress and signed into law by President Donald Trump in March of this year, in direct response to the catastrophic economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic in these United States. So, with that being set to expire tomorrow, I believe, and though Congress is in the midst of negotiating another stimulus package, the CARES Act itself, which allotted 600 United States dollars weekly to unemployment benefits throughout the pandemic, is set to expire actually Friday, the day after tomorrow, into the weekend, now that I recall. And millions, well, 44 million to be exact, still remain out of work. And as the pandemic worsens in these United States, that money is needed now more than ever. Now we're going to get into that stimulus package and the way that reparations would act as the greatest stimulus of all in Arc of Narrative tonight. And of course, much of this, in the spirit of having Mr. Burns as a guest to start us off, begins with slavery. Now, in the second day of August of yesteryear, August 2nd of 2019, more than 400 caskets containing the remains of black African American slaves were reburied after they were discovered during building construction in Manhattan. Each and every single one of these caskets was a handmade casket from Ghana, a comparatively tiny nation in Africa whose influence has been far greater than its size. These handmade caskets were sent from Ghana as a gift because most of the slaves, per DNA testing, had sourced through that nation as the gateway of the transatlantic slave trade. They were used in the African Burial Ground Memorial Project. This is what makes it so incredibly callous and bizarre that the Republican Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas described slavery as a necessary evil in his ongoing effort to prevent American schools from teaching the 1619 Project, an initiative from the New York Times that reframes American history around the date of August 1619, when the first slave ship arrived on America's shores, from where many of those slaves' bodies were discarded as they arrived dead on arrival, or died as soon as they hit the shore. And in an article that was published on Sunday, this last weekend, while I was still preparing for a transmission but had no time to review it, Senator Cotton told the Arkansas Democratic Gazette, well, to quote us from the article itself, he said, "We have to study the history of slavery and its role and impact on the development of our country, because otherwise we cannot understand our country. As the Founding Fathers said, it was the necessary evil upon which the Union was built. But the Union was built in a way, as Lincoln said, to put slavery on the course to its ultimate extinction." Now, Senator Tom Cotton insists he repeated necessary evil as a paradigm held by the Founding Fathers themselves. A day after the publication of his comments on slavery sparked a firestorm of criticism. United States Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas denied within 24 hours on Monday opening this work week that he was insensitive, saying he had been recounting the views of the Founding Fathers themselves, not his own, that slavery was a necessary evil toward creation of the Union. And so appearing on Fox News Monday morning to open the work week at a time when all too many people are out of work, the Little Rock Republican also challenged the accuracy of statements that had been attributed to him concerning chattel slavery. Cotton's comments about human bondage, which first appeared in Sunday's Arkansas Democrat Gazette, were quoted at length in that day's paper. The senator, notably enough, is not challenging the accuracy of the original story. as emphasized by his own spokesman by Monday afternoon. In the article, which focuses on Cotton's efforts to block a new school curriculum centered on slavery and its consequences, the senator criticizes the way it depicts the nation, but said he does not question the topic's importance. Again, to read from his own writ, to reiterate, we have to study the history of slavery and its role and impact on the development of our country, because otherwise we can't understand our country. As the Founding Fathers said, it was the necessary evil upon which this union was built. But this union was built in a way, as Lincoln said, to put slavery on the course to its ultimate extinction. Now, after that article's publication, the junior senator's statements on slavery left him trending on Twitter with more than 100,000 tweets, many of them quite critical, understandably enough. And during an interview with Cotton Monday on Fox and Friends, the co-host Brian Kilmeade read the paragraph about the necessary evil of slavery, adding, "Some say that was insensitive." And so Cotton replied, quite predictably, "That is fake news, Brian. That is not what I said. What I said is that many founders believed that only with the Union and the Constitution could we put slavery on the path to its ultimate extinction. That's exactly what Lincoln said." By the way, they always have to throw the Constitution in there, even though the Constitution was never mentioned in the original writ. And certainly was never perceived by the Founding Fathers as anything that would ever be utilitarian towards the extinguishment of slavery. Yet, in writ statement, Senator Cotton's spokesman, James Arnold, doth saith, Senator Cotton's comments were directed at the 1619 Project's smears that claimed his statement was insensitive, not the Arkansas Democrat Gazette's reporting. Describing the founders' views is not endorsing or justifying slavery, and, once again, the 1619 Project can't get facts right. Now, Cotton, who has been mentioned as a possible 2024 presidential candidate, God forbid, has been sharply critical of the 1619 Project, this New York Times-based reinterpretation, or rather exposition, of American history. It is probably most accurately a representation, meaning a representation of the history that has been mispresented. Not misrepresented, but completely mispresented. Now, it was launched on the 400th anniversary of the arrival of slaves in the Virginia colony. And the project, in its own words, aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. Now, it's been spearheaded by the journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones, and it includes essays, poems, photographs, and short fiction by a variety of contributors. And a school curriculum based on this project has been released and is being used in all 100 states and union, according to the Times itself and its educational partner, the Pulitzer Center. Now, Yester Septimania, last week, Senator Tom Cotton introduced legislation to prevent federal funds from being used to teach the 1619 Project curriculum. And in writ statement Monday afternoon, Cotton himself rejoined the fray to clarify and expand on his previous remarks. He so saying, and I quotest he at length and verbatim from his own writ, "Slavery is an evil institution in all its forms, in all places, whether in America's past or around the world today. Of course, slavery itself is never necessary, quote unquote. Most of the founders agreed with that. Bullshit, but to go on, what was necessary, in their view, was a compromise at the Constitutional Convention for the sake of the Union and the Constitution, which they believed put slavery on the path to ultimate extinction, as Lincoln often said, because without the Union and the Constitution, there would have been no America." What he really means is, without slaves, there would have been no America. But to go on, from his own writ, I quotest he, at length and verbatim, getting it right off the screen in front of me where I've called up his little soliloquy here, his epistole. "And without America, without a nation, as Lincoln put it, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men be created equal," here he's quoting from Abraham Lincoln, "who would have freed the slaves in the 19th century? Who would have saved the world from fascism and communism in the 20th century? No one would have. That's who. That's the history we need to teach our children. The history of a great nation that has always strived, imperfectly but passionately, to live up to our founding creed and to defend human freedom at home and abroad. America is a noble nation, and we should teach our kids to be proud of it." Here he's saying the same bullshit they've always been teaching, and it has not served anyone well. Because America saved no one. Now you've got this bill by Senator Tom Cotton that targets the curriculum on slavery, so that no child will ever learn thereof. You've got this New York Times-based school curriculum emphasizing American slavery instead of American independence that has been targeted by U.S. Senator Tom Cotton from a slave-owning state of the Confederacy. And said Little Rock Republican introduces legislation, he did so Thursday last week, that would prevent the use of federal tax dollars to spread the historical truth into the nation's classrooms. Now, this study, the 1619 Project, whilst it falls into the trap of labeling 1776 as the nation's quote-unquote official birth date, it does render its most valuable service by seeking to reframe American history by considering what it would mean to regard 1619 as our nation's birth year, which be timed to coincide with the 400th anniversary of the arrival of African slaves in the Virginia colony. Or so it was calculated to coincide when the 1619 Project was launched last year, 2019, by the New York Times. And so the Times, arguing that it is, or rather, the New York Times sponsored project, which argues that it is finally time to tell our story truthfully, aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. And again, the project's mastermind, Nicole Hannah-Jones, was awarded this year's Pulitzer Prize for commentary. Actually, I should say Mistress Mind, because of course she's of the feminine persuasion. Now, a curriculum based on this project, which, as I said, includes essays, poems, photographs, and short fiction by a variety of contributors, has also been created in conjunction, the result of a partnership between the Times and the nonprofit Pulitzer Center. Same curriculum is intended for use in primary and secondary schools nationwide. That's what brings us to Tom Cotton's proposed law, and never has a man been more offensively named to take this stance than Tom Cotton. If the Saving American History Act of 2020 that he has legislated becometh law, school districts employing the 1619 project curriculum will face financial consequences, because Cotton's legislation labels the project, quote unquote, a distortion of American history. In a interview conducted on Friday into this last weekend, Tom went so far as to say, the 1619 project is left-wing propaganda. It's revisionist history at its worst. Now, so far as I knowest, Hannah Jones did not respond to a request for comment on Friday into the weekend. In a tweet, she did say that Cotton's bill speaks to the power of journalism more than anything I've ever done in my career. And in writ statement, the New York Times spokesman, Jordan Cohen, said the project is based in part on decades of recent scholarship by leading historians of early America that has profoundly expanded our sense of the colonial and revolutionary period. Much of this scholarship has focused on the central role that slavery played in the nation's founding. And it's been emphasized that recent scholarship has helped challenge prevailing narratives about our founding that prioritized the ideals of the revolution while paying no attention whatsoever to historical realities. So you're receiving the propaganda history of a young revolutionary nation. It would be like the communist Chinese, who speak of no history of the dynasties and tell you that Mao Zedong, the dictator who killed 100 million people, was the founding father, the father of all Chinese. You learned that about George Washington, the butcher who massacred entire populations of Native Americans. And so, to combat that perverted ignorance, Hannah Jones, in her introductory essay, proves that the American Revolution was but a reaction, as in the most sick, conservative, reactionary, reflexive motion to stamp down progress. The American, quote-unquote, revolution was but reaction to the British abolitionist movement. And she proved that one of the primary reasons the colonists decided to declare their independence from Britannia was because they wanted to protect and preserve the institution of slavery and ensure that slavery would continue. And that fact has been all too conveniently left out of our founding mythology. That and the royal proclamation of the King of England saying thus far and no further for expansion into Native American lands. And the Americans disguised themselves as Native Americans so that they could attack British ships in an attempt to trigger British genocide of the indigenous First Nations in North America. A ploy that happily failed and resulted in the British coming down on American insurgents. Now, of course, those same right-wing reactionaries who wanted to preserve the institution of slavery at the time of the Revolution, their intellectual descendants today claim that many of the leading revolutionaries opposed slavery, propagandizing that New England, cradle of the Revolution, was also a stronghold for anti-slavery sentiment. And so you've got 5 historians, Sean Willents and James McPherson of Princeton, Brown University's Gordon Wood, Victoria Bynum of Texas State, and James Oakes of the City University of New York Graduate Center, being paid as propaganda shills to challenge Hannah Jones's exposition yesteryear, all of them urging the New York Times to issue prominent corrections of all the errors and distortions presented in the 1619 projects. But the New York Times, I am proud to say, the Gray Lady, as she be known, defended the project. Of course, surrendering to pressure, they later walked back one key claim, and they now say preservation of slavery, per their official statement and stance, was a key motivator for just some of the colonists, quote unquote. Meaning the ones that were running the revolution. You know, your fucking founding fathers. Well, lauded, praised by the Pulitzer judges, the 1619 Project has been condemned by white supremacists, including President Donald Trump. And now it's under direct fire in the U.S. Senate as well, where its federal funds are threatened. Because if Tom Cotton's legislation passes, school districts that embrace the curriculum would no longer qualify for federal professional development funds, money that is intended to improve teacher quality. Federal funding would also be lowered slightly to reflect any cost associated with teaching the 1619 project, including in planning time and teaching time. Funds tied to low-income or special needs students would theoretically not be affected. But the secretaries of Education, Agriculture, and Health and Human Services would create prorated formulas to determine the size of the reduction in federal fund money for schools adopting the curriculum. Cotton saying it won't be much money, but even a penny is too much to go to the 1619 project in our public schools. He going on to proclaim the New York Times should not be teaching American history to our kids. Now, Capitol Hill isn't the place where curriculum decisions are typically made, and even a white supremacist like Tommy Cotton acknowledges that. He's now saying if educators want to use the materials, they'll still be free to do so. We'll simply withdraw all their money. In specific, he said, curriculum is a matter for local decisions, and if local left-wing school boards want to fill their children's heads with anti-American rot, that's their regrettable choice. But they ought not to benefit from federal tax dollars to teach America's children to hate America. So learning the truth is anti-American and means you hate America. This is not a disagreement on history. This is a denial of fact. The right-wing reactionaries have accused the project of misrepresenting colonial views on slavery, arguing that anti-slavery sentiments were stronger in some of the colonies than in England, which is pure bullshit. It's not the fact. It's not the truth. It's not reality. They will pretend that in the midst of the Revolutionary War, the Pennsylvania General Assembly passed its own act for the gradual abolition of slavery. By gradual, like hundreds of fucking years. In Massachusetts, the judiciary struck down the perpetual servitude by the time the Treaty of Paris ended the conflict. That means that men like George Washington could release all their slaves when they were dead. But the slaves served them till the moment that they died. Now, Tommy Cotton himself, who has opposed recent efforts by the United States Senatoress Elizabeth Warren, a Democrat from Massachusetts, to remove Confederate names, monuments, and symbols from military sites, has accused the 1619 Project of being, wait for it, racially divisive. And so on Friday, into this last weekend, he emphasized the entire premise of the New York Times factually, historically flawed 1619 Project is that America is at root a systematically, or rather a systemically, racist country to the core and irredeemable. Yeah. Well, yeah. He, of course, goes on to say, I reject that root and branch. America is a great and noble country, founded on the proposition that all mankind is created equal. We have always struggled to live up to that promise, but no country has ever done more to achieve it. When asked what he'd say to people who consider Confederate statues and military base names racially divisive, Cotton noted that Arkansas is already taking steps to remove its own segregation-era statues. You notice these are non-historical. They weren't built by the Confederacy. Even he acknowledges these were segregation-era. Erected, like phalluses, to impose themselves, subdue and intimidate black populations throughout the South. And so, little Tommy Cotton said, I have no problem with people debating this, or debating that, in a constructive, reasoned, deliberate fashion. What I cannot tolerate, what I think no one should tolerate, are angry mobs tearing down statues of anyone. They tear down a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee today. Tomorrow they come for Presidents George Washington, and for Abraham Lincoln, and for Ulysses S. Grant. For fuck, we can only hope. Of course, in the interview, Cotton said the role of slavery can't be overlooked. To quote his T, we have to study the history of slavery and its role and impact on the development of our country, because otherwise we can't understand our country. As the founding fathers said, it was the necessary evil upon which this union be built, but this union be built in a way, as Lincoln said, to put slavery on the course to its ultimate extinction. And so Cotton concluded that instead of portraying America as an irredeemably corrupt, rotten, and racist country, you know, like it really fucking is, the nation should be viewed as an imperfect and flawed land, but the greatest and noblest country in the history of mankind. The same old canard. That's what it's called, a canard. C-A-N-A-R-D. You can look that up. It's, yeah, as bad as we are, there's no place better than here. Now, you might remember in one of my transmissions, I concluded optimistically that as bad as America is, it is better now than it ever was before. Until Trump came along. But that being what it be, you get my point in the overall arc of narrative in terms of historical progress. But that's disambiguated from, as bad as it is, it's better than anywhere else. Now that's bullshit. Now, the New York Times is a frequent target of Senator Tommy Cotton's criticism. Its editorial page editor, James Bennett, resigned yestermensis just last month after running a column by Tommy Cotton on the, well, Cotton's projected deployment of military troops to quell unrest in our nation's great cities. In other words, this James Bennett editorial page editor allowed this white supremacist senator from a Confederate state to argue for the deployment of federal troops in America's cities, which is something he, as a fucking Confederado, would have found completely offensive in terms of the Union deploying federal troops in a slaveholding state had he been around at time of secession. The paper, after firing the editor, James Bennett, for allowing this crap to be published in the Gray Lady, later said that the piece had fallen short of our standards and should never have been published. Indeed. And so, in writ statement, on Friday into this last weekend, the spokesman of the New York Times portrayed the 1619 Project as a helpful resource. To read from the Gray Lady's defense, it is in part due to these prevailing narratives that 60% of teachers polled in a 2017 survey said that they believed their textbooks' coverage of slavery was beneath inadequate. We're proud that, in partnership with the Pulitzer Center, we've been able to address that problem by making the 1619 Project available as a course supplement that was taught last year in schools in all 50 states and union. We believe it is important for American students to understand the truth about their country's history. To paraphrase the historian Alfred F. Young, we should not be so protective of the achievements of equality that we be unwilling to come to grips with inequality. Now, the actual state usage is unknown, to tell you the truth, because it's only been, well, a year. Arkansas Department of Education officials on Friday into this weekend couldn't even say whether the 1619 Project is used in their state at all. And so their spokeswoman, Alicia Lewis, went on record to say, since we are a local control state, the decision of what educational textbooks, resources, and materials a school or district uses is left entirely up to schools and districts. We do not collect or have any data to indicate which schools have chosen which curriculum. So that means, if what they say is true, they don't even know who's teaching what in their state. Now, Lucas Morrill, a Washington and Lee University politics professor and former John Brown University faculty member in Siloam Springs, portrayed Hannah Jones's writing as flawed, though he encourages his own students to study it. He's so saying, if it was the only thing kids were reading about U.S. history, it would actually do more harm than good, in part because there is so much that is left out. What it leaves in is half-truths, falsehoods, bowdlerizations, and caricatures. Oh my. Now, Brian Keith Mitchell, on the other hand, a University of Arkansas at Little Rock history professor, confirmed that the 1619 Project actually separates rhetoric from reality when it examines the Founding Fathers. He going on record to say, the concept of us having a nation conceived in liberty and justice and freedom, it's simply entirely a farce. And of course, he dismissed any claims that the 1619 Project is racially divisive, asking, how would teaching what actually happened be divisive? The whole point of being educated is to have correct information. So it's, per his own reckoning, impossible to overstate the role of slavery in the American story. To conclude with his analysis, in his words, it's instrumental in the formation of wealth here, instrumental in the mobility of our nation. The buying and selling of slaves and the things those slaves produced were the cornerstone of all American capitalism. In fact, there would not be an America, at least not a first world developed superpower America, sans slavery. Now, as an analyst, I'm here to provide help for the irony deficient. U.S. Senator Tom Cotton may find this harsh, but he be no better than the New York Times. The legendary newspaper dumped its editorial page editor for the sin of publishing a recent essay by Tom Cotton on the op-ed, the opinion editorial page. It did so in part because new generation journalists in its newsroom, who are supposed to be separated from the opinion section by the venerable newspaper model, were outraged that the junior senator from Arkansas was given his extreme, reactionary, right-wing, white supremacist say. And of course, Cotton himself evidently reveled in having had a hand in advancing the revelation of the New York Times, the Grey Lady herself, as intolerant of countering viewpoints. Then, on Friday, into this last weekend, ever gaining ground as the more deviously competent heir apparent to Donald Trump himself, Tommy Cotton puts in a bill that will cut federal education funding to any school that dares to teach from new American history curriculum adapted from a Pulitzer Prize winning project yesteryear by the Sunday magazine of the New York Times. So the junior senator himself obviously lacks all sense of irony. The Times' work, the 1619 Project, timed on release in 2019 amid the 400th anniversary of the date when 20 slaves first were delivered to our dark continent of North America, invested major research hours in reports about the vital and influential role that slaves played in the colony's founding and economic success, ultimately leading to independence. Subsequently, the Times entered into partnership with the nonprofit Pulitzer Center to develop curriculum for teaching from this project in schools. Cotton's bill will determine the cost of acquiring those materials and cut federal funds by that much to any school seeking or actually acquiring them. Because, as Tommy Cotton himself so stated in news release, this Times project is garbage in that it seeks to revise the real history that America was from the beginning, all about independence and freedom. You know, for all but the fucking niggers. And Indians. The Redskins, you know. Who they don't even have the freedom to take up space and breathe our oxygen. Take up space and breathe our air, really. The oxygen being refined therefrom. Now, the bill is less than meets the eye, as is usually the way of right-wing tactics and demagoguery. It's a few dollars. It's likely never to pass. It's mostly for the show. It's about the election-timed exploiting of fear and resentment of anything that disturbs the conventional white dominance and white virtue version of America. But that means it's red meat for MAGA folks, designed to rile the rile-prone, right-wing, white supremacist base, which believeth that the New York Times and all other liberal-identified groups, quote-unquote, hate America, as President Trump put it to Chris Wallace the other day. You know, the hate America crowd. Anyone who doesn't say the whites are where they should be, at the top of the heap. Now, challenged by Wallace to provide the basis for saying the left hates America, Trump said the left wants to de-emphasize Christopher Columbus and emphasize 1619. Imagine that! Trying to give the earliest American slaves their due, and talking a bit less in American history about the soaring world history of brave European exploration of an unknown world that resulted in the racial extermination of over 100 million Native Americans from the North Pole to the South, from Cape Horn to Brooks Range, Alaska, as Native Americans encountered smallpox and whatever other filth these white rats that bred like albino roaches brought with them in their little buckets of wood on which they crossed the Atlantic. And on cue, little Tommy Cotton comest along 5 days later, seeking to reinforce, with supposed policy, the president's uneven rhetorical performance. Now, there can be no doubt, by even Tommy Cotton's reckoning, that slavery played a major role in American history. There can be no doubt as well that our conventional American history teaching has told a story completely sanitized, whitewashed to employ entendre, at least, to extol the noble concepts of our nation, which some might perceive as real, whilst completely underplaying human bondage. And so you will hear that, quote-unquote, professional historians, meaning like prostitutes, people who provide a service for a fee, have criticized this 1619 project. The main substantive complaint being with the 1619 project's conclusion that the American Revolutionary War was fought to protect slavery. Now you can understand how some old and young white supremacists might recoil at the notion that we teach our children that they live in a country renowned for freedom, but actually established to engage in the sin of human bondage. But one of the historians who advised the project and objects to that conclusion, at least in part, goes on to confirm the complaint on that single point in no way affects compelling accuracy otherwise. And the conclusion has been abandoned or downplayed in emerging instructional materials, most unfortunately anyway. So all you get is a bunch of sob stories with no moral point, and thereby depriving all the students learning therefrom of any moral compass. Now, put that in context of the fact that England was closer in 1776 to ending slavery than America ever was, and that some slaves fought for and otherwise helped England against the colonists and were rewarded with liberation. Of course, it is also true that the abolitionist movement was afoot in New England colonies at the time of Revolution. These things are always nuanced. Historical instruction should encompass more depth than a 1940s propaganda newsreel from the Roosevelt administration's Office of War Information, of course. Historical education is about saying what we know and what we disagree about, and leaving the rest to classroom questioning, learned debate, and further research and contemplation. If blacks were important to this nation's founding, as they inescapably were, then today's black students must be told. Not should be told, but must be told. Education should never be about hiding anything under government threat. That begets propaganda. The introspective pursuit of truth, and free and open debate in that process, is the very point and essence of a great and free country. To be free in the greatest American sense, as we have been propagandized, the New York Times ought to retain editors who run essays from the elected likes of Tommy Cotton, and in turn Tommy Cotton ought to leave school curriculum to educators and find some other cynical and surely easy way to rile the rile-prone Trump cultists. That's what takes us to the stimulus package. Republicans are not happy with their Senate leader's new coronavirus relief proposal, and they aren't trying to hide it. Among the biggest complaints was the $1.75 billion United States dollars allotted to a new FBI building, which even Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell opposes. The bill also allots a controversial $8 billion United States dollars for the Department of Defense, including funds that will go toward military programs cut in order to pay for the Trump administration's southern border wall. Republican lawmakers have made it clear there is going to have to be a lot of negotiating if they want to get the bill off the ground. Stimulus or no stimulus, the pandemic isn't slowing down. The World Health Organization now says COVID-19 is spreading in one big tsunami. That's good news because the organization doesn't think the virus is affected by seasonal trends. It's bad news because it means the spread of the virus is dependent more on personal responsibility and human behavior. That's where politicizing it will kill millions. And of course, that's why you must review my last transmission preceding tonight's, because I speak to the 3 behavioral patterns that can stop COVID-19 cold, to use a pun. Stop it dead in its tracks. Wash your hands, mask up, and stay the hell away from each other. Not by 6 feet, but at least 30 feet of distance. Those 3 behaviors will stop COVID-19 dead. Stop the spread. Because all you're left with is control over your own personal behaviors, and to extent those of others, when your government has fled the scene. Now, the president and his allies at the local level have left our economy teetering on the edge out of a catastrophic dive. The Republican Party's latest coronavirus stimulus doesn't take into account Donald Trump's own super blundering. The coronavirus spending proposal that the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, released on Monday opening this work week was much as expected. At a time when nearly 30 million Americans be out of work and 44 million have newly filed for unemployment. The draft bill would cut their unemployment benefits by 400 United States dollars a week. It contains only very limited relief for states and municipalities that have seen their tax bases hit hard, and nothing in the way of bonus payments for essential frontline workers such as nurses, hospital orderlies, emergency responders, and bus drivers. The roughly trillion United States dollars in proposed budget authority does not include, or rather it does include, enhanced tax breaks for business lunches, as well as $1.75 billion United States dollars for a fancy new FBI headquarters across the street from Donald Trump's hotel in Washington, D.C. itself. Fortunately, this odious Republican proposal represents merely an opening bid from McConnell and the White House. Under questioning from reporters, McConnell said that the White House was responsible for the inclusion of funding for a new FBI building. Because Democrats control the House of Representatives, and both parties be eager to pass something before Congress breaks for its August recess, compromises seem likely. But even at this stage, one outcome be crystal clear. Donald Trump's abject mishandling of the pandemic has greatly increased the financial cost of dealing with it. By botching the initial response, discouraging the use of masks, and encouraging many states to reopen far too early, the president and his allies at the local level have created a situation in which the economy is now teetering on the edge of catastrophic depression. Senator Ted Cruz and some of his Republican colleagues can complain all they want about the federal government running up more red ink. It's Donald Trump's ghastly blundering that has given Congress no choice but to authorize another costly stimulus. Back in March and April, Congress passed 3 emergency spending bills, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, acronymous as CARES, C-A-R-E-S, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. Together, These pieces of legislation allocated roughly 3 trillion United States dollars in cash and loans to help families, workers, businesses, and municipalities get through the coronavirus shutdowns. Totaling about 14% of gross domestic product, this was the largest economic rescue package that the American empire has ever introduced outside of wartime. The relief measures, which included a $600 a week boost to jobless benefits, could not prevent the stay-at-home orders from leading to an unprecedented drop in spending and employment. They did put a floor under the economy and prevent a massive upsurge in poverty and destitution, which would certainly have resulted if Congress had not acted promptly. A study by economists at the University of Chicago and the J.P. Morgan Chase Research Institute proved how the newly jobless cut back their spending until they received unemployment benefits, at which point their outlays rebounded sharply. That's how stimulus programs are supposed to work. With some of the relief measures, including the enhanced jobless benefits, scheduled to expire during the summer, it was always clear that another substantial spending bill would be necessary. In May, House Democrats passed the 3 trillion United States dollar HEROES Act, which provided for a second round of cash payments to low and middle income Americans. Big increases in federal outlays on health care, food stamps, housing and rental assistance, and student loan relief, plus about $1 trillion in additional financing for the states and union. Republicans dismissed the bill as a partisan wish list. They also claimed it was premature. Kevin Hassett, a White House economic advisor, told CNN's Jake Tapper, "We think that we have a little movement, a little moment, the luxury of a moment to learn about what's going on so that the next step that we take can be prudent. We know what was going on." In May and early June, the number of new infections fell sharply in the Northeast, and many states, particularly ones run by Republicans, like Florida, Georgia, and Texas, rushed to reopen their economies, sans taking any adequate public health precautions. For a time, spending and hiring surged. Before long, however, the number of COVID-19 infections also surged, at which point the economic rebound stalled as some businesses were forced to close again and consumers got wary. And so Mark Zandi, the chief economist at Moody's Analytics, has gone on record to say, since mid-June, everything has gone completely flat. Everything points to the economy flatlining, like dead. It isn't falling yet, but it won't take much to push it over the edge into total collapse. Zandi and other economists are particularly worried about the jobs picture. In March and April, employers laid off or furloughed more than 22 million people. In May and June, employers restored about 7.5 million jobs. In a healthy recovery, this gradual build-back would continue, but recent figures for unemployment claims and a real-time employment survey from the Census Bureau both confirm that job growth has stopped already. When the Labor Department releases its July employment report next week, it will show a rise in the official jobless rate from its current level of 11.1%, as confirmed by Mark Zandi, chief economist at Moody's Analytics. If that happens, or when it does, it will have a very negative impact on consumer sentiment and the stock market, which in turn will lead to further spending reductions and even further job cuts. But even if the employment report isn't quite as bad as the experts fear, The recent stall in the economy means another hefty stimulus package is essential to prevent a downward spiral. Ian Shepherdson, the chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, has confirmed that, well, I'll just read from his report, the two sentences that have the most impact on my analysis, in which he says, to quote his team, "The V-shaped recovery is toast. There is no question about that. The Nike swoosh might also be toast soon." These are economic graphs that chart the theoretical economic rebound in visual graphics. They kept hoping for a V recovery, dive and resurgence. Then they said, oh no, it's going to take forever, so more of the Nike swoosh. But as confirmed by Ian Shepherdson, chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, all those hopes are completely gone. So, he says the way to prevent that, either the V-shaped recovery or the more modified Nike swoosh, the way to prevent them from disappearing and maybe make them viable is for the federal government to step in and spend more. But how much more? Well, given all the uncertainties, it's hard to know for sure. To cover the period between now and January, Zandi and Shepherdson have both said that, at a minimum, a spending package of about $1.5 trillion United States dollars is needed. That's roughly 50% more than McConnell's proposal. The two economists have also emphasized another key point. The worse the pandemic gets, the more money the federal government will have to borrow and spend to prevent complete economic collapse, the crash of the stock market, and the lights going out. So, citing simulations, that means models, from the statistical model by Moody's of the American economy, Zandi presents the American public, or rather those paying for his analysis, with an arithmetical formula in which Zandi estimates for every daily increase of 10,000 new infections recorded nationwide, the economy needs an additional $100 billion in stimulus spending. Since early June, the daily figure for new cases has jumped from about 20,000 to about 65,000. On Monday opening this very work week, more than 54,000 new cases were reported. So over the same period, the amount of necessary new spending and borrowing has risen by about 450 billion United States dollars. That's a considerable sum, even in an economy in which the gross domestic product was about 21.5 trillion United States dollars before the virus hit. It comes to about $3,500 for each and every household in the country. And it confirms that, during a deadly pandemic, you cannot separate the economy from public health policy. The Trump administration tried, and as a direct result, the American empire is now faced with a tremendous human and financial cost. Republican Mitch McConnell and the Trump cultists cannot avoid this harsh reality. But that brings us back to the great debate. Why reparations for slavery would boost our economy and save us all. In the landmark May 21st issue of the Atlantic magazine, as published and circulated circa 2014, 7 years agone by now, Ta-Nehisi Coates, a black African American, reopened the question of whether these United States, our government rather, should pay reparations to black African Americans, or all African Americans, whatever their shade, for the crimes of 2.5 centuries of slavery, 60 years of Jim Crow-style segregation, and decades more of racist housing policies, zoning and community development, etc. His conclusion, that a great accounting of wrongs must take its place, as well as a decision about how to make his amends for them, has inevitably sparked disagreement, well, violent reaction, ever since. But set that aside. Imagine we have decided, yes, as a society, we must pay a price for these injustices, and it must be large. Those payments would constitute the stimulus that the United States economy needs to take it into the next fucking century. Not just in our 21st century, but into the 22nd. You see, to the economy, stimulus is stimulus, as long as it's done right. Whether it be paid to a group of people based on where they live, their ethnicity, or their religion might matter to politics. But to the economy, it doesn't matter, as long as the money is put to work through either consumption or investment. The reparations as stimulus idea gets a short mention from the black African American author of this landmark article, in which he wrote, well, let me quote us, but one sentence therefrom. In the 20th century, the cause of reparations was taken up by a diverse cast that included the Confederate veteran Walter R. Vaughn, who believed that reparations would be a stimulus for the South. Now imagine that. Mr. Walter Vaughn, a former Confederate soldier turned Idaho politician, recognized that pensions would financially benefit former slaves and would indeed be a semblance of justice for their years of forced labor. Now this is according to an article that I found in the summer 2010 issue of Prologue magazine, which is a publication of the National Archives that's not available to you, but something that I knew of as a former Department of Defense librarian, and therefore was able to get a copy of. But the outcome Confederate States veteran Vaughn looked for involved ex-slaves spending their pensions in the South in order to give the devastated Southern economy a financial boost. Now, Vaughn's vision is too simplistic to apply to postmodern times. Today, reparations would affect 44.5 million Americans, most of whom are in a position, or could eventually be in a position, to do far more than simply spend. The stimulus would lead to both entrepreneurship and investment, and potential direct poverty alleviation for 3.2% of our total population, assuming that cash-based reparations payments be large enough to lift even the poorest recipient above the poverty line. This would affect the roughly 27% of black African Americans who were below the poverty line circa 2012. Put those elements together, and there be prime case for stimulus that will both alleviate poverty directly and provide payments to people who can either grow their investments or start and expand businesses. Or simply expand businesses if they've already established them. Any reasonable program would start with direct cash payments of sufficient largesse that it should be able to eliminate any reasonable consumer debts and allowest the recipient access to retail banking services. Now, the poor are notoriously underserved by financial institutions. So this assistance would immediately affect more than 30% of the participants in the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, boosting them in such a way that they no longer need to receive benefits, according to figures from the Urban Institute. The payments would be a tremendous boon for the states who administer the block grants behind these programs. Imagine similar reductions in the number of users of food stamps and medical programs. The drawback is that one-time payments are temporary, and we do not want to find ourselves 1 or 2 years down the line back where we started. So, when the Black African American Coatis wrote his article in 2014, he spent a good part of his essay talking about the development of major cities and how African American communities developed within them. This is where reparations can have a more lasting effect. All of these historically blighted neighborhoods need to be modernized. Universal broadband and Wi-Fi internet access is a great start and should be combined with transferable tax credits to encourage new business formation, particularly if new businesses start with local ownership. By making the tax credits transferable, with some limitations, these programs would encourage outside investment so that these new businesses can expand and more easily access capital markets. So, 7 years ago, Coatis gave us a lot to think about, the temptation being to argue about what is ethically right. But in doing so, we should never ignore the also interesting possibility that we could be looking at a pilot program for a new America and a new American century. But at the bottom line, if true justice and equality are ever to be achieved in these United States, the country must finally take seriously what it owes Black Americans. It feels different this time because Black Americans protesting the violation of their rights are a defining tradition of this country, and in the last century, there have been hundreds of uprisings in Black communities in response to white violence. Some have produced substantive change after the assassination of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968. Uprisings in more than 100 American cities broke the final congressional deadlock over whether it should be illegal to deny people housing simply because they be descended from people who had been enslaved. The Fair Housing Act, which prohibits housing discrimination on the basis of race, gender, and religion, among other categories, seemed destined to die in Congress as white Southerners were joined by many of their Northern counterparts who knew housing segregation was central to how Jim Crow was accomplished in the North. But just 7 days after the Right Reverend Dr. Martin King's death, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the act into law from the smoldering Capitol, which was still under protection from the National Guard. Most of the time, these uprisings have produced hand-wringing and consternation, but few necessary structural changes. After black uprisings swept the nation in the mid-1960s, yes, as you know, the decade into which I was born into this vale of tears. Lyndon Johnson created the Kerner Commission to examine their causes, and the report it issued in 1968 recommended a national effort to dismantle segregation and structural racism across all American institutions. But it was shelved by the president himself, like so many similar reports. And instead, white Americans voted in a law and order president, Richard Mulhouse Nixon, the man who Trump now wishes to emulate, but could never aspire to be. The following decades brought increased police militarization, law enforcement spending, and mass incarceration of black Americans. The changes we're seeing today in some ways seem shockingly swift, and in other ways, rage-inducingly slow. After years of black-led activism, protest, and organizing, the weeks of protests since George Floyd's killing have moved lawmakers to ban chokeholds by police officers, consider stripping law enforcement of the qualified immunity that has made it almost impossible to hold responsible officers who kill, and discuss moving significant parts of ballooning police budgets into funding for social services. Black Lives Matter, the group founded in 2013 by 3 black women, Patricia Can-Coolers, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi, if I remember, after the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's killer, saw its support among American voters rise almost as much in the 12 weeks, the single fortnight after Floyd's killing, than in the last 12 years. According to polling by Civics, more than 50% of registered voters now say they support the Black Lives Matter movement. The cascading effect of these protests has been something to behold. The commissioner of the NFL, the National Football League, which blackballed Colin Kaepernick for daring to respectfully protest police brutality, announced that the NFL had, in fact, been wrong, and that black lives actually do matter. Kaepernick, on the other hand, still has no job. HBO Max announced that it would temporarily pull from its roster the Lost Cause propaganda film Gone with the Wind, which in classically American fashion holds the spot as the highest-grossing feature film of all time. NASCAR came to the sudden realization that its decades-long permissiveness towards fans waving the battle flag of what many deem a traitorous would-be nation that fought to preserve the right to traffic black people was, in fact, contrary to its quote-unquote commitment to providing a welcoming and inclusive environment for all fans, our competitors, and our industry. Bubba Wallace, the only full-time black driver at the sport's top level, who had called on NASCAR to make the move, drove victory laps in an all-black stock car emblazoned with the words #Black Lives Matter. Multiracial groups of Americans have defaced or snatched down monuments to enslavers and bigots from Virginia to Philadelphia to Minneapolis and New Mexico, leading local and state politicians to locate the moral courage to realize that they indeed did have the power to purge from public spaces icons of white supremacy. Even the University of Alabama, the place where Governor George Wallace quite literally stood in the schoolhouse door to try to block the court-ordered admission of 2 black students, a place whose Grecian-columned campus and still largely segregated sororities pose the living embodiment of Dixie, is removing 3 plaques honoring Confederate soldiers, and will study whether to rename buildings holding the monikers of enslavers and white supremacists after a student-led campaign garnered more than 17,000 signatures. Unlike so many times in the past, in which black people mostly marched and protested alone to demand recognition of their full humanity and citizenship, a multiracial and multi-generational protest army has taken to the streets over the last month. They've spread across all 50 states and union, in places big and small, including historically all-white towns like Vidor, Texas, where as recently as 1993 a federal judge had to order its public housing integrated. Shortly after, white supremacists ran out of town the handful of black people who had moved in. That Vidor, Texas, which remains 91% white and 0.5% black, a half percentile of 1%, held a Black Lives Matter rally in early June. In countries as disparate as England, Brazil, Kenya, and Turkey, crowds pumped fists and carried signs with George Floyd's name. And this month, a Monmouth University poll showed that 76% of Americans and 71% of white Americans believest that racial and ethnic discrimination is a quote-unquote big problem in these United States. Just a few years agone, little more than half of white Americans believed that. The numbers in the Monmouth poll were so high that it left some political scientists questioning the poll's quality. Hakeem Jefferson, a Stanford University political scientist, who by his very name is obviously black, actually told myself, "This number is crazy. When I saw it, I thought, this is a polling error." So I did what good social scientists do. I opened the methodological report, worried that they had done a weird sampling, but this is high quality data, and I can't believe it. It is hard, in the midst of something momentous, to pinpoint exactly what has caused it. What we're seeing is most likely a result of unrelenting organizing by the Black Lives Matter movement. It's the pandemic, which virtually overnight left staggering numbers of Americans without enough money to buy food, pay rent, and sustain their very businesses. For many white Americans who may have once, consciously or unconsciously, looked down upon this nation's heavily black and brown low-wage service workers, COVID-19 made them realize that it was the delivery driver and grocery clerk and black meat packer who made it possible for them to remain safely sequestered in their white homes. And these workers were dying for it. Black Americans in particular have borne a disproportionate number of deaths from both COVID-19 and law enforcement. And many non-black protesters have reasoned that black people should not have to risk their lives alone in taking to the streets, demanding that the state not execute its citizens sans consequence. And as they did, white Americans, both in the streets and through the screens of their phones and televisions, got a taste of the wanton police violence that black Americans regularly face every day of their lives. They saw the police beating up white women, pushing down an elderly white man so hard his skull cracked open, and throwing tear gas and shooting rubber bullets point blank at demonstrators exercising their democratic right to peacefully protest, taking out eyes, and in some cases asphyxiating people unto death. With so many Americans working from home, or rather not working at all, they have finally had the time to show up to protests every day. These protests not only give Americans who are not black a moral reason to leave their homes after weeks of social isolation, they also allow us protesters to vent anger at the incompetence of the Orange Man in the White House, himself a product of this nation's inability to escape its death pact with white supremacy, whom they sense is imperiling this terribly flawed but miraculous empire. It has been more than 150 years since the white planter class last called up the slave patrols and deputized every white citizen to stop, question, and subdue any black person who came across their paths in order to control and surveil a population who refused to submit to their enslavement. It has been 150 years since white Americans could enforce slave laws that said white people acting in the interest of the planter class would not be punished for killing a black person, even for the most minor of merely alleged offenses. Those laws morphed into the Black Codes, passed by white Southern politicians at the end of the American Civil War between the states to criminalize behaviors like not having a job, as if anyone would hire a darky. Those Black Codes were struck down, then altered, and over the course of decades, eventually transmuted into stop and frisk, broken windows, and, of course, qualified immunity for all law enforcement agents, federal or state, or mostly municipal. The names of the mechanisms of social control have changed, but the presumption that white patrollers have the legal right to kill black people deemed to have committed minor infractions or to have breached the social order has remained. In a country erected on the explicitly codified conviction that black lives mattered less, graveyards across this land hold the bodies of black Americans. Men, women, and children legally killed by the institutional descendants of those slave patrols for alleged transgressions like walking from the store with Skittles, playing with a toy gun in the park, sleeping in their homes, and selling untaxed cigarettes. We collectively know only a small number of their names: Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin, Kendra James, Breonna Taylor, Rekiah Boyd, Eric Garner, Ayanna Stanley Jones, and Tanisha Anderson being but just the few I can consciously recall. And because of what be happening now, George Floyd's name will forever stand out, since enough Americans have finally decided that his death actually mattered. What has spawned this extraordinary reckoning, the fire this time, was our collective witness of what must be described without hyperbole as a postmodern day lynching. In his 1933 book, entitled The Tragedy of Lynching, published the same year that both Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Adolf Hitler ascended to power, the sociologist Arthur F. Raper estimated that, based on his study of 100 lynchings, white police officers participated in at least half of all lynchings, and that in 90% of others, law enforcement officers, to quote his T from the work itself, either condone or wink at the mob action, or rather condone or wink at the mob inaction. The nonchalant look on Officer Derek Chauvin's face, as hand in pockets for 8 minutes and 46 seconds He pressed his knee against the neck of a face-down black man begging for his life. Remindest myself of every callous white face captured in the grisly photographs taken in the 1900s to mark the gleeful spectacle of the public killings of black men and women. It devastates black people that all the other black deaths before George Floyd did not get us here. It devastates black people to recall all the excuses that have come before. That big black boy, Michael Brown, must have charged the weapon-carrying officer. Eric Garner should have just stopped struggling. Breonna Taylor's boyfriend had a weapon in her home and should never have shot at the people who, without even a knock or let alone an announcement, burst through her door and opened fire themselves. We're not exactly sure what Ahmaud Arbery was doing in that predominantly white neighborhood. Rayshard Brooks, who, in the midst of nationwide protests against police violence, was shot in the back twice by a police officer, just shouldn't have resisted by turning tail and mooning the officer with his black ass. It should devastate us all that in the 2020th year of the Christian calendar, it took a cell phone video broadcast across the globe of a black man dying from the oldest and most terrifying tool in the white supremacist arsenal to make us the vast majority of white Americans decide that, well, this just might be enough. And we now finally arrive at my point in this reminiscence. Because when it comes to truly explaining racial injustice in this empire, the table should never be set quickly. There is too much to know. And yet we aggressively, as Tommy Cotton so embodies, choose not to know it. No one can predict whether this uprising will lead to lasting change. History does not bode well, but there does seem to be a widespread acceptance of the most obvious action we could take toward equality in a nation built on the espoused ideals of inalienable universal rights. Pass reforms and laws that ensure that black people cannot be killed by armed agents of the state, sans consequence. But on its own, this cannot bring justice to America. If we are truly at the precipice of a transformative moment, the most tragic of outcomes would be that the demand be too timid and the resolution too small. If we are indeed serious about creating a more just society, we must go much further than that. We must get to the root of it all. 500 years since the bloody and brutally repressed protests and freedom struggles of black Americans brought about the end of legal discrimination in this country. So much of what makest black lives hard, what takest black lives earlier, what causes black Americans to be vulnerable to the type of surveillance and policing that killed Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, what steals all opportunities, be the lack of wealth that has been a defining feature of black life since the end of slavery. Wealth, not income, is the means to security in America. Wealth, assets, and investments minus debt be what enables you to buy homes in safer neighborhoods with better amenities and better funded schools. It be what enables you to send your children to college, sans saddling them with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. And what providest you money to put a down payment on a house? It be what prevents family emergencies or unexpected job losses from turning into life-ending catastrophes that leavest you both homeless and destitute. It be what ensures what every parent wants, that your children will have fewer struggles than you did. Wealth is security and peace of mind. It's not incidental that wealthier people are healthier and live longer. Wealth is, as a recent Yale study states, the most consequential index of economic well-being for most Americans. But wealth is not something people create solely by themselves. It be accumulated across generations. While unchecked discrimination still plays a significant role in shunting opportunities for Black Americans, it is white Americans' centuries-long economic head start that most effectively maintains racial caste today. As soon as laws began to ban racial discrimination against Black Americans, white Americans created so-called race-neutral means of maintaining political and economic power. Exempli gratiae. Soon after the 15th Amendment granted Black men the right to vote, white politicians in many states, understanding that recently freed Black Americans were impoverished, implemented poll taxes. In other words, white Americans have long known that in a country where Black people have been kept disproportionately poor and prevented from building any wealth, rules and policies involving money can be nearly as effective for maintaining the color line as legal segregation. You do not have to have laws forcing segregated housing and schools if white Americans, employing their generational wealth and higher incomes, can simply buy their way into expensive enclaves with exclusive public schools that are out of the price range of most Black Americans. It has worked with impressive efficiency. Today, Black Americans remain the most segregated group of people in America and are 5 times as likely to live in high-poverty neighborhoods as white Americans. Not even high earnings inoculate Black people against racialized disadvantage. Black families earning 75,000 United States dollars or more a year live in poorer neighborhoods than white Americans, who be earning less than 40,000 United States dollars a year, as research by John Logan, a Brown University sociologist, has proven. According to another study that I sourced by the Stanford sociologist Sean Reardon and his colleagues, the average Black American family earning 100,000 United States dollars a year lives in a neighborhood with an average annual income of 54,000 United States dollars annually. Black Americans with high incomes are still Black. They face discrimination across American life. But it is because their families have not been able to build wealth that they are often unable to come up with a down payment to buy in more affluent neighborhoods, whilst white Americans with lower incomes often exploit familial wealth to do just that. The difference between the lived experience of black Americans and white Americans when it comes to wealth, along the entire spectrum of income from the poorest to the wealthiest, can be described as nothing other than a yawning, gaping, nigh infinite chasm. According to research published just this year by scholars at Duke University and Northwestern University, if I recall, that doesn't even take us into account the yet unknown financial wreckage of COVID-19. The average black family with children holds just 1 cent of wealth for every dollar that the average white family with children holds. As President Lyndon Johnson, architect of the Great Society, the War on Poverty, explained in his 1965 speech titled, "To Fulfill These Rights," to quote his T, "Negro poverty is not white poverty. These differences are not racial differences. They are solely and simply the consequence of ancient brutality, past injustice, and present prejudice. They be anguishing to observe. For the Negro, they be a constant reminder of oppression. For the white, they be a constant reminder of guilt. But they must be faced, and they must be dealt with, and they must be overcome if we be ever to reach the time when the only difference between Negroes and whites be the color of their skin." We sometimes forget, and perhaps it be an intentional forgetting, that the racism we are fighting today was originally conjured to justify working unfree black people, often until death, to generate extravagant riches for European colonial powers, the white planter class, and all the ancillary white people from Midwestern farmers to bankers to sailors to textile workers who earned their living and built their wealth from free black labor and the products that labor produced. The very prosperity of this empire be inextricably linked with the forced labor of the ancestors of 40 million black Americans for whom these marches are now occurring, just as it be linked to the stolen land of the country's indigenous peoples. Though our high school history books never make us this plain, slavery and the 100-year period of racial apartheid and racial terrorism, known colloquially as Jim Crow, were, above all else, systems of economic exploitation. To borrow from Ta-Nehisi Coates' phrasing from his landmark article in 2014 on reparations, racism is the child of economic profiteering, not the father. Numerous legal efforts to strip black people of their humanity existed to justify the extraction of profit. Beginning in the 1660s, white officials ensured that all children born to enslaved women would also be enslaved and belong not to their mothers, but to the white men who owned their mothers. They passed laws dictating that the child's status would follow that of the mother, not the father, upending all European norms and guaranteeing that the children of enslaved women who were sexually assaulted by white men would be born enslaved. and never free. It meant that profit for white people could be made from black women's wombs via sexual assault. Laws determining that enslaved people, as unto lower animals, had no recognized kinship ties ensured that human beings could be bought and sold at will to pay debts, buy more acres, or save storied universities like Georgetown from closing, which held slave sales instead of bake sales to raise funding. Laws barred enslaved people from making wills or owning property, distinguishing black people in America from every other group on these shores, and assuring that everything of value black people managed to accrue would add to the wealth of those who enslaved them. At the time of the American Civil War between the states, the value of the enslaved human beings held as property added up to more than all of this empire's railroads and factories combined, making the Confederate States of America one of the wealthiest nations on earth. And yet enslaved people saw not a dime of this wealth. They owned nothing and were owed nothing from all that had been built from their toil. Slavery's demise was supposed to provide this nation the chance for redemption. Out of the ashes of sectarian strife, we could have birthed a new country, one that recognized the humanity and natural rights of those who had forged this very empire, one that attempted to atone and provide redress for the unspeakable atrocities committed against black people in the name of profit. We could have finally, but a single century after revolution, embraced its founding ideals. And oh so briefly, during that period known as Reconstruction, we actually moved toward that goal. The historian Eric Foner refers to these but 12 years after the American Civil War, 12 years, the same number of years that the Third Reich was extant upon the surface of the earth. In a period just as brief and just as glorious, historian Eric Foner confirms that moment in time as this nation's second founding, because it be here that the American empire began to finally redeem the grave sin of slavery. Congress passed amendments abolishing human bondage, enshrining equal protection before the law in the Constitution, and guaranteeing black men the right to vote. This nation witnessed its first period of biracial governance as the formerly enslaved were elected to public offices at all levels of government. For but all too fleeting a moment, a few white men listened to the pleas of black people who had fought for the Union and helped deliver its victory. Land in this country has always meant wealth, and, more importantly, independence. Now, millions of black people, liberated with not a cent to their name, desperately wanted property so they could work, support themselves, and be left alone. Black people implored federal officials to take the land confiscated from enslavers who had taken up arms against their own nation and grant it to those who had worked it and fed it with their very blood and tears unto themselves, that they could finally yield its fruits after generation of fertilizing it with their very bodies. They were asking to, as the historian Robin D.G. Kelly put it, inherit the earth they had turned into wealth for idle white peoples who had flogged them as they toiled. In January of 1865, General William Tecumseh Sherman issued Special Field Order 15, providing for the distribution of hundreds of thousands of acres of former Confederate land issued in 40-acre tracts to newly freed people along the coastal South Carolina and Georgian states. But just 4 months later, in April, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Officially, the last fatality on the field of battle, which lay everywhere in Civil War. And Andrew Johnson, the racist, pro-Southern vice president who took over, immediately reneged upon this promise of 40 acres, overturning General Sherman's order. Most white Americans felt that black Americans should be grateful for their freedom, that the bloody Civil War itself had absolved any and all debt. The government confiscated the land from the few formerly enslaved families who had started to eke out a bare existence away from the white whip, and gave it back to the very traitors who had committed to treason against the constitutional republic. And with that, the only real effort this nation ever made to compensate black Americans for 250 years of chattel slavery ended in ignominy. Freed people, during and after slavery, tried again and again to compel the government to provide restitution for slavery, to provide, at the very least, a pension for those who spent their entire lives working for no pay. They filed lawsuits. They organized to lobby politicians. And every effort failed. To this day, the only Americans who have ever received government restitution for slavery were white enslavers in Washington, D.C., who were compensated for their loss of human property. The way we be taught this in school, Lincoln freed the slaves, and then the nearly 4 million people who the day before had been treated as property suddenly enjoyed the privileges of being Americans like everyone else. We are not prodded to contemplate what it means to achieve freedom without a home to live in, sans any food to eat, without even a bed to sleep upon, or clothes for your children, nor the money to buy any of it. Narratives collected of formerly enslaved peoples during the Federal Writers' Project of the 1930s reveal the horrors of massive starvation, of liberated Black people seeking shelter in burned-out buildings and scrounging for food in decaying fields before eventually succumbing to the heartbreak of returning to bend over in the fields of their former enslavers yet again as sharecroppers or wage slaves, just so they would not die. The historian Carrie Leigh Merritt so wrote, "With the advent of emancipation, blacks became the only race in the United States ever to start out as an entire people with zero capital." Come 1881, Frederick Douglass, surveying the utter privation in which the federal government left the formerly enslaved, so wrote, "When the Hebrews were emancipated, they were told to take spoil from the Egyptians. When the serfs of Russia were emancipated, they were given 3 acres of ground upon which they could live and make a living. But not so when our slaves were emancipated. They were sent away empty-handed, sans money, sans friends, and sans a single foot of land on which they could live and make a living. Old and young, sick and well, were turned loose to the naked sky, naked to their enemies." Just after the federal government decided that black people were undeserving of restitution, it began bestowing millions of acres in the West to white Americans under the Homestead Act, whilst also enticing white foreigners to immigrate with the offer of free land. From 1868 to 1934, the federal government gave away 246 million acres in 160-acre tracts, nearly 10% of all the land in the nation, to more than 1.5 million white families, native-born and foreign, so long as they were white. As the historian I cited, Merritt, points out, some 46 million American adults today, nearly 20% of all American adults, descend from those homesteaders. And so he has writ, "If that many white Americans can trace their legacy of wealth and property ownership to a single entitlement program, then the perpetuation of black poverty must also be linked to national policy." The federal government turned its back on its financial obligations to 4 million newly liberated people, and then it left them sans protection as well, as white rule was reinstated across the South starting in the 1880s. Federal troops pulled out of the South per the Great Compromise, and white Southerners overthrew biracial governance, employing violence, coups d'etat, and electoral fraud. The campaigns of white terror that marked the period after Reconstruction, known as Redemption, once again guaranteed an exploitable, utterly dependent labor force for the white South. Most black Southerners had no desire to work on the same forced labor camps where they had just been enslaved. But white Southerners passed state laws that made it a crime if they didn't sign labor contracts with white landowners, or changed employers sans permission, or sold cotton after sunset. And then, as punishment for these crimes, black people were forcibly leased out to companies and individuals. Through sharecropping and convict leasing, black people were compelled back into quasi-slavery. This arrangement ensured that once devastated towns like Greenwood, Mississippi, were again able to call themselves the cotton capitals of the world, and companies like United States Steel secured a steady supply of unfree black laborers who could be worked literally to death, and always were. In what Douglas A. Blackmon, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, calls, by the very title of his work, Slavery by Another Name, which lasted through World War II. Yet black Americans persisted, and despite the odds, some managed to acquire land, start businesses, and build schools for their children. But it was the most prosperous black people and communities that elicited the most vicious response. Lynchings, massacres, and generalized racial terrorism were regularly deployed against black people who had bought land, opened schools, built thriving communities, tried to organize sharecroppers' unions, or opened their own businesses, thereby depriving white owners of economic monopolies and the opportunity to endlessly cheat black buyers. At least 6,500 black people were lynched from the end of the Civil War through to 1950, which averages out to nearly twice a week for 9 decades. 2 black people lynched each and every week as regularly as my transmissions over 90 years. Nearly 5 black people on average have been killed a week by law enforcement. 5 black people, 1 for every working day of every single work week, have been killed by a policeman since 2015. The scale of the destruction during the 1900s be simply incalculable. Black farms were stolen, shops burned to the ground. Entire prosperous black neighborhoods and communities were razed by white mobs, from Florida to North Carolina to Atlanta to Arkansas. One of the most infamous of these, and yet still widely unknown among white Americans, occurred in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when gangs of white men, armed with guns supplied by public officials, destroyed a black district so successful that it was known as Black Wall Street. They burned down more than 1,200 homes and businesses, including a department store, a library, and a hospital, and killed hundreds who it be believed were buried in mass graves without a marker. In 2001, the year of September 11th, a commission on the massacre recommended that the state pay financial restitution for the victims, but the state legislature refused. And this is the place that, in the midst of weeks of protests crying out for black lives to matter, that Donald Trump, nearly a century later, chose to restart his campaign rallies so he could rock across the parking lots where hundreds of black bodies be buried beneath the tarp. In private, it be whispered that he said he wanted to dance on black graves. Even black Americans who did not experience theft and violence were continuously deprived of any ability to build any wealth. They were denied entry into labor unions and union jobs that ensured middle-class wages. North and South, racist hiring laws and policies forced them into service jobs, even when they earned college degrees. They were legally relegated into segregated, substandard neighborhoods and segregated substandard schools that made it impossible to compete economically, even had they not faced rampant discrimination in the job market. In the South, for most of the period after the Civil War until the 1960s, when I was born, nearly all the black people who wanted to earn professional degrees, legal, medical, and master's degrees, had to leave the region to do so even as white immigrants attended state colleges in the former Confederacy that black American tax dollars had paid for. As part of the New Deal programs, the federal government created redlining maps, marking neighborhoods where black people lived in red ink to denote that they were uninsurable under Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration. As a result, 98% of the loans the Federal Housing Administration insured from 1934 throughout FDR's administration and World War II through to 1962 went exclusively to white Americans, locking nearly all black Americans out of the government program, credited with building the modern white middle class. The historian Ira Katznelson writes in his book entitled When Affirmative Action Was White. Well, let me read a paragraph therefrom. At the very moment a wide array of public policies was providing most white Americans with valuable tools to advance their social welfare, ensure their old age, get good jobs, acquire economic security, build assets, and gain middle-class status, most black Americans were left behind, nay, left out completely. The federal government functioned as a commanding instrument of white privilege alone. In other words, while black Americans were being systematically, generationally deprived of any ability to build wealth, whilst also being robbed of the little they had managed to gain, white Americans were not only free to earn money and accumulate wealth with exclusive access to the best jobs, best schools, best credit terms, but they were also getting substantial government help in doing so. If you want to look at the true welfare queens, look at those in the white skin sacks. The civil rights movement ostensibly ended white advantage by law, and in the gauzy way white Americans tend to view history, particularly the history of racial inequality, the end of legal discrimination after 350 fucking years is all that was required to vanquish this dark history and all its effects from the minds of the white mind. According to this whitewash, changing the laws, as all too many Americans have since believed, marked the end of the obligation. But civil rights laws passed in the decade into which I passed through my mother's womb, the 1960s, merely guaranteed black people rights they should have always have had. They dictated that from that day forward, the government would no longer sanction legal racial discrimination. But these laws did not correct the harm, nor restore what was lost. Brown versus Board of Education did not end segregated and unequal schools. It just ended segregation in the law. It took court orders, and at times, federal troops, to see any real integration. Nevertheless, more than 6 decades after the nation's highest court proclaimed school segregation unconstitutional, black children remain as segregated from white kids as they were in the early 1970s. There has never been a point in American history where even half the black children in this country have ever attended a majority white school. Making school segregation illegal did nothing to repay black families for the theft of their educations, or make us up for generations of black Americans, many of them still alive today, who could never go to college because white officials believed that only white students needed a high school education and so refused to operate high schools for black children at all. As late as the 1930s, most communities in the South, where the vast majority of black Americans were stranded, failed to provide a single public high school for black children. That's according to the book entitled The Education of Blacks in the South, 1860 through 1935, as authored by the historian James D. Anderson. Heavily black Richmond County in Georgia, for instance, did not provide a 4-year black high school from 1897 through to 1945. When Japan won the Second World War, and Americans realized just how much trouble they were in, and that maybe they had to have some black friends of color after all. The Fair Housing Act prohibited discrimination in housing, but it did not reset real estate values so that homes in redlined black neighborhoods whose prices were artificially deflated would be valued the same as identical homes in white neighborhoods, which had been artificially inflated. It did not provide restitution for generations of black homeowners forced into predatory loans because they had been locked out of the prime credit market. It did not repay every black soldier who returned from World War II to find that he could not use his GI Bill to buy a home, or for his family in any of the new whites-only suburbs subsidized by the same government he fought for. It did not break up the still entrenched housing segregation that took decades of government and private policy to create. Lay those redlining maps conducted by Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration over almost any city in America with a significant black population, and you will see that the government-sanctioned segregation patterns remain completely intact from Franklin Delano Roosevelt's day, and that those same communities bore the brunt of the predatory lending and foreclosure crisis of the late 2000s that stole years of black home ownership and wealth gains away in a single night. Making employment discrimination illegal did not come with a check for black Americans to compensate for all the high-paying jobs they were legally barred from, for the promotions they never got solely because of the color of their skins, for the income and opportunities lost to the centuries of discrimination. Nor did these laws and ongoing discrimination any more than speed limits sans enforcement stop people from driving too fast. These laws opened up opportunities for limited numbers of black Americans, whilst largely leaving centuries of meticulously orchestrated inequities soundly in place, but now with the sheen of colorblind magnanimity. The inclination to bandage over and move on is a definitive American feature when it comes to anti-black racism and its social and material effects. A joint 2019 study by faculty members at Yale University's School of Management, Department of Psychology, and Institute for Social and Policy Studies describes this phenomenon this way. To quote their conclusion, "A firm belief in our nation's commitment to racial egalitarianism is part of the collective consciousness of these United States of America. We have a strong and persistent belief that our national disgrace of racial oppression has been overcome, albeit through struggle, and that racial equality has largely been achieved." Yet those same authors point out how white Americans love to play up moments of racial progress, like the Emancipation Proclamation, Brown versus Board of Education, and the election of Barack Obama, sans, well, all the while playing down, or rather completely ignoring, lynching, racial apartheid, or the 1985 bombing of a black neighborhood in Philadelphia, literally firebombing a black neighborhood from the air when airstrikes were called in because the blacks were considered a foreign insurgency on American soil. To read from the same study, in Afterward, when it comes to race relations in these United States, most Americans hold an unyielding belief in a specific, optimistic narrative regarding racial progress that is robust to any and all counterexamples. The mass delusion being that society has come a very long way already and is moving ever rapidly, perhaps naturally, toward full racial equality. This remarkable imperviousness to facts, when it comes to white advantage and architected black disadvantage, be what emboldens some white Americans to quote the passage from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1963 "I Have a Dream" speech, uttered during the very year my late sister was born, about being judged by the content of your character and not by the color of your skin. It's all too often exploited as a cudgel against calls for race-specific remedies for black Americans, whilst ignoring the part of that same speech where the Right Reverend Dr. King sayest black people have marched on the Capitol to cash a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. King has been evoked continuously during this season of protests, sometimes to defend those who looted and torched buildings, sometimes to condemn them. But in this time of foment, there has been an astounding silence around his most radical demands. The seldom quoted King is the one who said that the true battle for equality, the actualization of justice, required economic repair. After watching northern cities explode, even as his movement's efforts to pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act came into fruition, the Right Reverend Dr. King gave his speech circa 1967 in Atlanta before the Hungry Club Forum, a secret gathering of white politicians and civil rights leaders. And there King said, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "For well now 12 years the struggle was basically a struggle to end legal segregation. In a sense it was a struggle for decency. It was a struggle to get rid of all the humiliation and the syndrome of deprivation surrounding the system of legal segregation, and I need not remind you that those were glorious days. It is now a struggle for genuine equality on all levels, and this will be a much more difficult struggle. You see, the gains in the first period, or the first era of struggle, were obtained from the power structure at bargain rates. It didn't cost the nation anything to integrate lunch counters. It didn't cost the nation anything to integrate hotels and motels. It didn't cost the nation a penny to guarantee the right to vote. Now we are in a period where it will cost the nation billions of dollars to get rid of poverty, to get rid of slums, to make quality integrated education a reality. This is where we are now. Now we are going to lose some friends in this period. The allies who were with us in Selma will not all stay with us during this period. We've got to understand what is happening. Now they often call this the white backlash. It's just a new name for an old phenomenon. The fact is that there has never been any single, solid, determined commitment on the part of the vast majority of white Americans to genuine equality for Negroes. But 1 year later, in March of 1968, just a single month before his assassination, in a speech to striking impoverished black sanitation workers in Memphis. Dr. King said, "Now our struggle is for genuine equality, which means economic equality. For we know that it isn't enough to integrate lunch counters. What does it profit a man to be able to eat at an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't have enough money to buy a hamburger?" As we focus on police violence, we cannot ignore an even starker indication of our societal failures. Racial income disparities today look no different than they did the decade before King's March on Washington. In 1950, according to a forthcoming study by the economists Moritz Schularik, Moritz Kuhn, and Ulrich Steins, in the Journal of Political Economy, black median household income was about half of that of white Americans, and today it remains the same. It took German economists to expose that. More critically, the racial wealth gap is about the same as it was in the 1950s as well. The typical black household today is poorer than 80% of all white households. According to this United German study, no progress has been made whatsoever over the past 70 years in the United States in reducing income and wealth inequalities between black and white households. And yet most Americans are in an almost pathological denial about the depth of black financial struggle. That 2019 Yale University study, entitled "The Misperception of Racial Economic Inequality," found that Americans believe that black households hold 90 United States dollars in wealth for every 100 United States dollars held by white households. The actual amount is less than $10 fucking dollars. But 10% of what white households hold. About 97% of study participants overestimated black-white wealth equality by 90 fucking percent. And most assumed that highly educated, high-income black households were the most likely to achieve economic parity with white counterparts. That is also dead wrong. The magnitude of the wealth gap only widens as black people earn more income. The study's authors concluding that these data suggest that Americans are completely unaware of the striking persistence of racial economic inequality in these United States. Americans, they write, tend to explain this away or justify persistent racial inequality by ignoring the tailwinds that have contributed to their economic success, while justifying inequalities of wealth and poverty by invoking the role of individuals' traits and skills as explanations for these disparities. The real word would not be explanations, but rationalizations. The researchers themselves, using the exceptional examples of very successful black people to prove that systemic racism, rather white supremacy, does not hold black Americans back, and point instead to the large numbers of impoverished black people as evidence that black people are largely responsible for their own struggles. That's the white rationalization. In 2018, the year before yesteryear, Duke University, and I've always had a soft spot for Duke. That's where, of course, Rhine was doing his research on extrasensory perception. Duke University's Samuel Dubois Cook Center on Social Equity and the Insight Center for Community Economic Development published their report called "What We Get Wrong About Closing the Racial Wealth Gap." That examined the common misperceptions about the causes of the racial wealth gap and presented data and social science research that refutes them all. That study proves that the racial wealth gap is not about poverty. To quote from the work itself, poor white families earning less than 27,000 United States dollars a year hold nearly the same amount of wealth as black families earning between 48,000 and 76,000 United States dollars annually. It's not because of black spending habits. Blacks have lower incomes overall but save at a slightly higher rate than white Americans with similar incomes. It's not that black people need to value education more. Black parents, when controlling for household type and socioeconomic status, actually offer more financial support for their children's higher education than white parents do, as proven by that study. And some studies have proven that black youths, even, well, when compared with white youths whose parents have similar incomes and education levels, are actually more likely to go to college and earn additional credentials. But probably more astounding to many Americans is that college simply does not pay off for black Americans the way it does for other groups. Black college graduates are about as likely to be unemployed as white Americans with a high school diploma. And black Americans with a college education hold less wealth than white Americans who never finished high school. Further, because black families hold almost no wealth to begin with, black students are the most likely to borrow money to pay for college and then to borrow more. That debt, in turn, means that black students cannot start saving upon graduation like their less debt-burdened white peers. It's not a lack of home ownership. While it's true that black Americans have the lowest home ownership rates in the nation, simply owning a home is not the same asset that it is for white Americans. Black Americans get higher mortgage rates even with equal credit worthiness, and homes in black neighborhoods do not appreciate at the same rate as those in white areas because housing prices are still driven by the racial makeup of communities. As the Duke University economist William Darity Jr., the study's lead author, has pointed out, the ability to purchase a home in the first is seldom a result of just the hard work and frugality of the buyer. It's actually parental and grandparental wealth that facilitates the acquisition of any home. It's not because a majority of black families are led by a single mother. White single women with children hold the same amount of wealth as single black women with no children. And the typical white single parent has twice the wealth of the typical two-parent black family. To summarize, none of the actions we are told black people must take if they want to lift themselves out of poverty and gain financial stability, not marrying, not getting educated, not saving more, not owning a home, can mitigate 400 fucking years of racialized plundering. Wealth begets wealth, and white Americans have had centuries of governmental assistance to accumulate wealth, while the government has, for the vast history of this empire, worked against black Americans doing the same. The authors of the Duke study have so writ that, and here I quotest from their work, the cause of the gap must be found in the structural characteristics of the American economy, heavily infused at every point with both an inheritance of racism and the ongoing authority of white supremacy. There be no actions that black Americans can ever take unilaterally that will ever have any effect on reducing that wealth gap. For that gap to be closed, America must undergo a complete and total social transformation produced by the adoption of bold national policies heretofore unprecedented in scale and concept. At the center of those policies must be reparations. The process of creating the racial wealth chasm begins with the failure to provide the formerly enslaved with the 40 acres they were promised. So the restitution has never been given, and it's 155 years overdue. Now, Dietrich, the author of this Duke University study, has been studying and advocating reparations for 30 fucking years. And last spring, he and his partner, A. Kirsten Mullen, published the book entitled From Here to Equality, subtitled Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century. Both a history and a roadmap, that book answers the questions about who should receive reparations and how a program would work. I will not spend much time on that now, except to make but some few points. Reparations are not about punishing white Americans, and white Americans are not the ones who would pay for them. This isn't like Trump saying the Mexicans will pay for the wall, mind you, because it does not matter if your ancestors engaged in slavery or if you just immigrated here 2 weeks ago. Reparations are a societal obligation in a nation where our Constitution sanctioned slavery. Congress passed laws protecting it, and our federal government initiated, condoned, and practiced legal racial segregation and discrimination against black Americans until half a century ago. And so it is to be the federal government what pays. Reparations would go to any person who has documentation that he or she identified as a black person for at least 10 years before the beginning of any reparations process and can trace at least one ancestor back to American slavery. Reparations should include a commitment to vigorously enforcing existing civil rights prohibitions against housing, educational, and employment discrimination, as well as targeted investments in government-constructed segregated black communities and the segregated schools that serve a disproportionate number of black children. But critically, reparations must include individual cash payments to descendants of the enslaved in order to close the wealth gap. The technical details, frankly, be the easiest part. The real obstacle, the obstacle that we have never overcome, is garnering the political will, convincing enough Americans that the centuries-long forced economic disadvantage of black Americans must be remedied, that restitution be owed to people who have never had an equal chance to take advantage of the bounty they played such a significant part in creating. Now, this country can be remarkably generous. Each and every single year, Congress allocates money. Yesteryear, $5 million United States dollars to help support Holocaust survivors living in America because they're Jewish. In backing the funding measure, Representative Richard E. Neal, a Democrat from Massachusetts, said the year before yesteryear, circa 2018, that this country has a responsibility to support the surviving men and women of the fucking Holocaust and their families. What? Were there gas ovens in America that I somehow missed? Was my biological father so charismatic that Americans started stuffing Jews into the incinerators in New York? What am I missing here? We get that. Look, the poor dude, the poor lady, they got numbers on their arms. And they're here. We must support them. Well, I'm not saying we should gas them. But where does the logic fit in that America owes them anything? And yet Congress has refused for 3 decades to pass H.R. 40, a bill to simply study the fucking issue of reparations. Its drafter, Representative John Conyers Jr., a Michigan Democrat and a descendant of enslaved Americans, died yesteryear during the 400th anniversary of the arrival of the first Africans enslaved in Virginia without the bill ever making it out of committee. There be living victims of racial apartheid and terrorism born in this country, including civil rights activists who lost their homes and jobs fighting to make this country a democracy, who have never received any sort of restitution for what they enjoyed. Soon, like their enslaved ancestors, they will all be dead too. And then we'll hear the worn excuse that this country owes no reparations because none of the victims are still alive. How convenient! But those Jews live forever. Well, you know, they get all that money, your tax dollars, which you owe them because you liberated them from my daddy's death camps. What is your rationalization again? Somebody tell me the logic here. Because I'm not seeing any. Maybe I'm missing something peculiarly American. Oh, yes. The Jews are the master race, the relatives of the boss. But the niggers, they're the serpent seed. Well, there you go. Darity and Mullen, couple that they be, I get the... They've never come out of the closet, but I think they're a gay couple. The researchers that do. They call this the delay until death tactic. Procrastination does not erase what be owed. The coronavirus pandemic has dispatched the familiar lament that even if it is the right thing to do, this nation simply cannot afford to make restitution to the 40 million descendants of American slavery. And yet, by my observation, it took Congress just a matter of weeks to pass a $2.2 trillion United States dollar stimulus bill to help families and businesses struggling from the COVID-19 shutdowns. When then will this nation pass a stimulus package to finally respond to the singularity of black suffering? Colossal societal ruptures have been the only things potent enough to birth transformative racial change in this country. And perhaps a viral pandemic colliding with our nation's 400-year racial one has forced that type of rupture today. Maybe it had to be this way. This deep and collective suffering was necessary for white Americans to feel enough of the pain that black Americans have always known to tilt the scale. With COVID-19, black Americans face a financial catastrophe unlike any in nearly a century. Black Americans have already lost the largest share of their wealth of all racial groups as a result of the last recession and have struggled the most to recover. They are the only racial group whose household median income is less than it was in the year 2000. Today, already more than half of black adults are out of work. Black businesses are withering. Their owners were almost completely shut out of the federal Paycheck Protection Program. Just 12% of black and Latino business owners who applied for the small business loans received the full amounts they requested, according to the Global Strategy Group survey that was issued yesterday, last month. Nearly half the respondents said they would most likely shutter permanently within 6 months. Black children are expected to lose 10 months' worth of academic gains because of school closures, more than any other group, and yet they attend the schools with the least resources already. Schools that will have even fewer resources as states slash spending to make up for budget shortfalls. 1 in 5 black homeowners and 1 in 4 renters have missed at least one payment since the shutdowns began. the highest of all racial groups. Kienga Yamada Taylor, a scholaress of social movements and racial inequality at Princeton University, has gone so far as to observe that the pandemic has pulled what is hidden and buried on the bottom to the surface so that it cannot actually be ignored. It is a radicalizing factor because conditions that have been so dire, now combined with revolts in the street, might lead one to believe that not only is the society unraveling, but it might cause you to question what foundation it was built upon in the first. Race-neutral policies simply will not address the depth of disadvantage faced by people this country once believed were chattel. Financial restitution cannot end racism, and of course, but it can never certainly mitigate racism's most devastating effects. In other words, the money in and of itself can mitigate some of these effects even if the racism continues. That's what I mean to say. But if we do nothing, Black Americans will never recover from this pandemic. And they will certainly never know the equality this nation has so falsely and cruelly promised. So we be left with a choice. Will this moment only feel different, or will it actually be different? If black lives are to truly matter in America, this nation must move beyond slogans and symbolism. Citizens don't inherit just the glory of their empire, but all its wrongs as well. A truly great empire does not ignore or excuse its sins. It confronts them and then works to make them right. If we are to be redeemed, if we are to live up to the magnificent ideals upon which it be propagandized we were founded, we must do what be just. It is time for this empire to pay its debt. And it is time for reparations. Now, that's what brings us to the election of 2020. Joe Biden says he'll announce his running mate for this fall's presidential election next week, putting an end to months of feverish speculation on whom the presumptive nominee will pick as his potential vice president. Now, speaking of black African Americans, of the female persuasion, could it be Senatoress Kamala Harris? Biden was photographed holding handwritten notes with Harris's name at the top, along with a set of talking points about her. However, Democratic leaders are worried about something completely different. Senatoress Elizabeth Warren is calling on the heads of the Justice, Defense, Homeland Security, and the Interior Departments to commit to not using federal agents if protests erupt in American cities after November's election, specifically if President Trump loses and refuses to leave office. Meanwhile, the president himself has completed a full about-face and announced he will accept the Republican presidential nomination in North Carolina as originally planned. Now, one of the things that I neglected to do earlier, and I guess I should turn towards it now, is to remind everyone that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona, These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published, or scenes from cinematic documentaries he's been working to produce. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Spell it Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it, and thetucsonmurders.com. As an alternative to that, telephone the Baron Ben Astenius personally to guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now, to get back to the election, just so close to us. We're in a situation, of course, where Donald Trump is desperate. Now, I could go into great depth about how desperate he is, but 100 days. But a single 100 days ahead of the vote, Trump is banking on this invisible, silent majority. President Donald Trump has mounted a strident defense Sunday of this last weekend of his wavering re-election bid, with but 100 days to go. Less than that now, in a campaign that has seen him underwater in the polls, and banking on this invisible, silent majority that he swears will bring him victory. Bear in mind, Donald Trump is nigh 3/4 of a century old, and the 74-year-old Republican has been struggling on numerous fronts, facing mounting criticism over his handling of the coronavirus outbreak and the resulting economic pain, and failing to land any punches on his opponent, Joe Biden. And in the latest blow to his hopes of returning to the White House after November 3rd, polls released this very Sunday of this last weekend, but some 72 hours agone, showed his support cratering in 3 critical battleground states. Now, on Twitter, where Trump roars his loudest and never shuts up, he thundered, "The Trump campaign has more enthusiasm," all uppercase, "according to many, than any campaign in the history of our great country. Even more than 2016. Biden has none. The silent majority will speak on November 3rd. Fake suppression polls and fake news will not save the radical left." Now, Trump's 77-year-old Democratic rival, Joe Biden, who, when he's not on life support, says he's fighting for the soul of America, implored voters to make his Trump a one-term president. He so tweeting, "In 100 days, we have the chance to set our nation on a new path, one where we finally live up to our highest ideals and everyone has a fair shot at success." Well, you've already heard what it will take to make that possible. With the coronavirus killing more than 1,000 Americans a fucking day, the current president, the presiding president, who is at his best soaking up the adulation of supporters at live events, has been forced to cancel his rallies and ditch the Republican convention in Florida next month. That brings us to some other shortcomings. The pandemic, which has infected 4.2 million Americans as acknowledged, that's as officially acknowledged, and killed almost 150,000, again, as is only officially acknowledged, is clearly ravaging the American economy. And with the outbreak largely under control in Europe and Asia, has highlighted the shortcomings of the American response. And the president has also lost support over his handling of historic uprisings against racism and police brutality, angering local communities with incendiary rhetoric and a pledge to surge federal agents into numerous major cities. That all is not well in Team Trump's misfiring re-election bid was perhaps most evident in the president's recent demotion of bravado campaign manager Brad Parscale. With overall approval ratings permanently stuck in the low 40 percentile range, he is the first president to seek re-election after impeachment. Trump is offering a vision of chaos under his opponent, in which Biden's desire to abolish the American way of life, which I guess is white supremacy, well, which I know be such, would turn U.S. cities into crime-infested wastelands. I mean, without the slave patrols, them uppity niggers would just run wild. But he has, Trump, largely failed to expand his fervently loyal base with a pitch that boils down to claiming Biden will have Americans cowering to radical left-wing mobs, which I presume are rainbow in their kaleidoscopic colorations. And so on Sunday, this last weekend, Trump also tweeted his oft-repeated complaint that mail-in voting will corrupt the election, and everyone knows it, despite there being no evidence whatsoever of fraud during such voting in previous elections, nor that it would be a factor in November. New polling of registered voters from 3 swing states released Sunday demonstrated Trump trailing quite badly. In Florida, the president garnered 46% support against 51% for Biden, while in Arizona, the challenger was 4 points ahead with 49%. All of this is about divisiveness and dysfunction. In Michigan, Biden's lead stands at 52% to 40%, a larger lead than the Real Clear Politics average of recent national polls, which puts the former vice president ahead by 8.7 points. That's quite a lot. Remember, Trump carried all 3 states I've just mentioned in 2016, although he won Michigan by fewer than 11,000 votes in what most certainly was a Russian hack job. Meanwhile, Biden is running an unprecedented campaign from out of his Delaware home. He's telemarketing for president with no rallies, few news conferences, and the space to sit back and watch Trump lurch ever deeper into trouble. It's like he doesn't need to campaign. Literally, it's like, fuck, I wish I were in Biden's position. I mean, really, you just sit back and you just watch. I mean, this has got to be the easiest presidential campaign in history. This guy has got it so fucking good he can afford to be 77 fucking years old. Hell, the guy could be 120. But the presiding president is keen to remind those who discount him that, despite grim polling in 2016, he comfortably beat all comers for the nomination before defeating Democratic rival Hillary Clinton. Maryland's Republican Governor Larry Hogan, who did not vote for Trump in 2016 and is seen as a potential candidate in 2024, I guess almost anyone would be better than Tommy Cotton, told CNN on Sunday he was unlikely to endorse the president this time around, he so saying, "The election is but 100 days away. I think early voting starts in 60 days or less. We're getting very close for the American people to make us that decision. I think, quite frankly, a lot of people like me are frustrated with the divisiveness and dysfunction on both sides." I like that, on both sides, like there's good people on, very fine people on both sides, right? And he finished, "and don't feel like we have two great choices." Yeah, well, I'm not happy with having another old white guy either as a Democrat, right? I mean, that fucking butt sucks. But it brings to mind what else needs to be emphasized here for those of you who just don't fucking get it when I'm talking about Election Day 2020, but less than 100 days from now. America was not a democracy until black Americans made it one. Our democracy's founding ideals were completely false when they were written. Black Americans have fought to make them true. Now, that brings us back to the 1619 Project, just in passing. The ongoing initiative from the New York Times Magazine that began in August of 2019, the 400th anniversary of the beginning of American slavery, with its aims and objectives in the reframing of this empire's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of black Americans at the very center of our national narrative. Read all those stories. Black people's contributions to building the richest and most powerful nation in the world as an empire be indelible. And indeed, the United States simply would not exist without them. In August of 1619, just 12 years after the English settled Jamestown, Virginia, and but one single year before the Puritans landed at Plymouth Rock, and some 157 years before the English colonists even decided they wanted to form their own country, the Jamestown's colonists bought 20 to 30 enslaved black Africans from English pirates. The pirates had stolen them from a Portuguese slave ship that had forcibly taken them from what is now the country of Angola. Those men and women who came ashore on that August day were the beginning of American slavery. They were among the 12.5 million black Africans who would be kidnapped from their homes and brought in chains across the Atlantic Ocean in the largest forced migration in human history until the Second World War. And later, in our postmodern world, the collapse of Syria. Now, 20 million did not survive that grueling journey, known as the Middle Passage. 20 million. A black holocaust which haunts the seas unto this day. Before the abolishment of the international slave trade, 400,000 enslaved Africans would be sold into America. Those individuals and their nigh countless descendants transformed these lands to which they'd been brought into some of the most successful colonies in the British Empire, which spanned the world, the original one world empire. And through their backbreaking labor, they cleared the land across the southeast. They taught the colonists to grow rice. They grew and picked the cotton that at the height of slavery was this nation's most valuable commodity, accounting for half of all American exports and 66% of the world's supply. They built the plantations of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison, sprawling properties that today attract thousands of visitors from across the globe, captivated by the mythology, not the history, of the world's greatest democracy, as it be advertised. They laid the foundations of the White House and the Capitol, even placing with their unfree hands the Statue of Freedom atop the Capitol Dome. They lugged the heavy wooden tracks of the railroads that crisscrossed the South and that helped to take the cotton they picked to the northern textile mills fueling the Industrial Revolution. They built vast fortunes for white people north and south. At one time, the second richest man in the nation was a Rhode Island slave trader. In the same state that gave us H.P. Lovecraft. And profits from black people's stolen labor helped this young nation pay off its war debts and financed some of our most prestigious universities. It was the relentless buying, selling, insuring, and financing of their bodies and the products of their labor that made Wall Street a thriving banking, insurance, and trading sector, and New York City the financial capital of the world. But it would be historically inaccurate to reduce the contributions of black people to the vast material wealth created by their bondage. Black Americans have also been, and continue to be, foundational to the very idea of American freedom. More than any other group in this country's history, they have served, generation after generation, in an overlooked but vital role. 'Tis they who have been the perfecters of this democracy. A demonstrator at the 1965 march from Selma to Montgomery, led by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to fight for black suffrage, once was quoted, though never credited by name, as vocalizing the fact that the United States is a nation founded on both an ideal and a lie. What he meant was that our very Declaration of Independence, approved on the 4th of July in 1776, proclaims that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. But the white men who drafted those words did not believe them to be true for the hundreds of thousands of black people in their midst. Indeed, the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness did not apply to fully 1/5 of the American nation. Yet, despite being violently denied the freedom and justice promised unto all, black Americans believed fervently in the American creed. Through centuries of black resistance and protest, they helped this country live up to its founding ideals in spite of itself. And not only for themselves, black rights struggles paved the way for every other rights struggle, including women's and gay rights, immigrant and disability rights. Sans the idealistic, strenuous, and patriotic efforts of black Americans, our democracy today would most definitively look very different. Indeed, it would not be a democracy at all. The very first person to die for this country in the American Revolution was a black man who himself, of course, was not free. Crispus Attucks was a fugitive from slavery. Yet he gave his very life for a new nation in which his own people would never enjoy the liberties laid out in the Declaration for, in their most basic sense, at least another century. In every war this nation, this empire, has waged since that first, black Americans have fought. And today, they be the most likely of all racial groups to serve in the United States military. And so, the year 1619 is far more important to the American story than the myth of 1776. Black Americans, as much as those men cast in alabaster in the nation's capital, be this nation's true founding fathers. And no people has a greater claim to those stars and stripes in the red, white, and blue than they. In June of 1776, Thomas Jefferson sat at his portable writing desk in a rented room in Philadelphia and penned words I can call up now on my screen to read. He's saying, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they be endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these be life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." For the last 243 years, this fierce assertion of the fundamental and natural rights of humankind to freedom and self-governance has defined our global reputation as a land of liberty. As Jefferson composed his inspiring words, however, a teenage boy who would enjoy none of those rights and liberties waited nearby to serve at his master's beck and call. His name was Robert Hemings, and he was the half-brother of Jefferson's wife, born to Martha Jefferson's father, and a woman he owned as property. It was common for white enslavers to keep their half-black children in slavery. Jefferson had chosen Hemings from among about 130 enslaved people that worked on the forced labor camp he called Monticello to accompany him to Philadelphia and ensure his every comfort as he drafted the text making the case for a new democratic republic based on the individual rights of men, which he considered his half-son not to be. Because at that time, 1/5 of the population within the 13 colonies struggled under a brutal system of slavery unlike anything that had ever existed in the world before. Chattel slavery was not conditional, but racial. It was heritable and permanent, not temporary, meaning generations of black people were born into it and passed their enslaved status onto their children. Enslaved people were not recognized as human beings, but as property that could be mortgaged, traded, bought, sold, used as collateral, given as a gift, and disposed of violently and capriciously on whim, sometimes for sheer gratuitous sadistic pleasure. Jefferson's fellow white colonists knew that black people were human beings, but they created a network of laws and customs, astounding for both their precision and their cruelty, that ensured that enslaved people would never be treated as such. As the abolitionist William Goodell wrote in 1853, if anything founded on falsehood might be called a science, we might add the system of American slavery to the list of the strictest of sciences. Enslaved people could not legally marry. They were barred from learning to read and restricted from meeting privately in groups. They had no claim to their own children, who could be bought, sold, and traded away from them on auction blocks alongside furniture and cattle, or behind storefronts that advertised Negroes for sale. Enslavers and the courts did not honor kinship ties to mothers, siblings, or cousins. In most courts, they had no legal standing. Enslavers could rape and or murder, or both, their property, sans any legal consequence. Enslaved people, their victims, could own nothing, will nothing, and inherit nothing. They were legally tortured, including by those working for Jefferson himself, and oftentimes by Jefferson himself. They could be worked to death, and always were, in order to produce the highest profits for the white people who owned them. Yet, in making the argument against Britain's tyranny, one of the colonists' favorite rhetorical devices was to claim that they were the slaves to Britain. For this duplicity, they faced burning criticism both at home and abroad. As Samuel Johnson, an English writer and Tory opposed to American independence, quipped, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes, wielding their whips against the backs of those with darker flesh? Yet they squeal like pigs, that they be beaten by the crown. How they make me laugh." He called them cunts. I think that's an insult to femininity myself. Yet, somehow, I'll take no stance against it. Conveniently left out of our founding mythology is the fact that one of the primary reasons some of the colonists, well, all of them as a group, decided to declare their independence from Britain was because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery. Because by 1776, Britain had grown deeply conflicted over its role in the barbaric institution that had reshaped the Western Hemisphere. And in London, there were growing calls to abolish the slave trade. This would have upended the economy of the 13 colonies in both the North and the South. The wealth and prominence that allowed Jefferson, at just 33 years of age, and the other founding fathers to believe they could successfully break off from one of the mightiest empires in the world came from the dizzying profits generated by chattel slavery. In other words, we would never have revolted against Britannia if all of the founders in conspiracy had not understood that slavery empowered them to do so, nor if they had not believed that independence was required in order to ensure that slavery, the source of their boundless wealth, would continue in infinite productive capacity unto perpetuity. It is not incidental that 10 of this nation's first 12 presidents were enslavers. And this nation was not founded as a goddamn democracy, but as a Slavocracy. Jefferson and the other founders were keenly aware of this hypocrisy. And so in Jefferson's original draft of the Declaration of Independence, he tried to argue that it wasn't the colonists' fault. Instead, he blamed the King of England for forcing the institution of slavery upon the unwilling colonists and called the trafficking in human beings a crime. Yet neither Jefferson nor any of the founders ever intended to abolish slavery, and in the end, they struck the passage. There be no mention of slavery in the final Declaration of Independence. Similarly, 11 years on, later from that Declaration Day, when it came time to draft the Constitution, the framers carefully constructed a document that preserved and protected slavery sans ever using the word. In the texts in which they were making the case for freedom to the world, they did not want to explicitly enshrine their hypocrisy, so they sought to hide it. The Constitution contains 84 clauses. Half a dozen deal directly with the enslaved and their enslavement, as pointed out by the historian David Waldstreicher of Germany, and 5 more than the 6 he pointed out hold more implications for slavery. The Constitution protected the property of those who enslaved black people, prohibited the federal government from ever intervening to end the importation of enslaved Africans for a term of 20 years, allowed Congress to mobilize the militia to put down insurrections by the enslaved, and forced states that had outlawed slavery to turn over enslaved people who had run away seeking refuge. Like many others, the writer and abolitionist Samuel Bryan called out the deceit, saying of the Constitution, "The words be dark and ambiguous, such as no plain man of common sense would have used, and be evidently chosen to conceal from Europe that in this enlightened country the practice of slavery has its advocates among all men in the highest stations." And so, with independence, the Founding Fathers could no longer blame slavery on Britannia. The sin became this nation's own, and so too the need to cleanse it. The shameful paradox of continuing chattel slavery in a nation founded on individual freedom, scholars today assert, led to a hardening of the racial caste system. And this ideology, reinforced not just by laws but by racist science and literature, maintained that black people were subhuman, a belief that allowed white Americans to live with their betrayal. By the early 1800s, according to the legal historians Leland B. Ware, Robert J. Cottrell, and Raymond T. Diamond, white Americans, whether they were engaged in slavery or no, had a considerable psychological as well as economic investment in the doctrine of black inferiority. While liberty was the inalienable right of people who would be considered white, enslavement and subjugation became the natural station of people who had any discernible drop of black blood. The Supreme Court itself enshrined this thinking in the law in its 1857 Dred Scott decision, ruling that black people, whether free or enslaved, came from a slave race. This made them all inferior to white people, and therefore completely incompatible with American democracy any more than cows, sheep, pigs, or animals bred for exploitation. Democracy was for citizens, and the Negro race, the Supreme Court of the land so ruled, was a separate class of persons, which the founders had not regarded as a portion of the people or citizens of the government, and had, therefore, ergo, in the Latin, no rights which a white man was bound to respect. This belief that black people were not merely enslaved, but were a slave race, became the root of the endemic racism that we still cannot purge from this nation to this day. If black people could not ever be citizens, if they were a caste apart from all other humans, then they did not require the rights bestowed by the Constitution, and the we, in the we the people, was not a lie. On August 14th, in 1862, a mere 5 years after the nation's highest courts declared that no black person could be an American citizen, President Abraham Lincoln called a group of 5 esteemed free black men to the White House for a meeting. It was one of the few times that black people had ever been invited to the White House as guests, as opposed to slaves. The Civil War had been raging for more than a year, and black abolitionists, who had been increasingly pressuring Lincoln to end slavery, must have felt a sense of great anticipation and even pride. The war was not going well for Lincoln. Britain was contemplating whether to intervene on the Confederacy's behalf, and Lincoln, unable to draw enough new white volunteers for the war, was forced to reconsider his opposition to allowing black Americans to fight for their own liberation. The president was weighing a proclamation that threatened to emancipate all enslaved people in the states that had seceded from the Union if the states did not end the rebellion, as the Yankees called it. The proclamation would also allow the formerly enslaved to join the Union Army and fight against their former masters. But Lincoln worried about what the consequences of this radical step would be. Like many white Americans, he opposed slavery as a cruel system at odds with American ideals in principle, but he was violently opposed to the very idea of black equality. He himself believed that a free black people were but a troublesome presence, completely incompatible with the democracy intended only for white people. And he had said just such, but 4 years earlier, when he went on record to say, "Free them and make them politically and socially our equals. My own feelings will not admit of this, and if mine would, we well know that those of the great mass of white people will not." Well, that August day, as the men arrived at the White House, they were greeted by the towering Lincoln and a man named James Mitchell, who but 8 days before had been given the title of a newly created position called the Commissioner of Immigration. This was to be his first assignment. After exchanging a few niceties, Lincoln got right to it. He informed his guests that he had gotten Congress to appropriate funds to ship black people, once freed, to another country. Now, Lincoln told them, when they gasped, and some began to cry, "Why should they leave this country? This is, perhaps, the first question for proper consideration. You and we are different races. Your race suffer very greatly, many of them, by living among us, while ours suffer far worse from your very presence. In a word, we suffer on each side." You can imagine the heavy silence in that room, as the weight of what the president said must have stolen the very breath of those 5 black men. It was 243 years to the month since the first of their ancestors had arrived on these shores, before Lincoln's fucking family ever dreamed of doing so. Long before most of the white people insisting that this was not their country ever would. The Union had not entered the war to end slavery, but to keep the South from splitting off. Yet black men had signed up to fight. Enslaved people were fleeing their forced labor camps, which we like to call plantations, trying to join the effort, serving as spies, sabotaging Confederates, taking up arms for Lincoln's cause as well as their own. And now Abe Lincoln himself was blaming them for the war. And so their president did tell them, and I quote as T, "Although many men engaged on either side do not care for you one way or the other, without the institution of slavery and the colored race as a basis, the war could not have an existence. It is better for us both, therefore, to be separated, because you brought this grief upon us. And as Lincoln closed those remarks, which have never been quoted in any history book, Edward Thomas, the delegation's chairman, informed the president, perhaps curtly, that they would consult on his proposition. And so Lincoln responded, "Take it your full time. No hurry at all." Nearly 3 years anon after that White House meeting, General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox. By summer, the Civil War was officially over, and 4 million black Americans were suddenly free. Contrary to Abe Lincoln's paradigm, or his own perspective, most were not inclined to leave, agreeing with the sentiment of a resolution against black colonization put forward at a convention of black leaders in New York some decades before. "This is our home, and this our country. Beneath its sod lie the bones of our fathers. Here we were born, and here we will die." That the formerly enslaved did not take up Lincoln's offer to abandon these lands is an astounding testament to their belief in this nation's founding ideals. As W.E.B. Du Bois wrote, "Few men ever worshipped freedom with half such unquestioning faith as did the American Negro for 2 centuries. Black Americans had long called for universal equality and believed, as the abolitionist Martin Delany said, that God has made of one blood all the nations that dwell on the face of the earth." Liberated by war, then, they did not seek vengeance on their oppressors as Lincoln and so many other white Americans feared. They did the opposite. During this nation's brief period of Reconstruction, from 1865 to 1877, formerly enslaved people zealously engaged with the democratic process. With federal troops tempering widespread white violence, black Southerners started branches of the Equal Rights League, one of the nation's first human rights organizations. To fight discrimination and organize voters, they headed in droves to the polls, where they placed other formerly enslaved people into seats that their enslavers had once held. The South, for the first time in the history of this empire, began to resemble a democracy, with black Americans elected to local, state, and federal offices. Some 16 black men served in Congress, including Hiram Revels of Mississippi, who became the first black man elected to the Senate. Demonstrating just how brief this period would be, Revels, along with Blanche Bruce, would go from being the first black man elected to the last for nearly 100 years, until Edward Brooke of Massachusetts took office in 1967, the year after I myself was born. More than 600 black men served in southern state legislatures and hundreds more in local positions. And these black officials joined with white Republicans, some of whom came down from the North, to write the most egalitarian state constitutions the South had ever seen. They helped pass more equitable tax legislation and laws that prohibited discrimination in public transportation, accommodation, and housing. Perhaps their grandest achievement was the establishment of that most democratic of American institutions, the public school. Public education effectively never existed in the South before Reconstruction. The white elite sent their children to private schools, while poor white children went without any education. But newly freed black people, who had been prohibited from learning to read and write during slavery, were desperate for an education. So black legislators successfully pushed for a universal state-funded system of schools, not just for their own children, but for white children as well. Black legislators also helped pass the first compulsory education laws in their region. Southern children, black and white, were now required to attend schools like their northern counterparts. Just 5 years into Reconstruction, every southern state had enshrined the right to a public education for all children into its constitution. In some states, like Louisiana and South Carolina, small numbers of black and white children briefly actually attended schools together. And led by black activists and a Republican Party pushed left by the blatant recalcitrance of white Southerners, the years directly after slavery saw the greatest expansion of human and civil rights this nation would ever see. In 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment, making these United States one of the last nations in the Americas to outlaw slavery. The following year, black Americans, exerting their new political power, pushed white legislators to pass the Civil Rights Act, the nation's first such law and one of the most expansive pieces of civil rights legislation Congress has ever passed. It codified black American citizenship for the first time, prohibited housing discrimination, and gave all Americans the right to buy and inherit property, make and enforce contracts, and seek redress from the courts. In 1868, Congress ratified the 14th Amendment, ensuring citizenship to any person born in these United States. Today, thanks to that amendment, every child born here to a European, Asian, African, Latin American, or Middle Eastern immigrant gains automatic citizenship. The 14th Amendment also, for the first time, constitutionally guaranteed equal protection under law. Ever since, nearly all other marginalized groups have used the 14th Amendment in their fights for equality, including the recent successful arguments before the Supreme Court on behalf of same-sex marriage. Finally, in 1870, Congress passed the 15th Amendment, guaranteeing the most critical aspect of democracy and citizenship, the right to vote, to all men regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. For this fleeting moment, known as Reconstruction, the majority in Congress seemed to embrace the idea that out of the ashes of the Civil War, we would create the multiracial democracy that black Americans envisioned, even though our founding fathers never did. But of course, it would not last. Anti-black racism runs so deep into the very deoxyribonucleic acid, the very strands of DNA that intertwine to constitute this country, as does the belief so well articulated by Abraham Lincoln that black people be the obstacle to national unity, that it was impossible that it could ever last, the miracle being it ever flared into existence. And so the many gains of Reconstruction were met with fierce white resistance throughout the South, including unthinkable violence against the formerly enslaved, wide-scale voter suppression, electoral fraud, and even, in some extreme cases, the overthrow of democratically elected biracial governments. Faced with this unrest, the federal government decided that black people were the cause of the problem, and that for unity's sake, it would leave the white South to its own devices. And so in 1877, President Rutherford B. Hayes, in order to secure a compromise with Southern Democrats that would grant him the presidency in a contested election his backers did steal, agreed to pull federal troops from the South. With those troops gone, white Southerners quickly went about eradicating all gains of Reconstruction. The systemic white suppression of black life was so severe that period between the 1880s and the 1920s and 30s became known as the Great Nadir, or the Second Slavery. Democracy would not return to the South for another 100 years. White Southerners of all economic classes, on the other hand, thanks in significant part to the progressive policies and laws black people had championed, experienced substantial improvement in their lives even as they forced black people, back into slavery. And as Waters McIntosh, who had been enslaved in South Carolina, lamented, it was the poor white man who was freed by the war, not the Negroes. Georgia pines flew past the windows of the Greyhound bus carrying Isaac Woodard home to Winnsboro, South Carolina, after serving 4 years in the Army in World War II, where Woodard had earned a battle star. He was given an honorable discharge earlier that day at Camp Gordon and was headed home to meet his wife. And when the bus stopped at a small drugstore an hour outside Atlanta, Woodard got into a brief argument with the white driver after asking if he could use the restroom. About half an hour later, the driver stopped again and told Woodard to get off the bus. Now crisp in his uniform, Woodard stepped from the stairs and saw the police waiting for him. Before he could speak, one of the officers struck him in his head with a billy club, beating him so badly that he fell unconscious. And the blows to Woodard's head were so severe that when he woke in a jail cell the next day, he was permanently blind. Now that beating occurred just 4.5 hours after his honorable military discharge and his service in combat in World War II, in which he was told he was fighting my biological father Adolf Hitler, the greatest race hater of them all. And yet, on his return home to the United States at the age of 26, Isaac Woodard would never see again. And most horrifically of all, there was nothing unusual about Woodard's horrific maiming. It was but part of a wave of systemic violence deployed against black Americans after Reconstruction in both the North and the South. As the egalitarian spirit of post-Civil War America evaporated under the desire for national reunification, black Americans, simply by existing, taking up space and breathing air, served as a problematic reminder of this nation's failings. And white America dealt with this inconvenience by constructing a savagely enforced system of racial apartheid that excluded black people entirely from mainstream American life. A system so grotesque that the Third Reich of my biological father declared it, quite rightly, far worse than any of National Socialist East Germany's own Rassenhygiene or racial hygiene laws. Isaac Woodard and his mother, I remember from military records I was dealing with, that he lived with his mother in 1946 because, as a decorated Army veteran, he was severely beaten by the police, leaving him blind, so his mother had to take care of him until the day she died, after which point, of course, he died himself. So despite all the guarantees of equality in the 14th Amendment, the Supreme Court's landmark Plessy v. Ferguson decision in 1896 declared that the racial segregation of black Americans was constitutional. And with the blessing of the nation's highest court and no federal will to vindicate black rights, starting in the late 1800s, Southern states passed a series of laws and codes meant to make slavery's racial caste system permanent by denying black people political power, social equality, and any basic dignity. They passed literacy tests to keep black people from voting and created all-white primaries for elections. Black people were prohibited from serving on juries or testifying in court against a white person. South Carolina prohibited white and black textile workers from using the same doors. Oklahoma forced phone companies to segregate phone booths. Memphis had separate parking spaces for black and white drivers. Baltimore passed an ordinance outlawing black people from moving onto a block more than half white, and white people from moving onto a block more than half black, though it's hard to imagine any white that would want to do that. Now, Georgia made it illegal for black and white people to be buried next to one another in the same cemetery. Alabama barred black people from using public libraries that their own tax dollars were paying for. Black people were expected to jump off the sidewalk to let white people pass, even in the face of an oncoming car, and call all white people by an honorific, such as ma'am or sir, though they received none themselves, no matter how old they were. In the North, white politicians implemented policies that segregated black people into slum neighborhoods and into inferior all-black schools, operated whites-only public pools, and held white and colored days at the country fair, and white businesses regularly denied black people service, placing whites-only signs in front of their windows. States like California joined southern states in barring black people from marrying white people, while local school boards in Illinois and New Jersey mandated segregated schools for black and white children. The caste system was maintained through wanton racial terrorism, and black veterans like Woodard, especially those with the audacity to wear their uniform as he did, had since the Civil War been the target of a particular violence. This intensified during the two world wars because white people understood that once black men had gone abroad and experienced life outside the suffocating racial oppression of America, they were unlikely to quietly return to their subjugation at home. As Senator James K. Vardaman of Mississippi said on the Senate floor during World War I, black servicemen returning to the South would inevitably lead to disaster. Giving a black man military airs and sending him to defend the flag would bring him to the conclusion that his political rights must be respected. The suggestion was therefore made to kill all black men before they came home. And many were. Many white Americans saw black men in the uniforms of America's armed services not as patriotic, but as exhibiting a dangerous, uppity pride. Hundreds of black veterans were beaten, maimed, shot, and lynched. You dumbass bastards like to call those who lived during World War II the greatest generation, allowing yourselves to ignore the fact that that generation fought for democracy abroad while brutally suppressing democracy for millions of American citizens at home. During the height of racial terror in this country, black Americans were not merely killed, but castrated, burned alive, and dismembered, with their body parts displayed in storefronts, sometimes sold for food, as you would buy an exotic dish. This violence was meant to terrify and control black people, and perhaps just as important, it served as a psychological balm for white supremacy. You would not treat human beings this way. The extremity of the violence was a symptom of the psychological mechanism necessary to absolve white Americans of their country's original sin. To answer the question of how they could prize liberty abroad while simultaneously denying liberty to an entire race back home, white Americans resorted to the same racist ideology that Thomas Jefferson and the framers of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence had used at the nation's founding. This ideology, that black people belonged to an inferior, subhuman race, did not simply disappear once slavery ended. If the formerly enslaved and their descendants became educated, if they thrived in the jobs white people did, if they excelled in the sciences and the arts, then the entire justification for how this nation allowed slavery would collapse. free black people posed a danger to the American empire's idea of itself as exceptional. They held up the mirror in which the nation preferred not to peer. And so the inhumanity visited on black people by every generation of white America justified the inhumanity of the past. Just as Americans, white Americans, feared World War II, and my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and one of the greatest men of all human history, Emperor Hirohito, ignited what became black Americans' second sustained effort to make democracy real in North America. And as the editorial board of the black newspaper, the Pittsburgh Courier, wrote, "We wage a two-pronged attack against our enslavers at home and those abroad who we are told will enslave us." Woodard's blinding is largely seen as one of the catalysts for the decades-long rebellion we have come to call the Civil Rights Movement. But it'd be useful to pause and remember that this was the second mass movement for black civil rights, the first being Reconstruction. As the centennial of slavery's end neared, black people were still seeking the rights they had fought for and won after the American Civil War between the states, the right to be treated equally by public institutions, which was guaranteed in 1866 with the Civil Rights Act, the right to be treated as full citizens before the law, which was guaranteed in 1868 by the 14th Amendment, and the right to vote, which was guaranteed in 1870 by the 15th Amendment. Only in response to black demands for these rights, white Americans strung them from trees, beat them, and dumped their bodies in muddy sewer sides, rivers, drainage ditches, and cisterns, assassinated them in their front yards, firebombed them on buses, mauled them with dogs, peeled back their skin with fire hoses, and murdered their children with explosives set off inside of churches. For the most part, black Americans fought back alone. Yet they never fought only for themselves. The bloody freedom struggles of the civil rights movement laid the foundation for every other modern rights struggle. This nation's white founders set up a decidedly undemocratic, indeed anti-democratic constitution that excluded all women, all Native Americans, and black people, and did not provide the vote or equality for most Americans other than men of property. But the laws born out of black resistance guaranteed the franchise for all and banned discrimination based not just on race, but on gender, nationality, religion, and ability. 'Twas the civil rights movement what led to the passage of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, passed the year before I had the misfortune of being born into this wretched world, which in and of itself upended the racist immigration quota system intended to keep this country white. Because of black Americans, black and brown immigrants from across the globe are able to come to these United States and live in a country in which legal discrimination is no longer allowed. It is a truly American irony that some Asian Americans, among the groups able to immigrate to these United States because of the black civil rights struggle, are now suing universities to end programs designed to help the descendants of the enslaved. Quota systems. No one cherishes freedom more than those who have never had it. And to this day, black Americans, more than any other group, embrace the democratic ideals of a common good. They be the most likely to support programs like universal health care and a higher minimum wage, and to oppose programs that would harm the most vulnerable among us. Exempli gratiae, black Americans suffer the most from violent crime, yet they be the most opposed to capital punishment. Their unemployment rate is nearly twice that of white Americans, yet they are still the most likely of all groups to say this nation should take in refugees. The truth is that as much democracy as this nation has today at all, it has all been born on the backs of black resistance. Our founding fathers never believed in those ideals they espoused as black people did. In fact, the founding fathers had originally writ the Declaration as life, liberty, and pursuit of property. But since they didn't want anyone else to own property, they gave them something ephemeral, the pursuit of happiness. What the fuck is that? What if your happiness comes from raping underage children? Well, that's what the founding fathers did, and that's what they took happiness in, and they allowed for that. But by God, forget your pursuit of property. Property also constituted the black chattel they owned. They didn't believe a word of what they said about all men created equal, about inalienable rights, but black people did. Like children, told a fairy tale. And as one scholar, Joe R. Fegan, put it, enslaved African Americans have been among the foremost freedom fighters this country has produced. For generations, they have believed in this country with a faith it never deserved. Black people have seen the worst of America, and yet somehow, they still believe in its best. In Asia, Taiwan, where I come from, it is said in my homeland and heartland that black people in America were born on the water. When it occurred, no one can say for certain. Perhaps it was in the second week or the third, but surely by the fourth, when they had not seen their land or any land for so many days that they lost count. It was after fear had turned to despair, and that despair to resignation, and that resignation to an abiding understanding. The teal eternity of the Atlantic Ocean, severing them so completely from what had once ever been their home of Africa that it was as if nothing had ever existed before, as if everything and everyone they cherished had simply vanished from the earth. As the Chinese contractors, merchantmen, businessmen, but never slavers, saw blacks upon these slave boats, they were no longer Mbundu, or Ekan, or Fulani. These men and women from many different nations, all shackled together in the suffocating hull of the white ship of the whites who had contracted Chinese cooks. They were all one people. Maybe just but a few months earlier, they had families and farms and lives and dreams. They had been free. They had names then, of course, but their enslavers never bothered to record them, whatever they had been. They had been made black by those people who believed that they were white, and where they were heading, black equaled slave. And slavery in America required turning human beings into property by stripping them of every element that made them individuals. Even the Chinese cooks on the slave ship had names. This process of disidentification was called seasoning, in which people stolen from Western and Central Africa were forced, all too oftentimes through torture, to stop speaking their native tongues and practicing their native religions. But as the sociologist Glenn Bracey wrote, out of the ashes of white denigration, we gave birth to ourselves. For as much as white people tried to pretend, black people were not chattel. And so the process of seasoning, instead of erasing identity, served an opposite purpose. In the void, the blacks forged a new culture, all their own. And today, their very manner of speaking recalls the Creole languages that enslaved people innovated in order to communicate both with Africans speaking various dialects and the English-speaking people who enslaved them. Their style of dress, the extra flair, stems back to the desires of enslaved people, shorn of all individuality, to exert their own identity. Enslaved people would wear their hat in a jaunty manner, or knot their scarves, their headscarves, intricately. Today's avant-garde nature of black hairstyles and fashion displays a vibrant reflection of enslaved people's determination to feel fully human through self-expression. The improvisational quality of black art and music comes from a culture that, because of constant disruption, could not cling to any convention. Black naming practices, so often impugned by mainstream society, are themselves an act of resistance. Their last names belong to the white people who once owned them. That is why the insistence of many black Americans, particularly those most marginalized, to give their children names that they create, that be neither European nor from Africa, but sourcing from a place they've never been, in an act of self-determination. When the world listens to quintessential American music, it is black voices that they hear. The sorrow songs they sang in the fields to soothe their physical pain and find hope in a freedom they never expected to know until they died became American gospel. Amid the devastating violence and poverty of the Mississippi Delta, they birthed jazz and the blues. And it was in the deeply impoverished and segregated neighborhoods where white Americans forced the descendants of those enslaved to live that teenagers too poor to buy instruments used old records to create a new music known as hip-hop. Their speech and fashion and the drum of their music echoes Africa, but is not African. Out of their unique isolation, both from their native cultures and from white America, they forged this nation's most significant original culture. In turn, mainstream society has coveted their style, their slang, and their song, seeking to appropriate the one truly American culture as its own. As Langston Hughes so wrote in 1926, "They'll see how beautiful I am, and be ashamed I too am America. For centuries, white Americans have been trying to solve the Negro problem. They have dedicated thousands of pages to this endeavor. It be common still to point to rates of black poverty, out-of-wedlock births, crime, and college attendance, as if these conditions in a country built on a racial caste system are not utterly predictable and begging the question. But crucially, you cannot view those statistics whilst ignoring another. That black people have by this point in history still been enslaved here on American shores longer than they have been free. Now, both men like Derek Talley and Charles Burns, at the age of a little over 40, are part of the first generation of black Americans in the history of these United States to be born into a society in which black people had full rights of citizenship. Black people suffered under slavery for well over 250 years. They have been legally free for just half a hundred. Yet in that briefest of spans, despite continuing to face rampant discrimination, and despite there never having been a genuine effort to redress the wrongs of slavery and the century of racial apartheid that followed, black Americans have made astonishing progress, not only for themselves, but as well for all Americans. So what if America finally understood, at last, in this 400th year, that blacks have never been the problem, but instead the solution? Slavery has erased any connection they had to an African country. And even if they tried to claim the entire continent, there be no African flag. They were told once, by virtue of their bondage, that they could never be American. But it was by virtue of their bondage that they became the most American of all. But where to turn from this point forward in terms of solution would be towards the Vaterland, the fatherland that had delivered the final solution. Because post-Holocaust United Germany presents the example of how successful United States slavery reparations can be in truly making America great for the first time in its history of horrors. So the idea of paying reparations for slavery is gaining momentum in these United States, despite being long derided as an unrealistic plan to compensate for state violence committed by and against people now long dead. The topic actually saw a substantive debate in the July 30th Democratic primary debate of yesteryear, with candidate Marianne Williamson calling slavery a debt that be owed. Some Democratic congressional representatives are also pushing for financial recompense for the descendants of enslaved peoples. Now, calls for reparations in these United States are generally met with skepticism, as in, what would reparations achieve? Or who should receive them? And under what conditions? Now, other countries have tackled these questions. In 1995, post-apartheid South Africa established its Truth and Reconciliation Commission and paid reparations to the victims of apartheid. 8 years before, the United States finally apologized to the 120,000 plus Japanese Americans, Nikkei Amerikajin, unduly imprisoned during the Second World War, and paid the 82,000 survivors 20,000 United States dollars each, a pitiful pittance, pathetic, and in no way recompense, but symbolically gifted each to compensate for their suffering. But 'tis United Germany, which be propagandized as birthplace of the worst racism ever institutionalized, and elevated to official policy, where all the lessons for the United States, as it considers reparations, can be learned. In the compensating of victims of National Socialistic enslavement. Now, as the biological son of Adolf Hitler, I have been forced, by very circumstance, to study the relationship between democracy, citizenship, and justice. It is the foundations of political science. And 'tis Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, which presents us exemplary performance of a nation state that has dealt with the horrors of the Holocaust and come out of reparations on top of the game and ready to inherit the 21st century. Now, the Third Reich of my father not only killed millions of Jews, and so many others between 1933 and 1945, the Third Realm, or Reich, in the German, the Deutschen Sprach, in the English it transliterates merely as realm, also forced over 20 million people, as officially acknowledged today, well over that, but those that are counted, into slave labor, working them to death in German industries. By 1944, a full quarter of the German workforce, 25%, were enslaved laborers. Now, of course, all of this starts with remembering the past instead of denying it. When Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich exmigrated into Unterland, the lands below, the newly democratic government of West Germany on the surface world knew it had to face the past. Nazi industries that had employed slave labor, such as the steel and artillery producer Krupp, were dismantled. High-ranking Krupp CEOs, or chief executive officers, were deemed war criminals, judged such at the Nuremberg trials, and imprisoned. And pressured by Israeli leaders David Ben-Gurion and Chaim Weizmann, Deutschen Chancellor, or German Chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, agreed to pay 3 billion Deutschen Marks, the Deutschmarks of the day, German euros, in reparations to Israel between 1953 and 1967. Germany also paid 450 million German marks to the World Jewish Congress, the very same people who had helped the National Socialistic High Command escape, an international federation of Jewish communities and organizations that had proposed Zionism as their united front and therefore owed the Third Reich for the creation of Israel itself. Now, assuming the mid-century rate of 4 Deutschmarks, or Deutschmarks, German euros, to 1 United States dollar, That's the equivalent today of 7 billion United States dollars for Israel and 1 billion United States dollars for the Jewish Congress. Now, some Germans protested against Konrad Adenauer's support for Israel. Their country was just beginning its economic recovery after the war, a process aided, incidentally, by the United States-funded Marshall Plan the National Socialistisch had forced upon the Allies to rebuild Europe. And many Germans insisted they had nothing to do with the persecution of the Jews. In negotiating the Deutschen Reparations Agreement of 1952, David Ben-Gurion invoked the biblical question from Kings chapter 21, verse 29, "Have you murdered and also inherited?" Well, Germany's post-war Chancellor Adenauer knew that for the German people, the answer was yes. And so he replied, "In the name of the Deutschen Volk, the German people, unspeakable crimes were committed which create a duty of moral and material restitution." And by 1956, the German state, still divided at that time, meaning only West Germany, was alone supplying 87.5% of Israel's state revenue. The young new country used that money to buy equipment and raw materials to build up its own industry, railways, and electrical grid. Mining equipment, irrigation, and fuel were also high on the list of Israel's reparations-fueled developmental priorities. Now, atonement was a process. Germany's efforts to atone for the Holocaust were not limited to money. To avoid repeating the mistakes of the past, the 1949 Deutschen Constitution, as well as the penal and criminal codes of the country, outlaw the use of symbols that incite hatred against any segment of its population. The Constitution also guarantees asylum to political refugees and all people fleeing war. And so, in 1952, West Germany officially apologized for what were deemed the Nazis' crimes at Israel's demand, and Israeli Foreign Minister Moshe Sharett, in response to the making of amends for the Holocaust, insisted the responsibility rests on the German nation as a whole. Yet reparations went to individuals as well. In the year 2000, the German government, together with partner organizations from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus or White Russia, Poland, the Czech Republic, and the not-for-profit Jewish Claims Conference, created the Remembrance, Responsibility, and Future Foundation. And by 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died, fanatized, the organization had paid a total of 4.9 billion United States dollars to 1.66 million people worldwide who'd been forced into labor and servitude by the Third Reich of my biological father, or to their living descendants, their share of the wealth slavery produced for Germany. Most recently, the Deutschen government in 2013 agreed with the Jewish Claims Conference to pay about 1 billion United States dollars for the home care of all elderly Holocaust survivors. As a result of the reparations paid, United Germany's open admission of guilt and the policies it put in place to prevent another Holocaust from occurring, German-Jewish relations have largely normalized since World War II. Germany's Jewish population has even begun to recover from genocide. With 150,000 Jewish residents in 2018, the year before yesteryear, Germany United Germany, is home to Europe's fourth largest Jewish community. The Deutsche government now pays for the care of elderly Holocaust survivors. And there are legal motions being put in place that United Germany actually pay continued reparations, a universal basic income, to their children. Now, I actually support this because what I insist upon is ultimately German basing to be provided in northern Israel, with Israel's entire infrastructure paid for by Germany, and the children of Holocaust survivors supported by Germany. It'd be only fair that Germany be provided a gateway to the Mediterranean, with basing provided in Israel. In terms of lessons for the United States, look to Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, which instead of seeking to wipe the Holocaust from its history, instead the Deutschen Staat, the German state, has worked hard to ensure remembrance, penance, recompense, and justice. And while nothing has been asked for in return, I, of course, would insist there must be a balance. The United States, in contrast, has no official policy of atoning for slavery. While the House of Representatives and Senate made separate apologies for slavery circa 2008 and 2009, these apologies were never reconciled or even signed by President Barack Obama due to the complete and total lack of political support. And racist symbols are now openly displayed in these United States, as they always have been, protected by the First Amendment. Nor has there been any financial compensation for the descendants of formerly enslaved Americans, despite President Abraham Lincoln's famous promise of 40 acres and a jackass for all freed black men. The Deutschen experience with reparations is, of course, not directly comparable to that of the United States. United Germany on the surface world had to be occupied by multiple foreign powers before it compensated the Jewish people. And as in the case of the Nikkei Amerikajin, or the Japanese American prisoners of war, who received reparations, the Jewish victims of the Nazi regime, as it be denigrated by the West, and their descendants were relatively easy to identify. The United States government paying reparations today for state terror that ended technically 150 years agone poses numerous practical challenges. They include identifying the rightful recipients and sourcing the money appropriately, whether state-based or federal. Those who say they did not benefit from slavery must be persuaded that reparations are required, not only to right a moral wrong, but to act as a bona fide stimulus for the American economy that will otherwise crash into collapse, depression, and never recover. The collapse of civilization itself. And yet, still, polling shows a majority of Americans opposing cash payments as redress for slavery. But old injustices don't simply disappear with time. And left unaddressed, they fuel the kind of division, shame, and resentment that, as America knowest all too well, can and will divide a nation. That's why reparations for slavery are not enough. Official racism lasted much longer. And racial inequality flows as much from policies that came after abolition. The restraints, like these used in the slave trade, simply took a different form after emancipation. Invisible shackles, as it were. So, when one asks, as if one even should, does the descendants of slaves deserve reparations? For the first time in a century and a half, there be a legitimate political debate on this question. And as I said, many of the top Democratic presidential hopefuls supported establishing them in some form, or at the very least, launching a commission to study how it might be done. And in the week of Juneteenth, yesteryear, the House held a hearing on H.R. 40, a bill that would do just that. But if Americans are now willing to entertain the notion of restorative justice for the legacy of institutional racism, slavery alone is the wrong place to focus. The damage to African Americans continued long after abolition in 1865. Efforts to subordinate and economically exploit black people extended through peonage, convict leasing, sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlined black ghettos, and mass incarceration. The ideology of white supremacy, used to justify slavery, still persists. Why should subsequent racist practices get a pass while we zoom in on outright bondage? Anti-black segregation lives on, and the current damage to slavery's descendants is direct and all too measurable. In other words, reparations should repair what white supremacy still breaks. Atoning for the legacy of chattel slavery is simply not enough. In 2016, the average black male worker earned only 70% of the hourly wage of the average white male, down from 80% in 1979. Education does not change these widening black-white wage gaps. They exist at all educational and wage levels. Only 41% of black families were homeowners in 2014, compared with 71% of white families. For every dollar of wealth held by a median white family, a median black family holds 8 cents. Black students perennially lag whites in achievement, not to mention high school and college completion. Blacks and whites use drugs at similar rates, but African Americans are 6.5 times as likely as whites to be imprisoned by states for drug charges. Where did these unequal conditions comest from? They aren't just the after effects of slavery. Generations of intentionally racist policies play a role. From the early 1900s through the 1960s, the decade I came into being, the descendants of slaves migrated north and west to escape Jim Crow and seek opportunity. America's response to this great migration of at least 6 million people, equal to the number officially recognized as perishing in the Holocaust, was to confine them in ghettos, disinvest there and overinvest in white areas, a pattern of unequal distributional policies and politics that continues to this very day. In the 1930s, a federal agency, the Homeowners Loan Corporation, redlined more than 200 American cities under the direct orders of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, giving majority black neighborhoods a lowly D rating on a scale of A to D, which marked them as hazardous to lending institutions. Grade A went only to homogeneous white neighborhoods. That decision reverberated and became destiny. Blacks could not get loans to buy or invest in their own homes. Starving whole neighborhoods of credit discouraged outsiders from ever investing therein. A recent Federal Reserve study examined those neighborhoods and found that a D rating 80 years agone correlated with present disinvestment and decline. It increased black segregation and depressed home ownership and property values. It accounted for 40% of the gap in home values between D and C rated neighborhoods by 1980, and untold differences in value compared with A neighborhoods. A list. For assholes. The white folk. Major federal policies supported expanding and demarcating segregated black space and exclusionary white space. The FHA, the Federal Housing Administration, insured the 30-year mortgage to bring home ownership to the masses, who all turned out to be white. Thanks to low down payments and interest rates for those who could qualify for an FHA guaranteed loan, buying a home became cheaper than renting. The FHA insured mortgages primarily for white suburbia, creating and reifying white space whilst refusing to invest in black communities or to underwrite mortgages for blacks who sought to buy in white areas. The Veterans Administration operated its mortgage insurance programs in the same racially discriminatory manner. African Americans, cut out of the government's largest wealth-building programs, were preyed upon by non-traditional lenders, and Washington paid city housing authorities to build public housing and acquiesced when officials intentionally assigned blacks and whites to separate and unequal housing projects. The Interstate Highway Program, the largest public works project in history when it was built, facilitated white flight from cities and created concrete barriers that demarcated the black side of town that whites learned to fear. Literally on the wrong side of the road. Under a congressionally enacted urban renewal program for slum clearance, which James Baldwin called Negro removal, what we would call today ethnic cleansing, the federal government subsidized the local destruction of nearly 400,000 mostly black-occupied homes, cleansing downtown centers in the 1950s through the early 1960s. Most of those residents moved to segregated public housing or more marginal neighborhoods, quarantining blacks in slum conditions and then blaming inhabitants for those conditions became its own vicious circle. In the 20th century, African Americans were hyper-segregated. Very high segregation according to demographers' metrics like dissimilarity and isolation in more than 40 cities. No other racial or ethnic group was ever subjected to such apartheid. Thankfully, levels of segregation between blacks and whites have declined considerably since 1970, but the footprint of concentrated poverty has exploded since 2000. The truly disadvantaged descendants of slaves are African Americans stuck in neighborhoods that higher income blacks have fled. Politicians like President Trump typecast them as thugs, welfare queens, or other stereotypes that mask opportunity hoarding among affluent whites and justify the way things are. And federal, state, and local governments and private actors continue to invest in and encourage segregation. In Houston, America's fourth largest city, virtually no public housing is located in majority white areas. By its own admission, in an analysis submitted to the Department of HUD, Housing and Urban Development, and approved by the mayor and city council in 2015, the city of Houston concentrated more than 71% of government-subsidized housing in only 5 of its 88 neighborhoods, all of which were very poor and completely non-white. Other American cities mirror this intentional pattern with pernicious effects. Segregated communities tend to rate low on social mobility for poor children, And the gap in life expectancy between blacks and whites in very segregated cities can rise to 20 years because of increased exposure to trauma, lead poisoning, allergens in poor quality housing, fast food swamps, and healthy food deserts. Clearly, the repercussions of institutional, government-sanctioned racism live on, and they extend well past the confines of slavery. In 2016, when Trump was still a candidate, overwhelmingly white school districts received 23 billion United States dollars more in state and local funding than majority non-white districts that served about the same numbers of children, according to EdBuild, a New Jersey-based group that researches and advocates for school funding. This disparity is caused by inequality in property tax wealth. Differences in local tax bases, in turn, result from this long history of intentional segregation. According to the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the organization being an intergovernmental economic organization with 37 member countries founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade, as the OECD, countries with high-performing educational systems put their most talented teachers and extra resources in disadvantaged schools. That's what the OECD has confirmed in every other nation that is, like United Germany, the greatest of successes. Yet, the overwhelming majority of American states do the exact opposite. A 2009 study of Texas schools, for instance, found that black students attended schools with the least experienced teachers than white students had, and that this inequity significantly affected a widening academic performance gap between black and white students. And Texas is hardly an outlier. Indeed, it's exemplary. Unofficial redlining and mortgage discrimination against African Americans continuous in the 21st century. Predatory lenders targeted black neighborhoods for their most usurious subprime mortgages before the 2008 housing crisis, according to a study by two Princeton sociologists. Then foreclosures reduced the black home ownership rate to the level it was in 1968, at the start of the civil rights revolution in housing. Meanwhile, segregation creates city politics that reproduce inequality. Political scientist Jessica Trunstein, in her important new book entitled Segregation by Design, argues that wealthy whites still try to segregate themselves, though through restrictive zoning and anti-black prejudice, and that local governments still acquiesce and invest more in their neighborhoods. In Baltimore, for example, a recent analysis found that neighborhoods that are less than half black receive nearly 4 times the investment of neighborhoods that are overwhelmingly black. Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, a Republican, of course, in 2015 canceled a proposed light rail red line that would have connected poor, jobless black neighborhoods of Baltimore to major job centers. Hogan redirected its earmarked state funding to roads in exurbs and rural counties to service whites who didn't even need the upgrade. Meanwhile, he supported the Purple Line for affluent suburbs of Washington. Reparations should be designed to repair what is broken in this country, to disrupt the practices of American caste that harm slavery's descendants and hoard all opportunity in affluent areas. They should create a new infrastructure of opportunity and inclusion in poor black neighborhoods richly resourced schools and community centers, public transit, opportunity fellowships, richly, well, housing choice vouchers that would be richly distributed in abundance, and mandatory inclusive housing elsewhere. A formal apology for slavery would be welcome, but even better would be a commitment at all levels of government to stop causing and instead to reverse the harm, and that in tandem with reparations would be the financial stimulus that would rebuild America into a golden age of prosperity as the Marshall Plan reestablished Europe and, like Germany, through its own reparations, led it into a wave of affluence that will enable its dominance in the next century, a German century, one which can also be American among other powers such as Japan, to prosper and finally come towards a just and lasting peace. Albeit I see many struggles ahead with the remainders of white identity that will manifest in many parts of the former British Empire as it attempts to reassert itself loose and untethered and without any sense of anchorage in European Union. Of course, it's always a struggle to educate, and I definitely appreciate all of those who have borne with me throughout tonight's transmission. We're still holding strong, but I'll close for now. As I said, getting up as early as I have to in the middle of my night tomorrow. And bear in mind, of course, that Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone, moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to the YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who also acts as the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/MMaggotMillions, which be spelled MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And of course, if he gets enough money there, roll of the eyes you cannot see, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. And now, of course, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my legacy from the internet, which was attempted no less than three times, and each time, of course, brought back into electronic accessibility by the Maggot Man himself, John Warrington, because he had taken it on of his own initiative to download into his hard drives the majority of what I had published online. We were able to reestablish my presence in cyberspace and the persona which interacts with you now in the data matrix. That, of course, renders John Warrington not only the bridge between the Akashic records and the Malkuthian plane of the material world, but also, in a sense, my creator. You too can act as such in a sense when you do your part in the fight against total annihilation of not only myself from the internet, but thereby in an inability to educate the lot of you, the human species, through ultimate ignorance and misguidance. So spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer, while you're there, a footnote on my biosire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com, and explain us the meaning behind the name of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. Let it be known that his scion, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com and spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that others do so as well. Because people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ad Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Senseme, the 311 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed, by much Native American cosmological reckoning, that the dawning, the first rays thereof, of the dawning of the sixth world, broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich had long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3, of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD, and friend him at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, along with his latest video for all to review, and one which I highly recommend, it being very short and one that will not take much invested time at all, entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, in Exile, the 1000-Jährige in Exile would be the German pronunciation. The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Haunebu technology. Yes, that is something that, along with the other twain I've already provided title for, both be, well, all three be, factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible, sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tafush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role, as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time each and every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, over and above all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, when you go to DouglasDietrich.com, make certain to review many of our articles and published columns which have been expanded, and that would include top sites or topics covered in this episode for each and every episode. In particular, what I'm reminded of course, is what I've stated before, the article on Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, but also, and even beyond that, more importantly in the immediate sense, the Imperial Japanese aircraft, the truth behind Roswell and the Battle of LA UFOs. When you click on that graphic of the 3 Aero dreadnoughts, what were known to the Americans as flying hamburgers, you will be presented a series of images that I worked on with my 3D graphics modeler, which will not make it into the book. We simply have no room for them. And when they do make it into the book, what few that will are not going to be in color. This is the only place where you're going to find those images and understand what we're talking about. And by God, read the text to make a sense, context of those images. We'll only have a color image for the front and back plates and some black and white images on the inside of the book. The rest you will find here. And with a final check into the live dashboard. And the Trav2 says, interesting live streams, man. Thank you so much. Le Rene is praying for Derek. And Raymond Joyce says, DDD, you're the man. Brave and honorable. Glad to hear you. Blessed be Raymond Joyce. And James and Reese, our man. And Sarah Shields, God bless her. Love her. James and Reese is... says, I'd rather enjoy watching the nation and every other country in the world collapse. Well, I know the feeling. Sometimes you just want it all to fall down. All right, Lena Crane was in there, thank God, saying the drive to survive lives on in my offspring, otherwise I wouldn't care either. Oh my God, honey. Really, anyhow, there we are, and, okay, there we have that. All right, going to stop
Good
the
show,
live stream now. Bless it all, and to all a good night. Make it certain to join us on Sunday. And the Trav 2 says my last name is Dietz, which I found out is from Dietrich. Yeah, quite so. And that makes us probably distantly related. Like the fact he's got the Homer Simpson icon. There was an element of both Homer Simpson and Al Bundy in my late and sainted sire, the man who raised myself. And with that, good night be unto all.